Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged
Hello?
with aggravated
Procedural matters,
assault.
and unfortunately, you have
And
not.
you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. And I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil Anglican po rin, verbal Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I don't know why my audio is so low. Oh, I remember. My system updated this morning. Test 1, 2, check 1, 2. Can you guys hear me well? Is it just test? Oh, that's me. Let me just crank this up. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I think it's just my ears that I can't hear what's going on. How's everybody doing this morning? Good morning, welcome. Appreciate y'all being here. Sorry for being just a teensy bit late. Kim R was on time this morning. Kim, congratulations. This just sounds terrible. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Where's my? Does it sound strange to you guys, or is it just me? All right, let's see. Why does this say it's updated and that one say it's not? Check 1, 2, 1, 2. That is super low. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Test. It's a little bit better. Check 1, 2.
Have them send someone with more experience.
And I'm not seeing any chat either. Is this working? Oh, now chat comes back. Strange and low, bit different, not as much bass. Getting better, sounds good to me. Checked, it's checked. Thank you, double checked. Test. You're welcome. You're most welcome. All right. Well, it's a good thing that the what we're covering today is not a live court. It's leading up to a live court. Because we've got all sorts of issues today, and I need that computer working too. Where's that at? Nobody look at my password. Hang on. Password 1. There we go. Oh, that didn't work. But yeah, it did. We're all good. It's loading. What a weekend. You sound less Wednesday here than usual. There's a little bit. It sounds just a tiny bit off, but this one
You wear
shouldn't.
multiple hats, sir.
That's what I don't get. Test, which one's sending it out to you? Was it 2? I think it's 2. Okay, test. I like that level right there, but it's still too quiet. So I have to boost it over here. Test. Don't want it too loud. Check. 1, 2. All right. That's how we're going to leave it for right now. Is that better? You can hear me. I can hear me. I saw Tennessee and was hoping it might be Judge Wolf. Oh, by the way, Kim R, congratulations. First in chat. Everything IP-related worldwide, it's your responsibility. Gigi says, yesterday we celebrated Mom's 83rd birthday. Her name is Shirley. Is that a hint? Should we sing to her today? Shirley, you must be joking. We can do that. We can add Shirley to the list. Last minute ad. Gain up your mic, Recovery Addict. You sound low. I booted this thing up this morning, and it said it's been updated. It needs to reboot again, and it did, and it changed everything. Everything. All my settings are gone. So, all good. No clipping. That's good. No clipping. I don't want to see any peaks. I think I'm coming into the high end at like -5 decibels on the SPL meter, so I think I'm good. All right, we have some fun stuff to cover. Smopio, I've watched you 1,000 times, probably more, but today when the black mouse pointer came on the screen, I was convinced a giant moth had landed on my telly screen. This thing right here? Is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry. I try to keep it out of this area for that reason. But it is what it is. Okay, that's still, now it's a little too hot. Now it's a little much. We'll find the happy medium here. Candace Hoff says, I'm currently waiting for my 4th grandchild to be born. Her name will be Emily Jean R.A. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful name. I added the R.A. part, but I figured that was intended. You just left it off because it was obvious. But Candace, that is so exciting. I'm so excited for you. That's going to be awesome. It's the season of babies right now. It's crazy. Let's see. Do we have the birthdays? If we can have the birthdays, we'll sing to them, and then we'll get going. You're very low, and don't call me Shirley. It should be getting better. You might wait for it to get all caught up. Let's see. Happy birthday to Shelly Beans and Christina, and then we're going to add, what's the new one? Shirley? I think we add Shirley. Okay, we'll do that. All right, here we go. Everybody, wherever you are, if it's legal and you're able, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That was good. That was really good. So we're going to add Shirley to this one. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Shirley, Shelly Beans, and Christina. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Lois. Appreciate that. To everyone who's celebrating the birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be and a billion people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be right here with us, and the privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy, that is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy right back to you, make your day just a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Addins Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Woo! That's awesome. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. We're still working on the counter. As a matter of fact, my son is working on it as we speak. Right now it should say something like this. Might just start going on its own. We'll see. Perfect timing. I let a phone scammer listen to the song. Schmoopy, that's what we're here for. That is awesome. Even phone scammers need happy birthday songs in the morning. Happy birthday soon to be Emily Jean. Yes. Unless she decides to just wait till tomorrow. Can't wait to see the counter go all by itself. I'm trying to figure out why it's showing stripes instead of this blank right there. The stripes are for programming. It can tell me what the problem is. Usually that means it's not connected to the internet, but I know it is because it's taking updates. All right, drum solo for the big finish. Here we go. Boy, do I have a case for you today. It is a doozy coming up in Tennessee. We've actually already applied for pool media access to this one. And the ironic part is we think it's going to go to trial this month, but we don't know when. The date is to be decided. And when you start hearing about this case, you're going to be like, oh, I remember that one. I heard about this one. I saw this on the news. You might have seen different aspects on the news. This was on the news for a whole bunch of different reasons. And to say this is insane, Fletcher boy, this is just scratching the surface. And I honestly don't know where to start. As I was researching this over the weekend and looking at this, I'm like, this is nuts. This is crazy. We've got some documents to read, handwritten documents, Sarah Boone style, great penmanship, perfect penmanship. We have those. We have some intrigue and some claims relating to an informant, that the defendant was actually an informant for the DA. Like he was working for him, and now, I guess in retribution for something, he's being charged with this murder, which he says he didn't commit, and the murder it's 4 people. Okay, it's not a small murder by any means. It's 4 family members found shot to death, and the baby, the 5th, was found strapped in a car seat, safe, alive, in some random stranger's front yard, 40 miles away. Oh, and there was a manhunt. There was a week-long manhunt involved that ended in our defendant being captured and looking a little worse for wear. This is nuts. This is crazy. And the defendant wants to be pro se. He wants to get his attorney off the case and handle his own defense, and the judge is literally begging him, please don't do this. Please. And we've got to go there. We've got to go there. Let me bring up some documents. Let's see, change of venue. That's happened already, right? We've got a change of venue that's gone on here. I don't think the trial has been scheduled. I don't think we have a date. It was estimated to be here in July. I believe we have speedy trial in place, which is why we're so close, because this only happened like last year around this time, 2025. So it's only a year in, which means we're on the speedy schedule. But the actual date, we don't know. We don't know. So let's see if we can pull up some documents here and get you up to speed, or at least starting to think about some of the things that are going on in this one. Let's see. I think we need to go to that, and then not there. Downloads. Date added. Let's start with the indictment, shall we? We'll start with the indictment. That'll be good. Hang on. Criminal indictment. By the way, I have to give a huge shout out to, as the gavel drops, our good friend and mod Amber has connected me to a lot of the documents in this case. We don't need that timer anymore. 91 objections in the last case. A record low, I think, for a 5-day case. All right. Let's go here. Can you guys read this? Indictment for the Circuit Court for Lake County, Tennessee. State of Tennessee versus Austin Drummond. Indictment for first-degree murder, 4 counts. That's this many for those that are still waking up. Especially aggravated kidnapping. Possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. Oh, wait, yes. Oh, we haven't even begun to go into his background yet, and it's not clean. He's got a rap sheet. It's lengthy. In prison and out. Employing a firearm, commission of a dangerous felony, 4 counts. So those are the charges as it starts. Count 1. The grand jurors of Lake County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath. This is the alternative to a preliminary hearing, right? This is the result of a grand jury where we don't get to see anything that happens, and the defense basically doesn't even attend. So the jury just hears one side of the argument and then decides if there's enough evidence. We, the grand jury, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that Austin Drummond on or about July 29th, 2025 in Lake County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Matthew Wilson in violation of Tennessee Code. It's a Class A felony against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 2, same thing. We find that he did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Courtney Rose. That was the grandmother, in violation of the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 3, He did unlawfully and intentionally with premeditation kill Adriana Williams. I believe Adriana Williams was the mother of the infant that was in the car seat, I believe. Count 4, did unlawfully intentionally with premeditation kill juvenile BW in violation of the state of Tennessee. That was the 15-year-old brother, I believe. Count 5, we've got more. This is the kidnapping that Austin Drummond on or about July 29th in Lake County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unknowingly remove and confine juvenile WW, this is the baby, a person under 13 years of age, so as to interfere substantially with juvenile's liberty in violation of Tennessee Code, a Class A felony against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 6, the grand jurors found that he did unlawfully possess a firearm and has been convinced of a felony of a prior crime of violence, aggravated robbery in Madison County, just for the record. That's a Class B felony against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, which is quite offended, the peace and dignity of Tennessee in this case. Then also count 7, Austin Drummond on or about July 29th, 2025 in Lake County, Tennessee, did intentionally and knowingly employed a firearm during commission of a dangerous felony, to wit, the first-degree murder. And so we've got 4 of these dangerous felony where a firearm was used in the murder count, and that goes through all the way up through count 10. Signed by the District Attorney General and Justin Tubbs. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Before the grand jury to give evidence within indictment. There's the foreman of the grand jury and True Bill and the prosecutor, Justin Tubbs. Who is Justin Tubbs? Well, according to the defendant, Justin Tubbs was former boss man, former handler for as an informant. So let me get this motion for you and see if we can read this together, because this is a handwritten motion, which usually is terrible, but is not in this case. Well, I mean, it's terrible, but it's not terrible to read. This is great penmanship. This is absolutely unbelievable. He drew the lines. He's got the, I mean, he did the whole thing. He replicated this entirely. Motion to disqualify 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office. Comes now defendant Austin Drummond by pro se and respectfully moves this honorable court to disqualify District Attorney General Danny H. Goodman Jr. and his office from the prosecution of the defendant. There exists a prior working relationship between the defendant and the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office. This prior relationship had a tragic and untimely ending. This is almost Sarah Boone handwriting. This ending resulted in a negative and incomplete outcome to a months-long multi-agency investigation, after which Danny H. Goodman Jr. committed multiple violations of Supreme Court rules, Rule 8, Rules of Professional Conduct. Factual background. 1. The prior relationship began in April of 2025 after a meeting between the defendant, multiple state and federal law enforcement, and Assistant District Attorney Andrew Hayes, where a defendant agreed to work as an informant. See Exhibit A. 2, we'll scroll down to Exhibit A, which is right down here. An email. This is an Outlook printout. Subject, Austin Drummond. Date, Thursday, April 24th, 2025. From Andrew Hayes to Drew Farmer and John Hill and somebody else who's redacted. Drew and John, please see the email below that I sent to General Lawson this morning. I am hopeful he will be in agreement. Well, what was that email that we sent below? From Andrew Hayes to Jason Lawson. Good morning, General. I'm writing you today about a defendant of both of our offices are prosecuting. Austin Drummond has 2 pending indictments in Lake County Circuit Court for crimes he committed while incarcerated at Northwest Correctional Complex, and I understand he's indicted in Truesdale County for introducing contraband to the prison there as well. I'm asking you for cooperation in his case. I'm not asking for anything to be dismissed, plea reduced, etc. Essentially, keep his case open for the time being. Yesterday afternoon, Drummond and his attorney in Lake County, Drew Farmer, sat down with a Tennessee Department of Corrections investigator, Aaron Gallimore, an ATF agent, Josh Schrant, and an FBI agent whose name I missed. I participated via phone. Drummond provided the most information I've ever heard from a defendant. To briefly summarize it, Drummond went to T-Doc for aggravated robbery that he committed as a juvenile and was transferred to adult court. As we often see, Drummond sought or was recruited affiliation while in prison. Redacted. He's starting work today for the ATF, FBI, and T-Doc. After the meeting yesterday, ATF agent Strant was impressed by Drummond's information. The FBI and ATF already had an active investigation into the Vice Lords. Oh yeah, there's a prison gang involved, Vice Lords. And we're aware of Drummond's involvement. We all believe that he has the ability, rank, and trust within the gang to really blow a lid off some prison narcotics trade. This may easily turn into a federal wiretap case as well as a multi-state criminal conspiracy. I foresee the possibility of multiple federal and state prosecutions in my district, your district, and other districts across our state. I've made his attorney no promises with his cases in Lake County other than to say that no resolution is off the table and everything will depend on Drummond's cooperation and the amount of help he ultimately provides. I'm simply asking you to do the same. Slow or stall your case long enough to let Mr. Drummond cooperate and see where this investigation goes. I'll be happy to keep you up to date on how things are progressing or answer any other questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Andrew Hayes. Okay, this looks like something that was not created on ChatGPT. This looks like a copy of an email recruiting an informant. That's Exhibit A. We've only got we're just scratching the surface. Okay? Not done. 2. The 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office withdrew a motion to revoke defendant's bond on April 28th, 2025, and requested Jason L. Lawson, District Attorney for the 15th Judicial District, to slow or stall his case to allow defendant to work and investigation develop. That's Exhibit B. Scroll down to Exhibit B. That's right down here, Exhibit B, where it says, Austin Drummond, defendant, motion to revoke bond, comes now the state of Tennessee by and through the District Attorney General's Office for the 29th Judicial District and moves this honorable court to revoke the defendant's bond for cause. The state would show as follows: facts and procedural history. On November 13th, 2023, the grand jurors of Lake County, Tennessee, indicted the defendant with 5 felony offenses: possession of Schedule II methamphetamine over 26 grams with intent to sell or deliver, possession of Schedule IV marijuana over half an ounce with intent to sell or deliver, 2 counts of possession of contraband in a penal institution, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a dangerous felony. At the time of the indictment, the defendant was incarcerated with the Tennessee Department of Corrections. After expiring his sentence, the defendant posted bond at the Lake County Jail on September 1st, 2024. On November 4th, 2024, the Lake County grand jury indicted the defendant and a co-conspirator in a new indictment for attempted first-degree murder and possession of contraband in a penal institution. The defendant posted bond on December 12th, 2024, and was released. Between September and November, T-Doc interdiction investigators discovered a contraband drop at Truesdale Turner Correctional Complex on October 20th, 2024, inside a black duffel bag. Investigators uncovered 552.54 grams of methamphetamine, 1,501 grams of marijuana, 2,857 grams of tobacco, and 33 cellular telephones, and a watermelon-flavored blunt. You can't make this stuff up. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, Crime Lab recovered 51 latent prints from the contraband drop. Using criminal fingerprint databases, the TBI connected 38 of the latent prints to the defendant. The Truesdale County Grand Jury has now indicted the defendant for those offenses. 2. Law and arguments. Tennessean Code provides, after the defendant is released upon personal recognizance, an unsecured personal appearance bond, or any other bond approved by the court, the defendant violates a condition of release, is charged with an offense committed during the defendant's release, or engages in conduct which results in the obstruction of the orderly and expeditious progress of the trial or other proceedings, then the court may revoke and terminate the defendant's bond and order the defendant held without bail, pending trial, or without release during trial. And then they cite some case law in State v. Burgess. The Supreme Court held that defendants have a constitutional right to pretrial bail, but this is not an absolute and is subject to forfeiture. We'll get the milestones here in a little bit. I'm sorry, I've missed a couple of them. Hold up. We'll get those in just a little bit. I can go back and get those. We got you, Selena. No worries. I agree. Don't honk in front of a lot of people. Although I sort of goaded you into it. Let's see. It's not an absolute, subject to forfeiture. After a court finds a defendant violated a condition of bond, committed a new offense while on bond, or delayed the court proceedings by a preponderance of the evidence, a court may revoke the defendant's bond or continue bail with the possibility of additional conditions or increased bond amount. However, the Supreme Court instructed that when making the determination of whether to revoke bond or increase the bond amount, the conditions the trial should consider. And this goes on. This is still the revoking bond document that was cited as the reason for Part 2 in the handwritten letter. So conclusion is, for the foregoing reasons, the state respectfully requests the Honorable Court to revoke the defendant's bond and remand him into custody until such time as cases can be resolved. Now, scroll back up. Back to the reasons. We're up here in the reasons. That was Exhibit B. 3, the defendant was given, and these reasons, by the way, these are the reasons for excluding and kicking the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office off the case. So reason number 3, 1 was he was an informant. 2 was they withdrew the motion to revoke bond and tried to stall the case. 3, the defendant was given assurance not to be prosecuted for crimes committed in furtherance of multi-agency investigation. That's Exhibit C. So he's like, hey, I had an agreement. Now, I'm not sure how well an agreement would hold up about future crimes you commit, but let's go down to C and see what his deal was. There's B, and here is C. Oh, look, this is an embossed letter. This is an embossed letter. I bet it has a watermark. Danny H. Goodman, Jr., District Attorney General. That's the letterhead. It takes up a third of the page. This guy thinks highly of himself. Drew Farmer, Esquire, April 28th, 2025, regarding the state of Tennessee versus Austin Drummond. Mr. Farmer, please take this letter as a formal outline of our agreement with Mr. Drummond. To briefly summarize, the District Attorney's Office for the 29th Judicial District and myself as Special Assistant United States Attorney with the authority to prosecute cases in the Western District of Tennessee will not prosecute Mr. Drummond for his statements made to investigators last week. The cocaine he disclosed possessing or any other crimes he commits or may commit while working with federal or state law enforcement agencies under their direction. What? Will not prosecute Mr. Drummond for his statements or any other crimes he commits or may commit while working with federal and or state law enforcement agencies or under their direction. Did he get a get out of jail free card? Back in the day, you could go to the church and pay your bishop or your priest or your pastor or whatever enough money and you could buy an indulgence for the weekends. Like, forgive me later for I will sin. It was the idea. I'm going to pay you now and then it's all good. He got a get out of jail free card as long as he's working with the state or federal law enforcement agencies. It's signed by the district attorney. If Mr. Drummond commits a crime without agent's authority, knowledge, or direction, the state of Tennessee, the United States of America, retain the right to prosecute Mr. Drummond for those offenses. Mr. Drummond's level of cooperation will affect the outcome of his pending criminal cases in Lake County, Tennessee. No resolutions off the table, reduced plea offer, probation, and dismissal or charges. Okay, so this qualifies his get out of jail free card. If he commits a crime that they order him to do or direct him to do, that's covered. If he goes off and just sua sponte, commits his own crimes that were not approved by the Attorney General, District Attorney, then yeah, he didn't underline that part. He probably should have. Although I have no authority in Truesdale County, Tennessee, it appears via email that District Attorney General Lawson agreed to allow Mr. Drummond to work, and his level of cooperation will affect the possible senator outcome in that district. All right. Now we just have to know if The assistant district attorney ordered 4 murders. Because if he did, Mr. Drummond should be a free man. Should be a free man. 4 murders and a kidnapping. Okay, we're going back up. We're just, I'm telling you, this gets crazier and crazier. All right. That was Exhibit C, right? Exhibit D. On July 30th, 2025, the defendant was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder for the killings of suspects of that multi-agency investigation. Whoa! Wait. The murder victims were the people he was spying on? That he was narking on? He was Trousdale? Is it Trousdale? Get the county wrong. Let's go back for a minute. Now we have to look at Exhibit D. Scroll down for Exhibit D. This is nuts. And to imagine this going pro se. Exhibit D. Oh, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. Let's see. Looks like some text messages in here. I bet it's really important what it says. I bet the things that are in these text messages. By the way, this document courtesy of As the Gavel Drops. Thank you very much, Amber. I think it says something like this. This one says, leaving office, we gutted it all. Poor lady. I'm hoping there's a better copy of this. Oh, Exhibit D gets a little bit better here. Trousdale making news this morning, LOL. That's too small now. I can't read it. Don't think so. Okay, what's all going tonight into Morgan? Okay, we'll need somebody to decipher. We need Celebrate on the scene. I don't think this is AI generated either. This is a picture of a phone, a blurry picture of a phone using a camera on a screen. It's pretty bad. It's readable. Read it to me, KPE. Give me a phone call. Call in and read it to me. If you keep it, I can still see it. Okay. So here we have a redacted part right up here on top. Some redaction. Something in blue that I can't read. And then 10-4. Something in blue. And then leaving office. We gutted it all. Something, oh, great work or something like that. Okay, great work. Okay, I'm waiting for someone to type what it says. We pulled it off. You think that's a P instead of a G? We pulled it off. You can read it better than me. Calls sound good, but take care of little mama, whoever that I. Okay, you guys are much better at this than I am. Okay. We'll need this retyped up. How can you guys see this and I can't? Oh, my timer's doing something. Did you guys do that? It just updated to 410, which was how many likes we have right now. Might be working. Do I have a glare? I just have bad eyes. We need NASA. Hang on. All right. I'm gonna assume that this exhibit is exactly what it purports to be. That it is that it shows that the suspects were part of a multi-agency investigation. Number 5, defendant was arrested in August of 2025, after which, also in August of 2025, Danny H. Goodman Jr. gave several interviews to news stations in Memphis and Nashville. In these interviews, Danny H. Goodman Jr. made multiple dishonest extrajudicial statements violating Supreme Court Rules, Rule 8, Rules of Professional Conduct, Rule 3.8F, where have we heard these before, and Rule 8.4C. These standards include that the defendant's attempted murder charge stems from the defendant almost killing a prison guard. That's Exhibit E. And that the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office asked to have the defendant's bond raised, but that the court did not, when in reality the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office withdrew their motion to revoke defendant's bond so that defendant could work for law enforcement. So now we have to read E and F. E and F. B, C, D. This is E right here. This is a news story. From Fox 13 Investigates in Memphis, Fox 13 Memphis, where it says the district attorney says he asked for a higher bail amount for now accused mass murderer, and he's underlined the part that says District Attorney Danny Goodman told Fox 13 Austin Drummond's attempted murder charge stemmed from Drummond almost killing a prison guard. That's Exhibit E. The judge assigned a $100,000 bail for that charge. This is F, which Drummond posted. Goodman said his office tried to get the amount increased. We always try to ask for a higher bond, especially on a case like that. We did in that case. Ultimately it's the judge's decision, says Goodman. Oh, this is G. Back up. So that's up through there. Part C of this was that there was a clear motive. There was a clear motive in this case which contradicts the state's notice of intent to use aggravating factor that the murder was committed at random and the reasons for the killing are not obvious or easily understood. Whoa. Shuri, MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. That'll get to me. So G, this is the randomness of the attack, and there was a motive behind it. This is G right here. General Goodman could not comment specifically yet on what Drummond said, but he did say there's no doubt in his mind that Drummond killed the four, and there was a clear motive. A clear motive. So that's, it's not the strongest evidence being a news story, but it is what it is. Let's see. That takes us up to Part 6. Sixth reason why the Attorney General needs to be thrown off, or the District Attorney needs to be thrown off the case. On September 4th, 2025, at the preliminary hearing, Danny H. Goodman Jr. presented camera footage from 2 locations to identify vehicles and form a timeline. Danny H. Goodman Jr. used camera footage from both locations to identify every vehicle except one. The one vehicle he did not use both locations' camera footage to identify was not the vehicle in question, and the camera footage from the location he chose not to use offered a better view of every vehicle. This intentional omission shows a deliberate attempt to present false evidence, which violates Supreme Court Rules 8, 3.4b, 8.4a, 8.4c, and 8.4d, and that's in Exhibit H. So how can he know which ones he didn't use? Man, we've got a lot of scrolling back and forth here. Let's see. Exhibit H. Do you understand that the state has filed a notice indicating they will present evidence of the following aggravating factors in this phase? Prior convictions, especially heinous, mass murder. The murder was committed at random and the reasons for the killing are not obvious or easily understood. And then here's our pictures. Let me see if I've got email here. Not yet. These are the pictures of the cars. That's a pretty good picture. I imagine if that's video and that's just a screenshot. Yeah, that's not bad at all. This is great footage. You can almost read license plates of this. There's cars passing by. More cars. More cars. More cars. Even more cars. This will all become important at some later point. Okay, that's our last exhibit. Now we just read. Ready? That was Exhibit H. At the preliminary hearing, Danny H. Goodman Jr. attempted to elicit testimony from TBI agent Justin Tubbs that it takes 10 minutes to get from the first camera to Carrington Road. At the time, Danny H. Goodman Jr. had evidence that it only took 4 minutes. The Charger and Traverse go by the first camera at 6:28 a.m., and they are then seen on Carrington Road on a doorbell camera at 6:32 a.m. That's 4 minutes later. The significance of this is because it is a misrepresentation of the timeline and an attempt to take 6 minutes off the timeline so that to be able to argue there was not time for events to take place the way they did. This would be Exhibit I, but defendant cannot possess copies of discovery, but will be able to present evidence of this in court. Oh, because he still has representation, he doesn't have his full discovery. And he's like, when I'm my own lawyer, then I can do it. This is another violation of Supreme Court Rules 8, 3.4b, and 8.4c. Legal standard. In deciding whether a prosecutor or his office should be disqualified from participation in a criminal case, our Supreme Court has adopted the following analytical framework. Do the circumstances of the defendant's case establish an actual conflict of interest that requires the disqualification of a prosecutor? Do the circumstances of the defendant's case create an appearance of impropriety that requires the disqualification of a prosecutor? If either theory requires the disqualification of a prosecutor, is the entire district attorney's office likewise disqualified? In reviewing the trial court's denial of the appellate's motion, we initially note that the improper or unethical participation by a prosecutor or a prosecutor's office in a criminal case may implicate the basic constitutional rights of a defendant, the orderly administration of justice, the dignity of the courts, and honor and trustworthiness of the legal profession, and the interests of the public at large. In protecting these concerns, Tennessee courts generally turn for guidance to our Code of Professional Responsibility as adopted by our Supreme Court in Tennessee. It's the Rule 8. Court-created principles of professional conduct. And we've got more argument. The prior relationship between the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office and the defendant, accompanied by its tragic, untimely, it seems to be working, negative and incomplete ending, established a conflict of interest. The impropriety of District Attorney General Danny H. Goodman Jr. through multiple violations of the rules require immediate action by the court. These violations call into question the validity and accurate representation of any evidence presented going forward in this case. At even the appearance of impropriety, disqualification is warranted. These egregious violations of the rules by District Attorney General D.H. Goodman Jr. requires both disqualification and disciplinary enforcement. The notoriety of the case and participation by other members of the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office, including Assistant District Attorney Andrew Hayes, leaves a reasonable mind with little to no doubt that the entire District Attorney's Office was aware of Danny H. Goodman Jr.'s violations. By having knowledge of these violations and failing to report them are a violation itself. to ensure the defendant's basic constitutional rights, the orderly administration of justice, the dignity of courts, and the honor and trustworthiness of the legal profession, the 29th Judicial District Attorney's Office must be disqualified. The defendant has offered evidence of a prior relationship between, yes, he has, between the, hang on. Check email. I'm checking my email. It says sticker mule. Get all new mail. The defendant has offered evidence of a prior relationship between the district attorney's office and the defendant that had an unsatisfactory ending, establishing conflict of interest. Defendant has offered evidence of impropriety by Danny H. Goodman Jr. through violations of the rules. In response to these facts, the defendant respectfully moves this honorable court to disqualify Danny H. Goodman Jr. and his office from prosecution of defendant. Defendant intent is to have a hearing, if necessary, on this matter at the earliest possible date. Wherefore, the defendant prays this motion to be granted in all aspects. Respectfully signed, Mr. Drummond. Whoa, that is wild. That is absolutely crazy. We have a couple membership marks we have to. I love that this is working now. It updates about every 10 seconds, so. That's really cool. Hazel and Lulu, thank you very much for the GOAT trophy. Let me go back just a little bit. I've got some membership milestones that I need to read because I owe a couple. Selena K, member for 39 months. OG. Note to self, do not honk your horn in a parking lot filled with all kinds of police officers and media from all over the world. But we thought it was hilarious. Mathis Grease says, member for 19 months. You're an OG. You've been here longer. Speaking of documents, did you read the Miles King motion I had sent you? The hearing on that motion is today. Love from Germany to all RA chatters. I think I started reading that, but I did not finish. If it was the one you sent me like 2 weeks ago, if it's the right one. If not, then I did not start reading it. Big shout out to my son who got this to work. All I need to do is fix this one so it does it right. That's just cool. That's just cool. All right. I'm still checking my email. You send it to Son is a goat. Yes. When you buy these, they don't actually make them that work with YouTube by default. So you have to write the programming yourself to tie the two in, and that's what he did. Okay, Fletcher Boy says, Austin is full of crap. His baby mama's family was going to testify against him. That's the motive. The rest is a distraction. He still has people, I think, that are going to testify against him. Right? Thumbs down works too. Yes. You can thumbs down it if you're the only person to change your like count during that time. It will go down. I wanted to get this in because when Amber told me about this case, or reminded me about this case, because I think we heard about it when the news broke last year with a quadruple murder and the baby being left on the stranger's lawn in a car seat. We filed for media access, and we're still waiting for a response. We filed last week, mid last week, and still just sort of hanging out here waiting for a response. Nothing's happened yet, and it's rare that those requests from court don't get handled quickly. But we'll see what happens. Vivian Anderson, 38 months and counting. OG. Thank you very much. Also 38 months. Britta Aller, you guys are amazing. No better place to watch true crime mods. RA and crew are wonderful. 38 months. OG. That is awesome as well. So I wanted to tease this one because this is one we're definitely going to try to follow, even if I have to go there personally and be the pool camera. I'd be down for that. It's just in Tennessee. It's just down the road. Just a day's drive. And, it's a long day's drive. Ruth Ann, member for 42 months. OG. Thank you, Ruth Ann, for your support. Let's see. Congrats on the OG status. So I wanted to give that to you now so that that could just be percolating in your brains. I'm checking my email, Amber. I've got nothing. Is there? Did you send it somewhere else? Did it go down one?
It can't.
I think it went down one. Who's playing with this? The counter. Y'all are. Okay, let me check my email here. See if it's just not updated on my computer. Drummond Dock, no watermark. Okay, I got that one. Let me see if we can read these text messages. It also has the watermark. It's the same document that I had before. Okay, it is a little bit clearer. Let's see. Leaving motel, leaving office. We pulled it off. Calls sound good, but take care of Lil something mama. Whoever that is. Oh, I get you. Her name is Courtney Rose. Poor lady. I kept local police out for reason because too much crookedness in their backwoods towns. You just never know. THP was most logical. She's not something. I understand. Okay. Line 2. Nice. Trousdale's making news this morning. LOL. Yes, sir. LOL. We are going to Morgan County. Are we going to Morgan County tonight? Anybody hurt down there? Don't think so. In the car with Matthew Wilson on the way to Morgan County. Can't talk. Oh, what's all going down tonight into Morgan? Total count. 1 pound meth, 3 something weed, 3 pounds weed. Yeah, so a little bit easier to read on that one. Appreciate that. All right. The like counter is making the sound. As a matter of fact, I'll let you hear it a little bit better on the next one. Ready? It goes about every 10 seconds. All right, that's it. That's the counter. So when you hear that sound, that sounds like I'm starting up my my serger sewing machine. It's really just you guys liking the stream and it being counted automatically on the counter. I went to the email listed on the YouTube page, so it's larger files, so it may take a minute. Sherry, I think we got it. Got it. It came through. That's the one I read. But it did still have the watermark. It's still from As the Gavel Drops. But it was a little bit clearer for some reason. Okay. All right. With that said, we can do a little bit of court hopping, or we could try to catch up on a trial that's already underway. That's the sound of YouTube money. Nope, unfortunately, no. Likes does not equal money. Likes equals views, and views could equal money, but there's... Yeah. Maybe I'll have to figure out a way. I could probably rest this on a little foam platform, and it would mute the sound a little bit if it's too loud, or I could move it back a little bit. Tim, you're welcome. Most welcome. Thank you. Hope that helped. Let's see. All right, we'll have to stop the counter if we all stop liking. Yeah, if you don't like the sound, just don't like the live stream. That'll fix it. So, but it is amazing, by the way. This is cool. Red, you did a fantastic job with the thumbnail. It looks awesome down here. I guess you can't see it very well, but that's better. Might need a light shining on it. Okay, Apodaca trial. What's the Apodaca trial? The sword, is that the sword one? Are we talking about the sword trial? Or is that a different one? Fletcher Boy, I'm hoping we're just waiting for the decision. I did ask for to cover hearings that are going on as well, so we'll see if that happens. Looking for day one. Let's see what this is here.
I guess the usage of the defendant's last search, Google search from his phone. That search is essentially how to dispose of a body, and we have not seen a motion or anything, but it's the state's understanding that there is an objection to that.
Is that correct, counsel?
Yeah, Judge, we're just objecting based on, well, believe that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial.
Well, hang on, back up. When was the dump and the information relayed or disclosed to defense?
Years ago. Years ago, Judge. This has been a common known item of evidence that the state clearly has always pointed to.
Counsel, when
I just want to know my objection for the record, Judge.
I want to know why we're doing it now instead of as a motion in limine or something else.
This
earlier.
is right before day one
motions
starts.
in limine under the scheduling order were, our deadline for those is all come and gone.
Understood, Judge. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer. Answer for that. I do want to know my objection to that. Because that search term, how to search for how to dispose of a body, and I believe it's just that the probative value of that search term is outweighed by the prejudicial value, and I understand dealing with 402 and 403, 11402 and 403, but I just believe that the search term is more prejudicial. I understand the state is arguing that it could be related to this particular situation. Was somewhat contemporaneous, but I believe that it's still more prejudicial, and there's nothing linking that search term to this particular case.
What do we call this case?
Touched on the question I have for the state.
We need
Mr.
a unique
Long,
name.
When in time was the search made?
That's a great question, Your Honor, and essentially we know that this search was done at about, and I may be off by a few minutes, and I apologize for that, but at approximately, I think, 1:35 p.m. We know that minutes prior to that, Grace Jennings, our victim, had expired. We know that about 10 minutes after that, I think it's probably closer to 7 or 8, it was at that point that the defendant actually walked to the nearby cell phone store and actually called his mother, told her a little bit of what had transpired, and then she called 911. So it is clearly contemporaneous with everything else that is occurring. It is clearly relevant under 403, and it is actually the final. It is the last search item on his phone. So I mean, other than the phone call to his mother, it is the second to last action on his cell phone.
Any other argument on the motion to exclude?
I don't think it relates to the, I mean, possibly if there's a tampering or something after the fact, but I don't believe that it is relevant to any argument of first-degree murder or any murder.
He's charged as an accessory.
Understood.
So
yeah.
this is accessory liability. So,
but then after the fact, he could have been panicked or he could have seen something in regards to the body for him to search that. But this didn't happen before; happened after. So I think it would be more relevant to tampering than even accomplice or aiding and abetting theory.
the court denies the motion, finds that it is relevant and comes in under 401 and under 403.
Thanks for letting me make my record.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there anything else we need to discuss this morning before we start with swearing in our jury and openings?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else for the defense?
Not from defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. The jury's assembling. You saw the bailiff leave. He's going to collect them, and he'll send us a note when they're all here. The court has allowed, and we had this conversation before, a camera in the courtroom. This is the pool camera for any of the broadcast media that wants access to the hearing, so they have to be provided live access. Also have allowed, and I saw print media, you moved the print media here, and also is allowed to use her, using a tablet or a laptop. And yes?
Yes.
Okay, and she's allowed also to take photos and stream those from the courtroom. Are there any other members of the press here? We had a couple of other inquiries, one from, I don't know who the parent company is, but KRQE, and yes, sir. And you should have access to the broadcast if you have it. Okay. If you don't have a copy of it, we're using the same decorum order that was used back a year ago during the Baldwin trial. So if you have a copy of that, you know the rules. Any other issues related to the press being here? My instructions is you're not to film the jury coming and going, sir. Okay. And I don't know where we have microphones. I think there's a microphone up here. We don't have one on the bench. In case we have bench conferences, those won't be captured.
I just ask that the press not photograph the victim's family. None of them are witnesses. They'll be in the gallery at times. We just ask that they not be filmed.
Okay.
Yeah. And Judge, I've had an issue before with the media in an Albuquerque trial where I think notes, videotape. I just want the media to be admonished not to take film any notes or anything, any writing.
Any of the notes on counsel table?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just add that to the quorum order.
I don't know if we'll get to any of this today, but if there's any images that we need to discuss as to how they're published and broadcast, we have control of what comes up over all of the monitors. So it is possible to place some images on some
at least
of the
one more
monitors.
like here. If somebody could
do
that.
And then if the witness and the jury would have access to them, whether or not they're published into the gallery.
Thank you.
Is the question I want to discuss if we need to.
We won't be publishing any of the crime scene or autopsy photos today. That'll be tomorrow, so we can have that conversation. But
okay.
At this point, I'm inclined to ask that they not be published into the gallery, but we can have that conversation later. The court wishes.
Well, we can have that conversation when we get there. I also have another hearing that I have to do that's time sensitive at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the jury will be coming back a little bit later after our lunch break.
Understood, Judge.
Anything else?
Judge, since we're sort of dealing with logistics of evidence, the state does have its trial laptop there. It's my understanding that the vast majority, if not all, of the state's proposed evidence has already been moved onto that laptop, and that does include the redactions. We do have hard copies that the witnesses will be authenticating, and then for the court record. But just to save the time from having the disk spin up and then moving that file over, we've already moved that over.
Okay, and you've got everything that's on there on a thumb drive of some type, or how will those be actually
We are
introduced?
speed watching
I don't
trial.
think we'll introduce them as individual exhibits on CDs or DVDs.
Okay. And just want to confirm every time something is discussed that counsel on both sides have seen whatever the exhibits are before we have those conversations or any objections or clarifications.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Murphy has been working. We've been working well together.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from the state, Judge.
Nothing from the state, thank you.
Not from defense or anything.
Go ahead. Now's the time to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. Last time the DA's office asked us not to photograph somebody, and I spoke to my editor about it. he gave me some suggested language that before the court makes a decision on that, I'd like the opportunity to confer with counsel. I understand the New Mexico Supreme Court specifically authorized the media to photograph and record court proceedings as outlined in Supreme Court Rule 23-107. I want to ensure the company's rights under this rule are upheld as well as my rights under the First Amendment. Maybe it came up, when in the Joseph Jones trial, when they asked us not to photograph the victim's wife, she demonstrated something with the DA's office in the will. My photographer's not here yet. He didn't hear that admonition about the victim's family, but generally everything that's going on in the courtroom, we already know that we can't photograph the jury, but I've been told to state this if I'm directed, if there's further prohibitions, especially from others besides the judge just requesting our behavior be a certain way.
May I respond, Your Honor? None of the victims or their family are witnesses in this case. They'll be observers. And under the Victims Crime Act and the New Mexico Constitution, they have a right to privacy and be treated with dignity and respect. I understand Pedro's concern in terms of if it was a witness offering testimony during the court proceedings proper, but we're talking about either in the hallway or when they're seated in the gallery.
If I may, Your Honor, I don't necessarily know who is who either, so it's sort of an edict without full information for us.
If you have a concern, Ms. Murphy, if something occurs, bring it to the attention of the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to step off the bench. We'll get the jury brought into the courtroom and seated, and then we'll come back in and I'll swear them in and we'll get started. We're in recess and off the record.
Okay, so we're going to speed trial through this. We're watching this quickly. We're going to skip ahead to when we come back in, when the jury comes in.
Been instructed on the law.
We're not going to read the instructions to the jury. We're starting with the opening statements. There we go.
LinkedIn, YouTube, X, Snapchat, TikTok. You must not communicate any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I have accepted your verdict. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or evidence with anyone, even with each other, because you have not heard all of the evidence, you have not been instructed on the law, and you have not heard all of the final arguments of the attorneys. If an exhibit is admitted into evidence, you should examine it for yourself and not talk about it with any other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your juror badges in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, please report that fact to a member of my staff at once. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or in the elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying good morning or good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not greet you outside the courtroom or avoid riding in the elevators with you, they are not being rude. They are simply clarifying, observing this rule. And again, counsel, you're directed to advise your witnesses and others involved in the case not to approach the jury. Does either party wish to invoke the rule?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requested the rule of exclusion be invoked.
The defense also agrees.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we attorneys talk in code. The rule is a rule of procedure. What it calls for during a trial is that each of the witnesses come in one at a time and don't listen to the testimony of the other jurors that are testifying before them. There's a few exceptions to the rule. Expert witnesses often are allowed to listen to the testimony of other expert witnesses. Is the state designating a case agent for this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, Sergeant Javier Vigil.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay. So again, Mr. Vigil will be allowed to be present to assist counsel at the counsel table, and he may also be called as a witness in the case. Is the defense designating anyone else other than counsel?
I have my investigator, David Meek.
Okay. Is he a witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, but he'll be assisting you at counsel table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. You may remain, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the defendant is always allowed. He is the individual that's on trial in this case, and he's always present in the courtroom. At this time, the prosecuting attorney will now make an opening statement. Defense counsel will then have an opportunity to make his opening statement or may reserve until later in the trial to make its opening statement. What is said in opening is not evidence. The opening statement is simply the lawyer's opportunity to tell you what the lawyer expects the evidence to show. Who will open for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed and come up and get set up.
This podium does not turn, is that correct?
It does not turn, so you can turn the microphone and kind of work on an angle.
Good morning. With the dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with the hilt, east to west. Then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. I'm just waiting for you to make the first move. I'm just saying, swing and don't regret the aim. I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. These are just some of the texts and messages that Isaac Apodaca sent his girlfriend, Kiara McCauley, over a multi-hour period from October 28th of 2022 through the next day about a plot to murder Grace Jennings. Grace didn't know that the person that she trusted, Isaac Apodaca, to house her, her cats, and her belongings for a night, was helping plan her murder. By 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, just 14 hours after she had arrived at the garage residence occupied by Kiara and Isaac, Grace was dead. She was brutally stabbed and sliced using a sword. She had piercing injuries throughout her body, both ones that caused her death and ones that occurred after her death. 19-year-old Kiara McCauley is the one that swung that sword and stabbed Grace. But Isaac Apodaca helped, and he encouraged Kiara every single step of the way until Kiara took Grace's life. This trial is not about whether it was Kiara or whether it was Isaac that killed Grace Jennings. It is about all of the effort that Isaac Apodaca undertook to make it happen. This case is about Isaac's relationship with Kiara and the toxic dynamics that he used to punish, push, cajole Kiara to do his bidding. This case is about manipulation that was long-standing and coercive control. The evidence in this case will show that Isaac is the architect of Grace's murder. So by way of background, Kiara, Isaac, and Grace all knew each other. Kiara and Grace had grown up around one another, and according to Kiara, they dated as young teens. It was a volatile dynamic by the end, and Grace and Kiara weren't really supposed to be around each other. Grace was not allowed at Kiara's house, and they were not friendly with one another. Isaac asserts that he and Grace later dated after they met on Snapchat, a social media platform, and according to Isaac, they subsequently broke up, but they remained friendly. One day at the Santa Fe Place Mall, Kiara ran into Grace and Isaac, and that's how she met. Kiara met Isaac. And subsequently, she and Isaac started dating, and they remained more or less together despite fights that went both ways and dramatic breakups and reunifications. As Kiara's time in her multi-year relationship with Isaac went on, you will learn that Kiara grew to believe the increasingly bizarre stories that Isaac would tell her, including that he, Isaac, had seen video footage of Kiara being gang raped and Grace accepting money for it. This allegedly occurred when Grace and Kiara were both teens.
Whoa.
Now, Kiara has always been odd, and the evidence may reflect that she's pretty gullible. And this increased as time went on, with Isaac and their power dynamics shifting and evolving into one where she would continuously make choices contrary to her health and to her safety. Choices that were not rational, choices that are against her self-interest, choices that an average person would choose not to make. For example, you will hear evidence that 6 months prior to the murder in April of 2022, Isaac beat up Kiara, breaking her thumb after hulking out. And Kiara cooperated with the police in a case, but later backed off and chose not to do so. When Isaac suggested that Kiara prostitute herself, she did so, with Isaac keeping the money. She even went back to sex work at his behest after Kiara was raped by a John that had hired her. This evidence will be offered for a very limited purpose, and it will be offered to show Isaac's knowledge that he could manipulate Kiara, his intent to manipulate her on the day of the murder, and for the coercive dynamic between the two of them. You will see that when Kiara was told that Isaac was part of a secret vigilante organization called Ghost that was created for the purpose of killing sex traffickers, she believed Isaac, that he had started this secret vigilante organization. She believed him when he told her that if Kiara, killed Grace, who was on a kill list chosen specifically for Kiara, that she would move up the ranks and have perks in the black market. That's a statement from one of the messages between Isaac and Kiara. That statement was made during the night of the plot of Grace's murder. There will be no evidence in this case that Ghost is a real group or that Isaac was in fact a secret vigilante killer with access to a barn for killing people, but she believed him when he told her so. Kiara begins to believe Isaac when he convinces her that she has multiple personalities or dissociative identity disorder, helping her to name the different personalities and playing into their existence. So at this point, you may be sitting there thinking, wow, those are some bold claims. Where on earth is all of that evidence going to come from? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be from variety of sources. It'll be in the form of civilian testimony, who will take the stand and take the same oath as every other category of witness, forensic expert witnesses, such as fingerprints and DNA analysts, and a pathologist who performed Grace's autopsy. It'll be in the form of law enforcement testimony. It'll be in the form of data points from cell phones and Facebook search warrants. It'll be in the form of testimony from Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist named Dr. Michael Wellner. So now that you have some background, maybe it's a good time for me to go ahead and kind of put all this upcoming evidence into a roadmap and a timeline for you. I'll try to generally refer to the witnesses more or less in the order that they'll appear in the trial, starting later this morning. So as to the timeline that the evidence will establish, October 28th of 2022, Grace Jennings needed a place to stay, and she reached out via Instagram, another social media platform, to Isaac Apodaca, who agreed to let her come over. Now, despite knowing that Kiara hated Grace and that Kiara did not want Grace there, he allowed it. Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar Drive, the house owned by Kiara's mom, Lanny McCauley, around 11:30 p.m. Lanny remained in her house, which is the main part of the property, the main house is what we'll call it, during the trial. She didn't have any idea that Grace was on the property. And the plan between Isaac and Kiara initially that night was for him to then bring Grace to a nearby park where Kiara was dressed up in scary clothes and carrying her sword. We know these things, again, because of the messages between Kiara and Isaac. But he did not, in fact, bring Grace to the park. They instead went to the single-room detached garage in the back part of the property, where Kiara and Isaac mostly stayed. Eventually, Kiara left the park, and she entered the garage. Everyone was present. Everything was relatively calm. And after a while, Isaac left. He went to the main house. Kiara and Grace talked. He returned. And for the rest of the night and the morning, Isaac and Kiara messaged each other with very few breaks, each using their own cell phones. And some of it's innocuous emojis and stickers and cartoons, but much of it centers on killing Grace. At times, Kiara actively participates. She asks Isaac to be the one to kill Grace. They message about how they will clean up afterward, using hydrogen peroxide or what they'll throw away or put in the laundry. They discuss using the dagger versus the sword. But Isaac, when asked to do it, will deflect, but he repeatedly encourages her to commit the murder throughout. You'll see that they often use their pet names for each other. Kiara was Puggle. Isaac was called Otter. Throughout the night, all three of them lay in the same bed
Puggle
to sleep.
and Otter? What?
With Isaac across the foot of the bed. You'll see a picture of that from the messages. In the early to mid-morning, they concoct a plan, Kiara and Isaac, while Grace is sleeping, presumably, that Isaac calls Operation Fake Kickout, where he tells Grace that they both have to leave. This was not a real kickout. Operation Fake Kickout is commencing. He is setting up the opportunity for Kiara to kill Grace. So as that's about to commence, Isaac sends the final psychological blow of a message to Kiara to push Kiara to kill Grace. He again tells Kiara that Grace has previously confessed to it being the delusional gang rape that he's claimed that Grace facilitated years prior. These final messages are sent at 1:27 in the afternoon. At this point, Kiara has summoned enough rage. Isaac knows that he plans to use the sword that is present in the garage, and he goes into the house briefly, stopping to help Lanny McCauley put a rug in the washing machine and to urinate. When he returns, Kiara has the sword. Grace is dead or dying on the bed. He tells Kiara to go shower. She does. So Kiara goes into the main house to shower, saying hello to her mom. She removes the clothes that she'd been wearing during the murder and puts them in the laundry hamper. After showering and changing, she goes back to the garage. She finds Grace's body in a different position than she left it, and Isaac is gone. She didn't know that after Googling how to dispose of a body, that Isaac had instead left. He called his mom, Linda Montoya, and went to AP Wireless, a cell phone store down the street. Linda called 911 at 1:46 p.m., triggering a police response. You will hear portions of that 911 call as the first bit of evidence this morning. Within about 6 minutes of Linda calling 911, at about 1:52 in the afternoon, the initial responding officers arrive. Santa Fe Police Department officers Francisco Alvarado, Alejandro Arroyo, and Manuel Romero are arriving at the house and approaching the property regarding the reports of a stabbing homicide. You'll see as Alvarado approaches the side fence, he sees Kiara go from the garage back to the main house, and he yells, "Contact, contact," meaning that he sees a person. He follows. She shuts the door into the main house. Alvarado notices blood on that back door and begins to kick it in. Lanny and Kiara exit the residence, and they are detained. Now, a brief period of confusion kind of sets in about whether police had even responded to the right place. Could this have been a prank? Because everything is so calm. But that's when Alejandro Arroyo confirms the address and finds out that the body is allegedly in the garage. He uses Lanny's keys to open the garage door and sees Grace's body. She is visibly dead. She's on the floor directly in front of the door, slumped against the edge of the mattress. Emergency medical responders arrive and they confirm her death using EKG leads. So while those three officers, Arroyo, Alvarado, and Romero, secure that scene, Santa Fe Police Department officers Cesar Ornales and Derek Arn are responding to AP Wireless. There, they detain Isaac Apodaca. They Mirandize him. They tell him he has the right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him. Anyone who's watched a Law and Order episode or two knows their Miranda rights. He gets a statement from Isaac, and then he and his colleague take steps to secure the cell phone that Isaac has in his hand and on his person. Shortly thereafter, Violent Crimes Unit Detective, who's now a sergeant, Javier Vigil, is assigned the case, as there has obviously been a homicide that necessitates an investigating detective. He first goes to the house on Jaguar. He gets briefed, looks around, and then leaves to go to the station to interview Isaac and Kiara, who have been transported there. During all of this, search warrants are initiated, and the scene is secured and set up to be processed. And when I say scene, I mostly mean the garage, the place where Grace died. Now, I've mentioned the physical or the digital evidence, the messages in the case, but as I've kind of hinted, the digital evidence won't stand alone. It's corroborated by a lot of the physical evidence that you'll hear about next. The scene is processed, that's the word for searched, by crime scene technician Maria Tena. She is a trained member of law enforcement who collects and photographs evidence. Excuse me. She will help us answer the question of what happened in that garage. Through Officer Tena, you will see pictures of the garage both before and after Grace's body is removed for autopsy. You will see that the garage is small, with much of the room taken up by a mattress and a couple small pieces of furniture. And that other than the items that have evidentiary value, the garage is full of trash, urine bottles, multiple cats, and several bags and boxes of Grace's belongings that she had brought with her. Officer Tena photographs the scene as different items of evidentiary value are kind of removed, and the scene is processed almost kind of layer by layer. Of the items that she collects, which there were many, some of the most important are the large, bloody, double-handed broadsword. Has a 36-inch blade and is the murder weapon in this case. She collects Grace's cell phone, some bloody bedding that demonstrates that the murder seems to have mostly taken place on top of the bed. She collects Kiara McCauley's cell phone, which was located under Grace's body on the floor in the blood. A dagger that was not used in the murder itself, but was one of the items that Isaac and Kiara contemplated using. Isaac at one point urging Kiara to use the dagger because it's blunt and would cut better. Officer Tena's testimony will, in essence, show us how those messages that were sent between Isaac and Kiara foreshadowed what actually then took place in the crime scene. Now, what is not present in this case is evidence of the use of hard drugs. There's no meth, no crack, no PCP or bath salts, or any paraphernalia associated with the use of hard drugs. The evidence will be that the only substances present on scene was alcohol and marijuana, and that neither of those appears to have been heavily used, if used at all. Also know there will be no evidence in this case of sexual activity between Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. This is not some sort of polyamorous love triangle. There's no evidence of a threesome that night. When we say people were in the bed, we mean for purposes of texting and sleeping. I want to talk to you now about the three forensic experts that you will hear from regarding Grace's body and the sword. Dr. Emily Helmrich is a forensic pathologist at the Office of the Medical Investigator. She conducted Grace's autopsy and will testify about the many injuries to Grace's body, including the injuries that pierced vital organs, such as her liver and lungs, injuries that left Grace nearly decapitated. She will put in context whether which injuries were fatal, which injuries occurred close to or even after death. And unsurprisingly, the evidence will be that Grace died of sharp force injuries and that the manner of death is a homicide. Two individuals from the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory will testify. One is Jeffrey Smith, who conducted the fingerprint, also called latent analysis, determining that the only resolvable latents or finger palm prints resolved from the sword are consistent with being from Kiara. DNA analyst Rosalind Archuleta is the one who conducted the DNA testing on multiple items, including Kiara's clothing, the sword, swabs obtained from the scene, and other pieces of evidence. She will testify in essence that the blood on the sword is Grace's, and that the primary profile that can be resolved from the sword is Kiara's. Again, this is not surprising, as Kiara is the primary person that handled that sword, and she cut her hands during the murder, leaving some of her own DNA behind. Sergeant Vigil is our third to last witness. You heard us refer to him as the case agent. He is the one who worked this case from start until today. He's the one who evidence flows to and through in putting the whole picture together. As I stated, he interviewed Isaac Apodaca and Kiara McCauley at the police station while the crime scene was being processed. He interviewed Isaac first. Isaac was again Mirandized. You will see the Miranda waiver form, waiving his rights and agreeing to speak to Sergeant Vigil. He begins the interview, Isaac, by telling a lengthy series of stories about how Kiara was being violent and creepy and using a butterfly knife that was never recovered, and that she basically did all of the murdering by herself on her own free will. After a long series of stories, Sergeant Vigil realizes the phones are involved, and he decides to go through Isaac's phone with him, and he obtains permission from Isaac to do so. And it's during the review of those messages that the case, as it relates to Isaac, breaks wide open. The evidence shows that Isaac wasn't just aware of the plan to murder Grace. He was actively participating in conversations about it for hours and hours. Isaac initially denies sending those messages, or then admits to portions but not others, but then he ultimately admits that he sent the messages. And he even acknowledges that he wanted Kiara to kill Grace. The interview will be yours to watch, and you can see for yourself how Isaac tangled himself up in multiple lies. Sergeant Vigil then interviewed Kiara. Now, Kiara is not in trial in this case, and therefore her interview is not going to be admissible evidence, so you won't see that play through. But you will hear her testify, and she will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied knowing what happened.
Approach, come on up.
Defense objects there. Has something to do with the fact that Kiara is not on trial. Therefore, you won't hear her interview. That's because her interview would be hearsay, but she is going to testify, and you'll hear her testify about it. So, I've already broken my counter. I reached a limit for the day that YouTube does not let you exceed, or that Google does not let you exceed. Here we go. Skipping through the little parts.
Thank you, Judge. So as I stated, Kiara will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied remembering or knowing exactly what had happened to Grace. So at this point in his very early investigation, Sergeant Vigil had overwhelming amounts of evidence. He had a lot of evidence that Grace was murdered, that Kiara had murdered Grace, and that Isaac had made statements implicating himself via those messages and other actions. But that his investigation did not end with those interviews. In the months, days, weeks that followed, he secured search warrants for the devices that were collected, including ones that ended up not being relevant or even were blank. He interviewed Lanny McCauley, Linda Montoya. He reviewed test results, phone extractions, listened to recorded phone calls. He will review many and most of those data points with you during his testimony to show you how he was able to make the links between Isaac's Facebook accounts and Isaac's phone that he used to send the messages to Kiara. Even as late as 2025, Sergeant Vigil continued to work the case, working with experts to locate witnesses that could have some additional information or collateral information. Sergeant Vigil is the individual that will put everything sort of together and show how he's reconstructed things to lay out the process and the planning of the murder through Isaac's own digital communications. Finally, you'll hear from our last two witnesses that the state will call of the 1920, Kiara McCauley and Dr. Michael Wellner. Now, Kiara has pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And this may not reflect the full scope of the crime she committed. This is a bargained-for exchange that allowed her to plead to a lesser charge in exchange for her testimony and cooperation. In other words, Kiara no longer enjoys the right to remain silent, and she no longer enjoys the right to freedom, nor will she for a long time. Her plea requires truthful cooperation, and she faces additional penalties and potential charges if she fails or refuses to testify truthfully. This means that Kiara will need to sit in court and detail the murder of Grace. She will need to be confronted with prior inconsistent statements. She's been interviewed several times by law enforcement, even by Isaac's own attorneys. She will have to lay it all out there. We expect the evidence to show that Kiara has a very difficult time distinguishing between her very complicated feelings about Grace and the delusions that played into the long-standing and very public murder plot. She will acknowledge the messages using the sword and also acknowledge the confusion of finding out that Isaac had not, in fact, stayed behind to help clean up while she showered, like they'd discussed, but instead he'd fled the scene, called his mom, who then called 911. Kiara may come across as strange, unlikable, disturbed, profoundly broken. But she may also come across as someone who would do a lot of things for love. Our final witness will be Dr. Michael Wellner. We expect both him and Kiara to testify on Monday. He is a nationally renowned forensic psychiatrist who has published, researched, taught, and testified in the field of forensic psychiatry for 30 years. He has reviewed the evidence in this case, including background information of the parties, and he's even conducted some of his own interviews of civilian witnesses. And his testimony, ladies and gentlemen, will help answer the question of how someone can help, encourage, or even cause their partner to commit a violent murder. Because ultimately, that's what the evidence in this case is expected to show. The state of New Mexico expects that the evidence will show that Isaac Apodaca incited and instigated this murder. The evidence will demonstrate that it wasn't impulsive or a split-second decision, and it was a deliberate plan. And at the end of all of this evidence, we will ask you to return guilty verdicts for first-degree, willfully and deliberately committed murder under an aided and abetted or accomplice theory, as well as conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Wow, that's the doozy of a
Thank you,
case.
counsel. Does the defense wish to open at this time or reserve?
Defense will open, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Defense does
counsel. Go ahead.
open. It means they might.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a restful holiday week. Over the course of the next week, probably into Wednesday, as the judge has stated earlier, you're going to hear some testimony. You're going to see some evidence. What you are not going to see is any evidence that 29-year-old Isaac Sampson Apodaca, seated over there, is guilty of the crimes charged by the state of New Mexico. Now, you heard Ms. Murphy go in to a long opening statement, and it's just that. Opening statement is just a statement as to what the parties could show, what the evidence could show. And Ms. Murphy laundry listed all of her witnesses and what they could potentially say. But what you will learn, and what Ms. Murphy acknowledged, is that Ms. Kiara McCulley butchered Grace Jennings more than a dozen times. And then now they want to blame Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing of Grace Jennings with a 3-foot sword, 36 inches, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, a 36-inch sword more than a dozen times. And the state, and you're going to hear a lot of stuff about coercion and control and different things, that the state is going to want you to believe that Isaac Apodaca coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley to stab Grace Jennings more than a dozen times, even post-mortem, after death. The level of provocation and rage that you will see that Kiara McCulley exhibited on that day is extraordinary. And yet they're going to try to argue that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled her. And Kiara herself, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, is going to testify. And she got a deal. She got an agreement. Leniency in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing. These are, serious allegations that the state is going to try and make you believe that the defendant, who himself was clearly gullible and manipulated, somehow coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley, who again bludgeoned Grace Jennings to death. You may ask, why are we here? We are here because of some messages. There were messages that the state is going to introduce. But that in and of itself does not point towards Isaac's responsibility in this case as an accomplice or aiding, abetting, or any theory. Those statements could have been, maybe not the best statements. Clearly, he was being manipulated by somebody who, you will see through the evidence, had rage and was planning this situation. Nobody expected Kiara McCulley to do what she did on that particular day. Before I discuss the facts in more details, I want you to remind you of the standard. I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman and try to sell you on beyond a reasonable doubt, because this is a pretty straightforward case. And you will hear testimony about accomplice liability, aiding and abetting, and the burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's not required that the state prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And we're not going to argue here that aliens somehow landed on Earth and encouraged or intended for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. All we're asking is that X could have happened instead of Y. The state is trying to argue that Isaac Apodaca was somehow an accomplice, an aiding and abetting. We're saying, no, he wasn't. Wasn't involved in this. You're going to hear a lot of contradictions from Kiara McCulley when she testifies. She even discussed how there was a sword that Isaac handled and somehow cut her. Yet you will see no DNA of Isaac's DNA on any of the swords, that he handled anything. He wasn't even in the room, as you will learn from testimony. Isaac was cooperative. Isaac went to a T-Mobile store. His mother had called 911. He was there at a T-Mobile store, cooperated with authorities. Kiara McCulley, on the other hand, you're going to hear, ran. She split because she knew she had committed a heinous crime. Isaac, on the other hand, was scared, cooperative, but understood that something serious had happened beyond his control in that house, and he was cooperative with police. Not the behavior of a killer. It's not the behavior of a killer to go to a T-Mobile store, cooperate with police, after his mom had notified authorities, told his mom, and then it's not the behavior of a killer to do that. It is the behavior of a killer. Kiara McCulley, who we're agreeing, state agrees, bludgeoned this individual, Grace Jennings, more than a dozen times to death again. It is reasonable to believe that Kiara McCulley would run because she was the one who was guilty of murder. And she, in fact, did when authorities arrived. the state's going to try to argue that this was somehow premeditated, deliberate murder under a theory of accomplice liability. But the evidence will show you something else. The evidence should show that, again, Isaac Apodaca was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. Evidence will show that Isaac went to the main house, used a restroom. When he returned to the garage, he found Grace Jennings already deceased with severe injuries. Kiara McCulley was standing there and told Isaac, "I did it." Isaac's first reaction was not to flee, not to hide, not to destroy evidence. His first reaction was to call his mother and tell her to call 911. And again, he went to a nearby cell phone store and was cooperative with police. Does that sound like somebody who is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated first-degree murder? Go to a cell phone store, have his mom call 911, and then cooperate with authorities? Again, that's not the behavior of a killer. Again, and the state will try to argue that there were text messages. And Kiara, as you will hear, will say all kinds of different stories. And we'll have witnesses here who will say that Kiara had been planning this, and Isaac had no knowledge, no idea what was going on. And again, this is I don't want to say it's a simple case, it's a very serious case.
Messages.
But you really have to kind of hone in on whether Isaac had any willful, deliberate, or premeditated intent to commit first-degree murder here. And that did not happen. Murder. When asked if she killed Grace Jennings, Kiara had stated, "I'm not sure." Then she had told Isaac, "I did it." And then you'll hear numerous contradictions throughout the testimony. And also you'll hear DNA testimony. You'll find out that there's no DNA of Isaac's, although Kiara argues that Isaac was handling the sword and somehow cut her. So pay attention to the evidence very carefully. Actually, some of our theories overlap. Our arguments, I should say, overlap with the state. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCulley was involved in this. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCulley got an agreement in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, wouldn't you? If you're going to be spending much of the rest of your life in jail?
Objection, Your Honor.
This is an interesting opening statement on the part of the defense. It seems
evidence will show that Isaac immediately, when Grace Jennings was killed.
1 second, back up.
The evidence will show that Isaac was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. The evidence will show that Kiara McCulley confessed to him, "I did it." The evidence will show that Isaac immediately called for help. The evidence will show that Kiara McCulley had violent fantasies, claimed mental illness, admitted holding a weapon, and trying to stab Grace Jennings, and could not even confirm to police whether she had killed Grace. At the end of the trial, after you've heard all the evidence and considered it carefully, we will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. The state will not have proven their burden. They will not have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca had committed first-degree murder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the state's case in chief. We call the proofs. Is everyone all right in the jury box?
I'm all right.
Another half hour, 45 minutes or so.
Sure.
And then we'll take our morning break.
We'll skip through
Counsel,
that, too.
who's your first witness?
Your Honor, before we call our first witness, we would ask to approach about an issue.
Come on up.
Oh, good. We're going to skip through that as well. Lots of skipping ahead, which is important because they're finishing their case here soon. We'll speed watch this whole trial.
Mr. Long, who are you calling as the first witness?
The state calls Chris Flores.
Have him come in. Sir, if you'd come all the way up here to where the bailiff is standing. Sir, if you face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Have you ever testified in front of a jury before?
Yes.
Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Make sure you understand the questions that are being asked of you. If you
Don't
don't,
screw
say
up.
something.
Okay.
And the attorneys will clarify. If you begin by stating your name for our record and spelling your last name for us, please.
My name is Christopher Flores. It's Flores.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a dispatcher at the Regional Emergency Communication Center in Santa Fe. I've been there for 14 years and the last 4 as a supervisor.
And does your agency, and is it okay if the Regional Emergency Communication Center?
Yes.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, I know.
Is it okay if I refer to that as the RECC?
Of course.
Okay.
The wreck.
And does your agency keep a recording of all emergency calls that come in or emergency calls that go out?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording made at the same time that the call comes in or that the call goes out?
Yes.
Does your agency keep a written record of all emergency calls that come in or go out?
Yes.
And is that written record made at the same time or near when the call comes in or goes out?
Yes.
As part of your job there, are you one of the individuals that is responsible for acting as a records custodian?
In a way, but it's not my full capacity job, no.
Okay, but it's part of what you do?
Correct.
Okay. And as custodian, are you able to pull recordings of the calls incoming and outgoing?
Yes.
And you said that you've testified before in court?
Yes, I have.
Right. Did you pull a recording, a 911 call that came in on October 29th, 2022 at about 1:46 p.m. for this case?
I have, yes.
Okay. And do you know if that call was from a person that identified herself as Linda Montoya?
That is correct.
And was that call about a possible incident at 5941 Jaguar Drive in Santa Fe?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Show counsel what you have. All right. Go ahead.
And, sir, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and State's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And you recognize those?
Yes.
And without saying what they are, let the jury know how you recognize them. Is there anything on there that looks familiar to you?
Oh, my signature and the date.
Okay. And did you put your signature and the date on there after you listened to those calls?
Yes.
All right. And are those recordings a fair and accurate representation of the calls that came into your agency on October 29, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 1 and 2.
Question, is it a duplicate of the same call? Are there 2 separate calls or is it in pieces?
It is, and actually, at this point, let's talk about Exhibit 1. What is Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is the call from Linda Montoya.
All right, and then let's talk about Exhibit 2. What is Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is the call from Isaac.
Does that answer the court's question?
Yes. Is there any objection to States 1 and 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Go ahead and get these back for me.
If we have to slow this down, we will. But, currently, I've added Sword Killer Day 1 to the title of the stream here. Looking ahead, Trouble in Tennessee, and then Sword Killer Day 1. Wait for them to plug in the cords. Make me fast forward. I will. Okay, they waited too long.
Tell me what her name is.
They are playing it. Hang on.
Are you still there?
I It started right after I stopped it. Okay, 911 call incoming. Could be a wild one. There we go.
Okay. And Isaac, are you still there?
No, I left the property. It's very traumatic for me because I had witnessed. I was in the back seat of a friend's car back in 2000 in, I think it was 2013, and I watched somebody walk up to the car and they got killed, and then his wife.
Okay.
What?
Are you okay? Do you need somebody to be checked out by the ambulance or anything like that, or?
I'm really shaken up right now, so
Yeah, I just want to know if you want an ambulance to go check on you.
I don't know if I want somebody to check in on me. I'm trying to debate my option right now.
That sounds guilty. Trying to debate my options. Because one time someone walked up to my...
At 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay, so she's still there?
Yes.
Can you tell me what her name is?
Kiara McCulley.
And do you know why this happened?
I do not know why this happened.
Okay. And do you know who the other person that was there was?
Yes.
Who was the other person there?
The other person was a friend of mine. Her name was Grace Jennings.
Okay. Has she had the sword for a long time?
She's only had the sword for about a week.
Okay. So where are you right now?
AP Wireless.
Okay.
I'm sitting inside AP Wireless. I'm staying far away because it is very traumatic for me. As I said, I've witnessed.
Because he saw someone...
So do you live at Jaguar too, or no?
Car accident? What?
I'm technically not supposed to be living at 5941 Jaguar, but it's only because I have no other place to stay.
Okay.
So I'm trying to... I honestly don't know what to do right now.
Okay, I just want you to keep talking to me, okay? Just so that way we can see if we can get you the best help and everybody else involved the best help that's possible, okay?
Okay. All right.
I'm still on the phone with you, okay?
I don't know how much longer.
Okay, are you not calling on your own phone?
What did you say?
Are you calling on your own phone?
Yes, my phone's like at 8%, but it'll last.
You're at a cell phone store. You can charge...
Like, okay, you're at Adam Paul Wireless, or you're like at the AT&T store?
It's AT Wireless with Boost Mobile. There's right across from Caesar Tapas.
Okay. I'm going to send some people to check on you, okay? Just to make sure that you're okay.
Okay.
Will you stay right there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what you're wearing?
I'm wearing a black and gold shirt with denim pants.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and step outside the store so that way an officer can speak with you?
Hold your hands
Yes.
up.
Okay. Let me know when you're outside.
Yes, I called.
And with the court's permission, now I will publish State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, that was stage 2, and the next one is 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, this is a crazy it's a crazy murder trial.
Yes, there's something happened at with my son. He had walked in and his girlfriend killed another girl. They live at 5941.
5941 what?
Jaguar Drive.
So you're saying that your son's girlfriend walked in and killed another girl?
No, my son walked in on his girlfriend killing another girl. That's what he's telling me right now on the other.
Whoa.
And it's in the garage. He told me that he bought her a sword recently, and she used it on the girl. She's freaking out. She's traumatized. No, you leave everything alone.
What is your name?
My name is Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, what's the phone number you're calling from? I know you're not there, but what's the phone number you're calling from?
Call me on 505-316-453.
Whoa. We don't need that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I went straight to Princess Bride. When you say my name is Montoya, you have to.
Thank you, Violet. He's going to sit over there.
So this is a phone call from the mom. The defendant's mom calls 911.
Can you tell me what his girlfriend said?
There's some redacted parts here. It'll come together for you. I think it will. But this is wild. So far, the defendant's called 911 and the mom is called 911. Both sort of telling the defendant's story. I bought my girlfriend a sword and now she killed some other girl with it. Please send help. They've muted out parts for us so we can't hear part of this. He's trying to debate his options. Who uses a sword? And definitely, if what the state has said in their opening is holds true with the evidence, even if this guy didn't physically do the deed, I could definitely see him being charged for it. Especially if you've got a vulnerable individual that he's being manipulated into doing the dirty work. Three-foot sword. Okay, now I admit my family has swords. Like, I don't own any personally, but my family has a bunch of them, a ton of them, like 20 or so. But we ran a booth at the Scottish Festival where we had made all sorts of outfits. We had kilts and dresses and shirts and everything, and people could come and try on, and it was basically, we were doing free pictures where you got to use all these props and loads of swords. You know, Scottish, you need a sword to be Scottish. And so we have them for that reason, but I don't think any of them are sharp enough to do anything but poke a hole in someone. You can't really cut. Maybe they are sharp. I don't know. Maybe we're handing out real weapons. Sword came on her Amazon account, not his. Montoya and swords make sense. Yeah, it checks out. Maybe they were LARPing. But LARPing doesn't use real swords. They use like foam pool noodles, right? Live action role play stuff. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead because we can. I don't know how long they're cutting this out. Why do we? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have no audio because it just turned off.
Killing another girl. That's what he's telling me right now on the other. And it's in the garage. He told me that he bought her a sword recently, and she used it on the girl.
Okay, we're re-listening to this. Hang on.
She's freaking out. She's traumatized. No, you speak everything alone.
What is your name?
My name is Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, what's the phone number you're calling from? I know you're not there, but what's the phone number you're calling from?
8675309. See, I muted it for the phone number, and then I forgot to turn the volume back on. So I'm sorry about that. That was a big mistake on my part.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, we're on the New Mexico case.
AT wireless. He's going to sit over there.
Can you tell me what the... Can you tell me what his girlfriend's name is?
These poor dispatchers.
Say that again?
What's his girlfriend's name?
His girlfriend's name is Kara. And the girl that, Kara McCauley. She's being retarded.
I'm sorry, this is just funny. You
Okay,
have to
what's
see
the other
this.
girl's name?
This dude.
Grace, and I don't know her last
chips in
name.
court. That's just funny.
Okay, what's your son's name?
Isaac Apodaca.
What's Isaac's date of birth?
His date of birth is December 19th, 1996. He is sitting at AP Wireless because he had to be away from there. He was afraid of his life.
So he left?
So he's sitting at AP Wireless on Jaguar Drive.
He was afraid of his life.
What does your son look like?
He is 5'11", almost 5'11", 6 foot. He's husky. I don't know what he's wearing. He has short hair and long hair where it goes to the side.
What color
Light
is it?
skin. It's like an amber.
He has amber locks of hair that glisten in the sun like an angel. You'll see him. You'll know it's him. This is the weirdest call ever. These poor dispatchers are like, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Well, he's crying. Okay. He was on my phone with the phone number I gave you. And I need to call him back to see how he's doing.
Okay, so you hung up with him?
He's still on the phone on my phone, my other phone.
He's on your other phone? Can you give us his number so we can call him and talk to him and see if he gives us information as we can?
Yes.
What's his number?
Hold on.
His number is also, coincidentally,
Hold on. It's
867-5309. 867-5309.
372.
867-5309. 99. That's it. Yes, thank you. I was about to open a bag of Lay's potato chips, and my wife comes in with food. That was close.
What a salad in box.
Isaac, hold on.
It's a salad.
Isaac, the doctor's going to call you. So you got to hang up, okay? All right, I love you, son. All right. Hello?
I'm here. Did you connect with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to call him right now, okay?
Okay, he's like scared. He's crying. He's sick, and I can't have him in my house because I have COPD. He's traumatized and he's worried.
Is he known to use drugs or anything like that?
No drugs. He doesn't drink.
And this residence that he was at a minute ago, that's his home?
That's his home.
And he lives there with the girlfriend?
Yes.
Anyone else live with them?
Her mom lives in the main house. They live in the garage. They have animals. They have cats and dogs. Her mom lives in the main house. Her name is Lainey McCauley.
Just confirming the address is 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to keep you on the phone just in case we have any additional questions for you, okay?
Okay.
We called your boy, but he didn't answer, so we'll try him back again.
Hello?
I'm here.
Mom, somebody call me on my phone. I'm going to text him.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you.
Okay.
We did get on scene already, so we are with somebody down. I don't know if they found your son yet or not.
Okay, because he said he will be at AP Wireless.
Okay. I think they went and looked for him and didn't see him, but I will let them know again so they can try to find him, okay? So if you get any more information, if you talk to him and you know, if you get a hold of him, tell him to stay where he's at and then just let us know where he's at so we can go to him, okay? I don't want him to walk up on anything and, you know, obviously it's a violent thing, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Flores, just a few more questions for you very briefly.
Okay.
Just to confirm, the phone call that we just listened to from the person that said that she was Linda Montoya, that came in at 1:46 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the first phone call that we listened to from the person that identified himself as Isaac Apodaca, that came in at 1:52 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. If we may just approach real quick.
Come on up.
morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
Do you need water or anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. How long have you been working for the RECC?
Since February of 2012.
And you had stated that you were an actual operator for a while?
Correct.
How long did you do that?
I still do it. I'm just a supervisor as well. But for, I'm sorry, what was the question one more time?
How long were you an actual operator?
Oh, I'm still an operator, so
and what
14 years.
14 years?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you have to do that?
There's a state academy that I went to for 2 weeks, and it's like an in-house training.
Okay. And the in-house trainings with Santa Fe?
That's correct.
And how long is that in-house training?
Typically about 9 months to a year. Mine was about 9 months.
And so you learn, I'm guessing, quite a bit on how to, I guess, interpret phone calls?
Correct.
And do you learn basically that, well, why don't you describe for the jurors what a computer-aided dispatch is?
So it's just a system that we enter information into just to better help us get information from the caller to the officers or the responders.
And what is the difference between the CAD, i.e. the computer-aided dispatch, and what we just heard?
So the CAD is written information, and what we just heard was an audio recording.
And when you get the timings from this audio recording, how do you get them? Do you get them from the CAD or from the audio recording itself?
From the audio recording itself.
Okay. And when you admitted exhibits 1 and 2, you were aware that those times, those were the times that the phone calls came in?
Yes.
Okay. And during your experience as a 911 operator, I'm guessing that you get a lot of different phone calls for one incident, especially a murder?
Correct.
And do you have to then, at that point in time, figure out who was calling about what and assign the same number to any certain phone call?
What do you mean by number?
Well, when you get a phone call, for instance, in this case, was this case assigned a CAD number as soon as the first phone call came in?
That's correct, yes.
And then after subsequent phone calls came in, did they get the same CAD number?
To my knowledge, so they can be linked together. So if there happens to be 2, they could have been linked together. In this particular case, I'm not sure if that was the case or if it was all entered into one.
Okay. But either way, whenever you get a phone call about an incident that happens, they all end up linked together in one way or another.
Correct.
Kind of like putting the pieces of a puzzle together.
Correct.
Okay, in this particular case, the first phone call came in at, 13:46 hours?
Correct.
And that was from Linda Montoya?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know who Linda Montoya is?
Like personally, no.
Okay. Could you tell who it was from the phone call?
No. What do you mean? Other than her giving her name, no.
Okay. And could you tell if she was related to the second phone call? Or the second phone caller?
Yes.
How so?
I was actually the one that tried to call Isaac the second time, so I made the connection that way when he called back. I didn't speak with him when he called back, but I was the person that attempted to call him.
Okay. So when we were listening to Isaac's phone call, it sounded like he was calling back, right?
That's correct.
And so what you're saying is you were the person who initially tried to call him, and that's why he was calling back?
That is correct.
Okay. And why were you trying to call him?
Just to get more information about what it was that happened.
And that information was given to you by whom?
The first call taker that received it, Amanda, when she asked for the number, she had asked that I call him.
Okay. And at that time, did you know that the initial caller was the mother of the person you were calling?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you think, if you can recall, how long do you think the total amount of time these phone calls took?
I'll say the first one maybe from about 10 minutes and the second maybe 8.
Okay. But they kind of overlapped, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say that, Isaac was on the phone with his mom while his mom was on the phone with you guys?
Correct.
Okay. So 10 and 8, so about 18 minutes?
Yes.
You think? Okay. Now, during that 18 minutes, it appears that the officers did find Mr. Apodaca, right?
Correct.
And they found him at the AP Wireless?
Correct.
And they also found what appeared to be a murder scene?
Correct.
And do you recall if they identified a Lonnie McCauley?
Yes.
Do you recall if they identified a Kiara McCauley?
Yes.
And with regard to Ms. Montoya's call, again, a location was found, and that was the location on Jaguar?
I'm sorry, that was regards to who?
With regard to Ms. Montoya's call?
Yes.
And that was the Jaguar address was located?
Correct.
As well as Mr. Apodaca was located through that phone call as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Montoya gave a description of his clothing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And also during the course of that phone call, it was
Actually,
possible.
no, I'm sorry, I don't believe that Ms. Montoya had. I think that he had given his own.
So
He gave I think that she had said that she didn't remember what he was wearing, but she gave a description of his height and his hair
Okay, so Ms. Montoya gave a height and hair color, like an overall description.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
And then,
yes.
and then Mr. Apodaca gave a description of what he was wearing.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's partially for his safety, right? So it doesn't get, when the police show up, they know who they're looking for.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the Santa Fe Police Department?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the RECC?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How about Lonnie McCauley?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Both Santa Fe and RECC?
Correct.
And do you know who those people are?
I know who Kiara is. I don't know who Lonnie is.
Okay, but...
No, I personally know.
Okay, but you didn't get a phone, there's no record of a phone call from her, from Kiara?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I'm sorry, counsel, what time frame are you talking about?
During the course of the phone calls that came in between 1 p.m. on this date and 2 p.m. on this date?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And with regard to Lonnie McCauley, there's no record of Lonnie McCauley calling in during that time, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So during this time frame, there's no record of Kiara McCauley calling and accusing Isaac Apodaca of killing anybody?
To my knowledge, no.
Or accusing Isaac Apodaca of forcing her to kill anybody?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness released?
The state would reserve them for rebuttal.
Okay. Sir, you're going to be reserved. The attorneys will be in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back for your testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information or view anything about the trial until you're notified whether or not you need to come back.
Okay.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Nems Girl, we've moved on from the Tennessee case we talked about this
Ladies
morning.
and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break.
To the sword
it'll be
trial.
About 10 or 15 minutes. Take your notes with you, and then we'll call you back in as soon as we're ready to get started. We'll work up until the lunch hour, maybe, depending on the witness. Go a little bit into the lunch hour. I do have a hearing in a separate case that I have to conduct at 1 o'clock. So your lunch break, whenever it starts, probably have you come back about 1:15 or 1:30 after that, after our lunch break. If you'd please go with the bailiff.
All right.
All right, we're going to skip ahead through lunch because we're on speed watch of this one, catching up. Hold, please.
And
all right, we're back.
Mr. Apodaca present. We were going to go back and address the issue of the request by the New Mexican to potentially photograph family members during the trial. Anything else from the New Mexican? Were you able to get in touch with your editor?
Yes, Your Honor. We would just stand by the law that our right to protect it. This is a public space. As you said, public seating. This is a public building. Everything in here is protected. And as Your Honor rightly found, I don't see anything in the statute cited by Ms. Murphy that prohibits us. So I would also like to point out that the family has called a vigil and invited us to it to take place later this afternoon. So it doesn't seem appropriate that they should be allowed to say if, when, and where we should take photographs. This is nothing personal against them or anyone else in this case. This is just, we don't want a bad precedent to be set. This is a public building. We're going about our business as we always do.
Ms. Murphy, anything else?
No, Your Honor, the news of the vigil is news to me.
Okay. There is both a First Amendment right that our Supreme Court has given us a rule on that the court does have the authority to limit in appropriate circumstances, but there is no findings or anything before the court to make such a decision. We did talk about earlier the one family member that is potentially a witness. That person would be allowed to be photographed, but there is no prohibition. We just ask the news outlets to act kindly towards the family, but you have a right. This is a public hearing. The defendant is entitled to a public trial, and there is a public interest in anything that happens in an official proceeding. So there is no prohibition.
There we go. Court says
the court did receive, and counsel, I'll just read them a jury question. I'll just read it into the record. They seem to be a procedural. It says question for the judge. A is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? So those are the instructions that they'll get at the end. The second one is will we be able to revisit evidence at the end? Question mark. Will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So let's take them in order. input, concerns about the first question. Could we get a definition of what the charges require? Ms. Murphy?
I think answering the question for them now at the end of the case, they get instructions from the court that will contain all of the elements of the crime is fine. That way it's not lingering for them.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any input?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give them that instruction when they come back in. The second question, will we be able to revisit the evidence at the end? And will there be an actual recording or a written transcript? The technical answer is that there is no formal transcript that's produced at this stage of the trial. That would have to be reviewed potentially on appeal for a transcript for the reviewing court. There is a recording made, and they do have access to that, and we always give them the admonition to be as specific as possible as to what they want to hear, so they don't simply just re-listen to the entire trial. But any other input from the parties with respect to a response from the court on that issue?
I think explaining that anything that is admitted goes back with them, and they'll have full access to that. And that theoretically, yes, that they can access, yes, they can access the recording, but we strongly encourage them to pay attention and try and avoid needing to do that.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. If I'm to understand the question correctly, they're asking if they can review the record of the trial, or are they reviewing?
I'll just read it to you. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end?
Yes.
And then that's a question mark. And then the next statement, will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So that's a clarification of what they meant by evidence. It's not the photographs or physical evidence or whatever else they're talking about. What they're hearing is the way I interpret that message.
That makes sense, and I agree with the state on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to call our jury back in and continue. We'll go for about an hour or so. Who's the next witness?
So, Your Honor, the next witness will actually be a defense witness. We're agreeing that the defense can call Kiana Aguilar out of order. The rationale behind this was the difficulty in obtaining her previously, and that we had to use arrest warrants and whatnot. So by stipulation of the parties, we're going to allow an out-of-order witness with the court's permission.
Yeah. Counsel, would you like for me to make any statement that we often do it out of sequence because of scheduling issues or something to that effect?
I'm okay with that. I've never done this quite like this, but I'm totally okay with it.
It happens all the time.
Please.
But my understanding is that she appeared on the defense's witness list and not on the state's after the interview, or was she on both?
Yeah, I think she's on both. We had her under a subpoena as well.
My understanding is you're going to conduct direct examination and then you'll do cross. So I'm going to describe it that way, that we're taking her out of order and that defense will conduct the direct examination and the state across.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thanks, Judge. Let's have him back in.
Just once. My internet to connect.
So our jury is getting ahead of themselves a little bit, asking questions about if they can rewatch evidence, if they're going to get all the elements of the charges. This is day one, first witness. You were not far behind at all, Amy. We were just picked up. Oh, how far behind we are? Well, they're on day 4. But we're zipping through court. Might fast forward this part as well. I don't know how far away the jury is, but it's quite a walk, several minutes. It's a wild case. Murder with a sword. Murder by proxy? Is that... I don't know how would you describe that? The defendant allegedly convinced the...
An empty one on the end.
His girlfriend to...
Need you to make your way all the way down, sir.
Kill another girl in the bed they were all sleeping in for texting purposes.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom. We are back on the record with the jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca, all present. We've done a little bit of reorganizing in the courtroom to make things work, hopefully a little more efficiently. Had a question over the break, which was really 2 questions, which were really more procedural questions. So I'm just going to read them to you because I know the author knows what these are, but not everyone in the jury panel. And the first one is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? I think what that's referring to is what we call an elements instruction, which is the actual requirements the state would have to prove as part of its case in chief. You get those instructions at the end of the case. So at this point of the case, we're in the testimony evidence phase. Once that's completed and the parties have had the opportunity to develop all of those things, the court will give you its instructions of the law, read those to you, and then you'll have physical copies of those to take back to the jury room with you while you deliberate. The second question is, again, a kind of a process question. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end, question mark? Will it be actual recording or written transcript? There is no official transcript that's being created as the trial goes on. There is an official recording that is being made. And if there is testimony that you want to hear again during your deliberations, you'll have access to that. And I'll tell you this again at the end of the, when you go back to deliberate. If you have that kind of request, we ask you to be very specific about what it is you want to hear. Otherwise, you'll have to re-listen to the entire trial to find it. So we try and find that for you, and that way we call you back into the courtroom, play it, and then you go back and continue your deliberations. So would ask you to pay close attention to the testimony as it's been being presented, and also if you're taking notes, to keep copy on your notes as to the issues you might be interested in if the testimony is not clear to you. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is we'll continue with testimony. Sometimes during a trial, we have to take witnesses out of order for scheduling reasons. There's other reasons as well. So we're going to call the next witness in. Mr. Nair is going to conduct for the defense the direct examination, and then the state will conduct a cross-examination. Counsel, who's the next witness?
Let's go, Kiana Aguilar.
Ms. Aguilar, if you would come in, please. If you'll come all the way up here where the bailiff is, please, ma'am.
I almost didn't see her there.
Good morning. If you face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury? I'm sorry, I need to get your voice on the recording. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Oh, I've got to boost this
I know
one a
this
ton,
is kind
Tony.
of an unusual, stressful environment. It is for everyone. What I need to make sure you know is that everything that we do has to be recorded, so I need to get your voice on the recording. Okay? And so if you're speaking too low, I might ask you to speak up. Also, when you're being asked questions by the attorneys, make sure you understand what they're asking you. And if it's not clear, just say something, and they can clarify the question. Okay? If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for us, please.
Kiana Aguilar, K-E-I-A-N-N-A-A-G-U-I-L-A-R.
Can the jury hear her? Okay. Go ahead, counsel.
Hey, Judge, you take the first question. For me, where do you currently reside, Ms. Aguilar?
Los Alamos.
Okay. And how long have you known Kiara McCauley?
5-6 years maybe.
5-6 years? Okay. How did you first meet her?
I was working at Subway here in Santa Fe, and her and Isaac walked in and got a sandwich from me, and she gave me her number, and we became friends.
So was Isaac with her at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you primarily spend time alone with Kiara?
No, it was usually with her and Isaac.
Okay. Was Isaac usually present?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was Isaac usually present?
Sometimes, yeah. For the most part, yes.
Okay. Where would you typically hang out with Kiara?
We would be at her mom's house, and once or twice we were at my parents' house, my mom's house.
Okay. How would you describe the nature of your friendship with Kiara?
Friends, like good friends. I don't know. We would drink together, so I don't know.
Okay.
Good friends, I guess.
Do you have any knowledge of Kiara's involvement in this particular case?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Can you answer what you know about Kiara's involvement in this case?
One night when we were drinking, she told me that she wanted to stab Grace. That's her name, right?
Okay. Yeah. And when did she tell you this?
We were at her mom's house and we were drinking a little bit, so I didn't take her too serious because I thought, it was just like drunk talk, you know what I mean? And she showed me what she wanted to use and told me what she wanted to do, and I kind of just like laughed it off because I didn't think she was serious, and yeah, like.
So did you think she was just joking around, or just
yeah,
not?
I thought she was just joking around because, like I said, we were drinking, so I thought it was just her trying to vent to me a little bit, I guess, in a sense, and I didn't think she was really going to do it, though.
Okay. And did Miss McCauley drink a lot with you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I can withdraw. Okay.
Counsel, go ahead.
Okay. Where did this conversation happen?
We were at her mom's house in her bedroom.
Okay. Was Isaac present when this conversation was happening?
No.
Okay. Did Kira ever discuss Grace with you?
Other than that one time, no, not really. No.
Okay. And approximately how long before Grace was killed did Kira make the statements about Grace?
I want to say maybe a year.
Okay. And what specifically did Kira tell you she wanted to do to Grace?
She just said she wanted to stab her with a like a machete looking thing, and that's kind of it.
Okay. Did Kira explain to you why she wanted to hurt Grace?
Yeah, she said that her and Isaac used to date or something, and she was kind of a little bit jealous.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was jealous about?
No, just that she was jealous.
What was your did you observe Isaac and Kira's relationship together?
Yeah.
Okay, and how would you describe their relationship?
Toxic.
Okay. Did you believe that Kiara was manipulative?
Objection, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
All right, so now they approach after she is asked if she believes the relationship was manipulative. Let's skip ahead. Never seen someone quite so uncomfortable on the stand. We've seen some pretty uncomfortable people, but this is like next level. She wants off right away. Sidebar's over.
Is everything you've testified to so far based on what Kiara personally told you?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that Kiara told you about her intentions towards Grace that you have not already discussed?
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
So based on your testimony, you didn't have any, Isaac had no involvement in anything that took place?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Based on her approach.
So we've approached one more time. We're skipping through this trial quite quickly. Long sidebars.
Did Ken ever show you anything?
Yeah, she showed me a couple different things.
What did she show you?
She made like a metal ball. I don't know. It was weird. And she showed me the knife she wanted to use, or the blade she wanted to use, and I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. And did you ever witness Kiara behaving violently?
No.
Okay. And did you have any personal knowledge of any mental health issues that Kiara may have had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come up.
Okay, we're still zipping ahead.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Judge. Good morning, Kiana. So a couple questions. The conversation with Kiara, you stated was a year prior to the murder?
I believe so, yes. Like about a year to 6 months.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
About a year to 6 months.
And when she had that conversation with you, isn't it true that she said that she and Isaac would bring Grace to kill her?
Yes.
So can you, again, then give us the full context of that conversation of what Kiara told you about what she and Isaac would do?
Okay, so I think we were in her room, or we were either in her room or on her front porch, sitting on the swing. I can't remember. I was intoxicated at the time, but she said that her and Isaac were gonna text Grace and have her come over, and like everything was fine and they were friends again, and she was gonna have Isaac text her and tell her to come over and spend the night, and that's when she was gonna kill her.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Redirect, counsel.
Yes, Judge. So, correct. Did Kiara say that she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night?
Yeah.
Okay. So she didn't say that they had already planned anything. She said she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Would you like to reserve her?
Okay.
The state will reserve under their subpoena as well, Judge.
So you're being held in what we call reserve. That means you may be recalled to testify later in the trial. So you can't, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information about the trial or the incident, okay? And the attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back or not.
Okay.
But you're free to step down for now. Go ahead. Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state. Mr. Long.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alejandro Arroyo.
I'm not sure where they keep their witnesses, like possibly the bus station or something. They're way far away. Normally they're just right outside the courtroom. We're going to see some body cam footage on this one. Could be shocking. Even the investigator's like, where is the guy?
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
My name is Officer Alejandro Arroyo. First name Alejandro. Last name Arroyo, Arrryo.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Santa Fe.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Santa Fe?
Just about 11 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
I do not.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that location in the city and county of Santa Fe?
Yes, it is.
State of New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
When you first arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
I was the first one on scene, I believe.
Okay. And After you arrived, did any other officers arrive pretty quickly after that?
Yes, they did.
Who?
Officer Francisco Alvarado and Officer Manuel Romero.
All right. Now, without saying why you were out there, did you take up a position sort of before you went to the house?
Yes, due to the call information, I withdrew my police department issued handgun and carefully started, in my head, trying to come up with a game plan on how to approach the house.
Okay. And when you approached the house, were you approaching the front of the house?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Did you eventually head towards the back of the house?
Yes.
And did you eventually head into the backyard?
Yes.
And once you headed to the backyard, did you actually tell another officer to kick in a door?
No, it was another officer did.
You just kicked in the door for no reason?
At some point, did you receive information that a possible crime occurred in a garage?
Yes.
Did you see a garage at that location?
Yes, there was a detached garage on the back side of the house.
Okay. And when you say a detached garage, you mean that it wasn't connected to the house?
Correct.
When you first arrived and sort of were trying to get your bearings with the scene and occupants of the house, was there any confusion as to whether you were at the right location?
We were very confused. It seemed like we were at the wrong place initially.
Okay. And then did you eventually confirm the address with the homeowner?
Correct.
And at any point, did you try to get into the garage?
One of the officers did, and then I asked for keys.
Okay. And did you get keys?
I did.
Once you were provided with keys to that garage, what did you do?
Once I got the keys, I opened the door.
All right. And I want you to think back to opening that door and tell the jury what, if anything, you saw at that point.
I immediately saw what I perceived to be a body, a motionless body, dark-skinned female with acrylic nails. I remember one of her knees had a really significant large gash to her knee. The room was cluttered. It was disgusting, I would say. Cat feces, blood everywhere, and a large sword to the right of the entrance of the garage.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, when you enter a scene like that, and you see something like that, are you supposed to maybe clear the scene to make sure that, if there's check to see if there's anyone else in there, check to see, if that person's alive? Are you supposed to do any of that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
No.
Why weren't you able to do that?
Like I said earlier, it was just super cluttered, messy, blood everywhere. I didn't want to really step in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you able, or did you attempt to provide any life-saving measures?
I did not. I think medics rolled up pretty soon after that.
Okay. And did you see whether the medics attempted to provide any life-saving measures?
Yes.
Okay. Now, officer, do you are you part of any special unit or group of individuals with Santa Fe Police Department?
I'm assigned to the K-9 unit.
Okay. And so do you actually have a K-9 that is kind of your partner?
Yes.
All right. Do you also typically wear like a body-worn camera?
Yes, I do.
All right. And where does that body-worn camera typically, where do you put that on your uniform?
Usually on my chest area.
Okay. And if you are having interactions with the public, are you supposed to turn that camera on?
Yes.
All right. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
I did.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Permission to first witness?
Yes.
So, officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. I want you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
And is there a signature and date on that?
Yes, it's my signature and today's date.
Okay. And did you put that signature and date on that after you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes.
And are the contents of that recording, of that disc, is that a fair and accurate recording from your body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection to States 3?
No objection, sir.
States 3 is admitted without objection. Mr. Long?
Permission to publish?
Yes. Is there graphic scenes on this?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
So nothing graphic on this one. We've heard this is going to be silent. Which is cool. We'll take that.
And Judge, I may need some technical assistance briefly, if that's okay.
Come on up.
Judge, can you help me find my HDMI port? I know it's here somewhere.
Drag it across the screen.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, sir. Whoops. It's going to be a little laggy on that side.
Thank you, Brian.
Trying to fix my counter while we're doing this, while we're watching. Turn it off and back on again.
Now, Officer Arroyo, I would like for you to read for the jury what the numbers up in the right-hand corner are.
22:10:29.
And what does that signify?
The date.
All right, and then the next set of numbers.
13:51:49 seconds.
All right, and what does that signify?
Time.
All right. And is that military time?
Yes.
All right. Now, that officer that's in front of you that looks like is approaching, who is that?
I think it's Officer Alvarado.
And he's kicking in the door. It's a glass door. Be careful. Well, plexiglass, apparently. A little bit of a mess back there. And he comes out, why'd you kick my door in? Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry. I thought he'd already knocked. Little huddle going on. Those weren't my pee bottles. Those are someone else's pee bottles. I only use Gatorade. I don't know what. They kicked the door open and then they answered. The lady's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. We had the TV on."
At that point, it looks like you were just handed a key. Why is your gun out?
I just don't know what could be behind that door. I'll be ready.
It's how I roll. He says, it's how I roll. Here be monsters, clearly. he's using it like a flashlight. I think they have flashlights for that reason.
So, officer, it looks as if you've just slightly entered the garage. Is that about as far as that you could go in?
Yes.
I don't think anyone should have been living in that garage. That's pretty messed up. I guess it doesn't have air conditioning. Medics show up. There's a lot of chairs in that backyard, all different types. Wrought iron, plastic, milk crate. That's the house. You kicked that door in? Why? Why? All right, we'll deal with it. Mask up. This was July, right? Oh, we've got people in cuffs. And
now the individuals that we saw arrive that don't have badges and guns. Do you know who those individuals were?
They have badges.
Not by name.
Do you know what agency they were with?
The fire department, City of Santa Fe Fire Department.
And I asked you a little bit about you went, just sort of just inside the doorway of the garage. Why couldn't you walk any further?
I don't know why I didn't go in. Honestly, I think I was just grossed out.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you remember? You said that you saw a body. Do you remember where that body was located?
Right by the door.
Okay.
Did I miss it?
You said that her body was right by the door. Do you remember, was she seated? Was she lying down? Was she on the floor? Was she on a bed?
If I remember correctly, she was kind of like seated on the floor, her knees kind of up. And what really caught my attention is her head was, instead of like just being slouched over, it was like further down to her chest.
Oh, man. That's a visual. So all these out-of-court statements that are captured on this body cam are not being played for court. Guess we're just watching this for the effect on the listener. Is that the girl that just got out of the shower that did the killing in cuffs?
Officer, did you eventually conduct a security sweep of the main residence?
Yes.
What is a security sweep?
Just to make sure no one's inside the residence hiding, as we were going to secure the residence for a search warrant.
Okay. Do you remember if anything or anyone else was found inside the residence?
No.
to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
Has my signature and the date that I wrote on it.
And what is the date?
7/8/26.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of more body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection to 4?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
It's admitted without objection.
And I'm
Mr.
going
Long?
to go ahead and collect both of those back. Permission to approach.
Yep.
Maybe you could put them in paper sleeves so they don't get scratched when they get dropped like that. There's the terrible logo of the 1st Judicial District Attorney with a recycle bin in the middle of
Queuing
it.
this up, ladies and gentlemen, when you deliberate, you'll be provided a clean laptop with a disc player if you want to watch any of these videos. Before you start playing that, counsel, pause it.
Sorry.
Pause. More pause.
Counsel, would you approach, please?
It's like I'm still pausing. I'm still pausing. Give me a second to pause. All right, we're going to zip ahead. Okay, here we go. There we go.
Before I get this clip positioned correctly, does your body-worn camera record audio as well?
Yes, it does.
And has that been the one change from today is that the audio is not there?
Correct.
Just trying to find the play button. There we go. Like your wildflower, the laptop had the recycle bin for the desktop positioned over where the logo was, so it looked like it was part of the logo. That's why it said recycle bin on the left-hand side. If you go back and look really closely in small text. Yeah, messy houses like this freak me out. I don't think I could do this.
Okay, officer, just very briefly, and we're back at with Exhibit 4. We're at 0 seconds, and so the video itself is not playing, but we're able to sort of see. Oops, now it is. We're able to see some of the individuals on scene. Can you identify some of those individuals for the jury?
Yes.
So the individual that is on the far right-hand side of that screen, who is that individual?
That's now Lieutenant Roberto Rodriguez.
Okay. And the individual that is sort of in the middle, do you know who that is?
Officer Francisco Alvarado.
Okay, and then the person that is seated on the left-hand side of the screen, do you know who that is?
Lanny McCauley.
All right. And we did see an individual in the prior clip, and that is in State's Exhibit number 3. We saw an individual go away in handcuffs. Do you know who that individual was?
Kiara McCauley.
All right. And at any point during that day, October 29th, 2022, did you have any contact with Isaac Apodaca?
No.
As part of your investigation, did you go in and try to talk to neighbors to see if they had seen or heard anything?
Yes.
Right. And did they provide any useful information to you?
No.
Did you eventually make it back to the Santa Fe Police Department station?
I did.
And when you arrived at the police station, did you escort anyone inside?
I did.
Do you remember who you escorted inside?
I don't remember her name.
Do you remember if she had any relation to this case?
I think she was the mother of the victim.
And a few minutes later, did you come into contact with Isaac Apodaca's mother?
Yes.
And was her name Linda Montoya?
I believe so.
Do you remember where that contact was made?
At the front entrance to the police department.
And what, if anything, did you tell her?
I think I just told them I didn't have any information for them at the time, and to wait in their car until detectives came out and reached out to them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
At this point, I pass the witness.
Cross-examination? Yes, sir. We'll finish up with this witness, and then we'll take our lunch break.
Thought we already took a lunch break.
All right, officer. So you.
They're not up, but that's number 3 and that's number 4. Okay, thank you.
Officer Royal, good morning.
Good morning.
You responded to the scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you approached, approach the residence with other officers?
Yes.
Would that have been Officers Alvarado and Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Alvarado stated he observed a female walk into the residence from a detached garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Alvarado kicked the door open to gain entry?
He began to, yes.
Okay. And there were 2 females at the door when that occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been Lainey McCulley and Kiara McCulley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was no that Isaac was not there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then initially, Lainey McCulley had appeared not to understand, or both Lainey and Kiara McCulley appeared to not understand what was happening?
Yeah.
Okay. And dispatch then confirmed the incident occurred in the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And Lainey stated, well, let me back up. And the garage was locked when you approached it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, you had to kick the door open, correct?
Not to the garage.
Okay. But to the house?
To the house initially.
Okay. And when you opened the garage door, you immediately noticed the deceased female?
Correct.
Okay. And you observed a large sword on the dresser or table inside the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not witness the actual incident, correct?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of how Grace Jennings had died?
Just what dispatch had told us.
Okay. And you don't know exactly who was present when she had died?
No.
Okay. And you conducted a security sweep of the main residence with Officer Alvarado, correct?
Yes.
So it's safe to say that you did a pretty comprehensive search of that residence?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, all right. And again, you found no one else in that main residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's be clear. Isaac Apodaca was not present at 5941 Jaguar Drive on that day, correct?
No, not when I was there.
Okay. You had so you who escorted Lainey McCulley to the Santa Fe Police Department?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay.
The victim's mother.
Yeah. Okay, the victim's mother. And the neighbor had stated that she had not seen anything unusual, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your understanding, on your involvement in this case, Isaac was cooperative, correct?
From my understanding, yeah.
Okay. It was Linda who had called 911? I
don't know who called 911.
Okay. And Isaac had waited for police?
I believe he waited down the street, yes.
Okay. And Kiara was not cooperative, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. 1 second. Describe how Kiara was looked when you arrived.
She and her mom both were, I guess, what appeared shocked that we were there, kicking the door in.
Okay. Kiara was wet, correct?
I don't remember.
I
didn't really interact with her.
Okay. Based on your observation, did it look like Kiara had recently showered?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You observed bloody clothing in the residence?
I didn't, no.
Okay, you didn't. Okay. Did you observe whether she had changed her clothes?
I don't know, no.
Okay. Based on your training experience, do you know whether evidence could have possibly been destroyed?
Objection, Foundation.
I can rephrase that.
Sustained.
Do you know of any evidence that was possibly destroyed?
I do not.
Okay. 1 second here. You had interactions with Linda Montoya?
Just briefly at the police department.
Okay. And she was cooperative?
Yeah.
Okay. And no one at the scene that you arrived at had called 911, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So neither Kira McCulley or Lainey McCulley had called 911.
Correct.
Redirect.
Officer, just to be clear, did you kick in the door or did another officer kick in the door?
Another officer.
And you stated on cross-examination that both Kiara McCulley and Lanny McCulley looked shocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember Lanny McCulley's reaction when she was told that there was a body in the garage?
She was surprised.
Nothing further.
Is this witness released?
The state will reserve him for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Okay. So you're being reserved. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any information or discuss the case with anyone else. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to be recalled for additional testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to lunch break.
Take our noon break at this
zip
time.
ahead.
It's about 10 after, and as I mentioned to you this morning, I have to conduct a hearing right at 1 o'clock. So if you would return about a quarter after 1, and we'll try and get started as close to 1:30 as we can. Take your notes with you. We'll lock them up in the jury room during the lunch break. Again, don't seek out any information about the case. Don't discuss any of the testimony with anyone. And as you know, we can't start until everyone is back. So if you need to go run and do something during the lunch break, please do it right away and be back at a quarter after.
All right.
All right, they're going to go to lunch, and we're going to zip ahead. Lunch is almost over. All right. I think it's over right here. I like the glass seal, the enamel on glass or the etched glass, whatever that is. Looks good. Who are we waiting for? Defense? Might skip a little bit further. All right, defense is here now. I don't know how he can say it wasn't me when he's got the text messages that he's admitted to police that he sent. No, it's not 20,000 likes. I'm trying to fix it. My the first number on the far left, like where the 2 is in 20,000, is showing 1 digit higher than it should be. So even when I reset it, it's still wrong. Which is good. I mean, it boosts my counter by 10,000, but the counter should be just over 1,000 right now. We just hit 1,009. But it's not responding at all. There it is. Are we waiting for the jury? I think we are. We're going to zip ahead. Spend a lot of time waiting for the jury here. Like after everyone's seated, there's 5 minutes goes by waiting for the jury.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen.
The bailiff who's getting the jury takes a smoke break first.
Let's go back on the record. We continue in the state's case in chief. Counsel, who's your next witness?
Francisco Alvarado, Your Honor.
You'd have him come in, please.
Sure.
Now we wait for a witness. Trial TV Live timed it too. Okay. It's a long delay. It's a slow pace of court, and we're on speed watch. We're 1.25 speed. My friend who moved up to Alaska came back and visited over the weekend, and I got to talk to him about what it's like living in Barrow, Alaska.
He's en route, Your Honor.
He's en route. What it's like living at the top of the world, and he has been to the point, the furthest northernmost point, and loads of polar bears up there, just tons of them. And he's excited to go caribou hunting because he's a big hunter. He likes to deer hunt and everything. He eats. He fills his freezer and eats it and cooks it and all that. And I said, so when you go caribou hunting, are you allowed to get more than one? He says, yeah, you're allowed 5 per day. 5 caribou per day.
I'm going to place you on the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Francisco Alvarado, last name Alvarado.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning. Afternoon, sorry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a detective.
Okay. With what agency or department?
San Jose Police Department.
How long have you been with SFPD?
September will be 6 years.
Okay. And you said you're a detective?
Correct.
Prior to becoming a detective, what was your rank?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your rank and assignment in October of 2022?
I was a patrol officer assigned to day shift.
Patrol officer in which shift?
Day shift.
Day shift. Okay. And what are the hours for day shift?
It's 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Great. What is the general scope and duty of a patrol officer?
The usual respond to calls for service, traffic stops, welfare checks. Pretty much anytime someone calls in to dispatch, patrol is the first ones on scene, or proactive patrols such as encounters, again, traffic stops, personal contacts, pretty much being a cop.
Being a cop, all right. On October 29th of 2022, did you respond to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I did.
And what was the nature of the call for the response?
That initial call was labeled as an ambulance assist.
Okay. And did that information change as you were en route?
I believe not.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe the call was I arrived there about 1:44, 45 p.m.
Okay. And when you arrived, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
I was wearing it, but it was not on.
What do you mean it wasn't on?
It was dead.
It was dead?
It was dead, yes.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
It was towards the end of the shift. We had a busy shift. My camera was operating through the whole morning, afternoon. It ran out of battery.
Did you intend for it to run out of battery?
Oh, no.
Okay. Who did you arrive on scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive with?
With K-9 Officer Alejandro Arroyo and now Detective Manuel Romero.
And once you arrived on scene, how did you begin to approach that house?
We met at the front of the house, and then we split up. K-9 Officer Arroyo went to the right of the house. I went towards the left of the house, considered more or less the east side of the house, and I approached towards a wooden gate.
Why were you approaching towards the wooden gate?
To see if I see anything, based on the call for service, if I see anyone screaming, yelling, pretty much cover more area. He takes the right side, I take the left, and we go on from there.
And as you approach that left side of the building, the gate. As you approach that left side of the building and the gate, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a female coming out of a detached garage from the residence.
Do you recall what the female was wearing?
Black pajama pants with some designs and a black t-shirt.
Okay. From the time, did you see her as she was leaving the garage, halfway to the house, at the house? Where en route was she?
She was en route from the detached garage onto the main residence. Okay. Probably, I wouldn't be able to say approximately how many feet, but enough to where I could see her path.
Okay. When you saw her, what did you do?
I yell contact.
What does that mean to yell contact?
It tells other officers that I came in contact with somebody. So usually they'll bring their attention towards me, or if I yell contact, most people will react contact. They look at you and they'll stop, and then we'll continue announcements from there, like police do not move or stop what you're doing, so on and so on.
Okay. After you yelled contact to your colleagues, what did you do?
Why I yelled contact, and this female she made eye contact with me, but she did not stop. She kept walking into the residence.
Okay. Go ahead.
I hop over the gate.
Once you hopped over the gate into the backyard area, what did you do, or what did you see?
I went to the backyard of the residence, went to the back towards the main residence, and I looked at the doorknob, and that's when I observed what appeared to be blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And based on that observation, what did you do?
I kicked the door in.
Why'd you kick the door in?
The call for service, the female just ignoring me, going to the house, blood on the doorknob. I have exigent circumstances to attempt to make entry into the residence.
Okay. Were you concerned about anyone's safety?
Yes.
Okay. After you kicked the door in, or as you're kicking the door in, I guess I should say, what happened?
A female came out yelling at me.
Okay. And can you describe whether this was an older or younger female?
Older.
Okay. Did you eventually learn that female's name?
Lonnie.
And as you were kicking the door in and she began to yell at you, do you recall what she said just in the moment that you're kicking in the door and she yelled?
She pretty much asked, what was I doing?
Okay. And after did you fully kick in the door? Did they open the door? What happened next?
No, so it's a door with the glass frame, like a middle frame. So I was able to kick in the window frame, and she opened the actual door.
Okay. After she opened the door, what happened?
She's asking all these questions, and I take a step back. I explained to her the reason why we were there and the reason we were trying to kick the door in, and she was frantic. I mean, rightfully so.
Sure. And was there anyone else nearby, any other civilians nearby?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that civilian?
Behind Lonnie.
Okay. And was this a male or a female?
Female.
Can you describe that? Was that the same person that had exited the garage that you saw en route to the house when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Right. And did you learn that person's name?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
Kiara.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take with regard to Lonnie after she'd stepped out and Kiara after the door had been opened?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What, if any, action did you take once Lanny McCauley had stepped out of the house?
We pull him out of the house. At this point, communication with the the caller, was no longer with dispatch. So we were kind of on a confused state of like, hey, this is what we hear, but we don't know exactly right now what's going on. It was until the caller or someone called back into dispatch and advised us to check the garage.
Okay. And did you personally check that garage initially?
Initially, no.
Who did that initially?
Canine Officer Arroyo and Detective Minor Romero.
Okay. At any point, did you look in that garage?
I did.
What did you observe?
A lightless African-American female. As soon as you step into the garage door, she appeared to be sitting down with her head tilt down. And then I could see some lacerations to her. And then as I made a look to the right, I observed a sword on a dresser covered to what appeared to be blood.
Do you remember the location of the lacerations on the female's body that you observed?
From what I observed, they were on her arms, her knees. I didn't fully get into it.
Did you just kind of peek in?
I peeked in and the scene was a little intense, so I picked right back. I got out right away.
Okay. When you going back out and talking about the two civilians that were on scene, Lanny and Kiara, did you interact with did you interact with Kiara at all?
I placed her in handcuffs. Once the body was discovered, I automatically placed her in handcuffs.
Okay. Why?
I saw her come out of the detached garage, and there was no one else in the garage, or as far as we know, in the house. So my senses was placed in handcuffs and went from there.
As you were handcuffing her or interacting with her, did you notice anything on her body?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I saw her hands covered in Band-Aids.
After she was detained, did you do anything regarding the main house?
Yes.
What did you do?
Myself and Officer Arroyo conducted what's called a safety sweep of the main residence.
Did you notice anything when you were doing the safety sweep?
That caught my attention, yes.
What caught your attention?
The washing machine was running.
The washing machine?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how much time was left on that cycle?
I believe it was 15 minutes.
Thank you. After doing the safety sweep with Officer Arroyo, what did you do next?
We exited the residence, and at this point, we started arranging transport for Lonnie and Kiara back to the station, and then obviously calls were made to investigations and pretty much preserve the scene at this time.
Okay. Did you personally transport anyone?
Yes.
Who did you transport?
Lonnie.
Okay. Did you interview her during that transport?
No.
After the transport to the Santa Fe Police Department main station, did you make contact with any other individuals related to this case?
Yes.
What was the familial role of the person you made contact with?
Say it again.
Who did you make contact with?
The victim's mother.
Did you provide any sort of notification to the victim's mother?
I did.
What was the nature of the notification?
I advised that her daughter was deceased.
A moment, Your Honor. Ask the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, counsel?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your promotion. How long have you been a detective now?
Going on 4 years.
4 years?
It's been a while.
Also, let's see. So you were a patrolman in 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And so how long were you a patrol officer?
For about 3 years.
3 years. Do they call it Field Services Bureau here in Santa Fe?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's what we call it down in Albuquerque. So they just call it patrol here?
Patrol, yes.
Okay. When you initially got this call, is it called a dispatch? Do you get a dispatch through the computer? Did they contact you over the radio? How did they contact you?
It goes through dispatch, and then dispatch will dispatch officers available or to the scene.
Okay. And so how did you know who the caller was if you knew?
I didn't.
You didn't know who the caller was. Okay. And when you got there, you initially approached the residence. It sounds like you said from the left side.
Yes, more or less. Right term probably be the east side of the residence.
It would be the east side, and that's where the gate was located.
Yes.
And as you approached the gate, is that when you initially saw the female on the other side of the gate?
Yes.
Okay. But the gate was still between you and her.
Yes.
And it was a wooden gate?
It was a wooden gate about maybe a little over my waist.
Okay, so
it was a short gate.
You got a pretty good view of her?
Correct.
And about how far away from the detached garage was she when you saw her?
I'm sorry, say that again?
About how far away from okay, let me just go step by step. You also saw a detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And she was somewhere in between that garage and you?
Correct.
About how far away from the garage was she?
She was closer to the detached garage than to the actual residence. I wouldn't be able to tell you feet or distance from there.
Did you see her carrying anything in her hands?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. But hands, you pay attention to hands, right?
Correct.
Police officer?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Hand skill.
Okay. And but you don't recall seeing keys in her hands?
I don't.
All right. And I just want to talk about that lock real quick. The way the garage door locks on the outside, can you lock it without a key, or do you have to have a key?
We had to use a key to get in.
Okay.
So I believe yes.
Okay. So yes, you would have to lock it from the outside with a key.
Correct.
Okay. And so you see her heading towards the house, but I'm guessing you don't see her go in the house at this point?
No, once I jumped the gate and approached the back of the house, there was no one in the yard, so she was right inside the house.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to slowly take you there. So you see her heading to the house. You lose sight of her, is that when you jump the gate?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And the nature of the call is what caused you to jump the gate, right?
Correct.
All right. And so you get around the corner, you don't see her. And when I say get around the corner, you get around the side of the house to
Correct.
the backyard.
Yes.
Right? And then you have a full view of the whole yard.
Yes.
So the garage is to your left, and the house is to your right.
Yes.
So if this is east, then that would be south and north.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see? You see blood on the door?
So I approached the back door, and there was what appeared to be smeared, dry blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And at this time, you had about 3 years of experience?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And so what did your head tell you at that point?
Call for service, call that someone had been killed at the location. I see someone that looks at me, and obviously I'm in a full marked uniform, walks away from me, goes into the house without any remarks of police being present. I see blood at the doorknob. My thought is someone dead inside or someone needing attention, medical attention inside. So my brain said, we have to get in there.
Okay. And that's why you kicked the door?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to what she was wearing at the time you saw her coming from the garage, was it different from what you saw when she came out of the house later?
No.
So it was the same clothing?
Correct.
Once you started kicking the door, you had testified that another woman came to the door. Had you ever met her before, seen her before?
No.
And you had stated that she seemed really surprised at that point in time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
Not verbatim, but pretty much on the basis of like, what are you doing? I mean, we are kicking their back door in, so I'm sure no one likes to have their back door kicked in.
Right. I can imagine. So we saw a video earlier this morning of an officer that was actually kicking the door, and I'm guessing that was you.
A few pounds ago, yes.
A few pounds ago, okay. And so there was two officers standing to your right, so they would have been east of you.
Yes.
While you're kicking the door.
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall exactly what this, okay, you identified this woman later, and her name was Lonnie?
Lonnie, correct.
And you don't recall what she told you?
She was yelling at me, and it's a high stress scene, so to recall verbatim, especially my camera being dead, it's kind of hard to go back to the actual, it's been, 4 years? Okay. So it's kind of hard to recall verbatim what she said to me.
Okay. And when you say your camera's dead, you're talking about the body cam?
Correct.
It just ran out of batteries, or?
Yeah, it was on the whole day, so it just ran out of batteries.
Did you borrow somebody else's later on? Or?
No, I believe once I realized the significance of the investigation, I actually at some point asked Detective Romero to stay by me.
Oh.
So at least I had some kind of recording device.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the door. It looked like, so Lonnie then comes out at that point.
Yes.
But it looked like the glass was already kind of in at that point.
Yeah, my foot got into the glass, yes.
And once she comes out, what was her demeanor like?
She was surprised. She was, like I said, she was frantic. I mean, you have cops behind you kicking your door in, so she had no idea what was going on.
And had you guys lost contact with 911 at this point in time?
At this point, I believe, yes, we tried to re-engage with dispatch and see if there's further information, and I believe that's just the information that we had.
And this Lonnie was not carrying a phone, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. And then you said another person came out behind her. That was Kiara?
Correct.
And what was Kiara's demeanor like?
Unfazed, like nothing had happened, very calm, cool, collected.
Okay. And let's go back to when you saw her walking away from the garage. What was her demeanor like there?
Unfazed.
Did you order her to stop?
I don't recall. I yelled at her after I said contact. I can't recall exactly what I said.
So when you said contact, you were advising the other officers that you're making contact with someone?
Yes, and I yelled it. I mean, and she looked at me, and she ignored me and walked away from me.
Okay, so she made eye contact with you and then kept moving?
Yes.
All right. So she comes out. She's kind of calm, you said. And who then tried to open the garage door?
So at that point, we lost communication with dispatch. We were kind of like, well, figuring out what's going on. Dispatch advised they had someone on the line to set and advise us to check the detached garage. At that time, Lonnie was very helpful, and she gave us the keys to that detached garage. I got those keys, and I handed them over to Officer Arroyo.
Okay. Do you recall where she got the keys?
I believe inside the residence.
So she went back in?
I believe so.
And is that based on reviewing your police reports? Is that just pure memory right at this point?
Let's say I have my camera, so it's pure memory, and then what's on my report.
Okay. So she went back in, then came back with the key, and Arroyo is the one who opened it?
I gave the keys to Arroyo, and I stayed with Lonnie and Kiara, and Officer Arroyo and Minor Romero are the ones that made entry into that detached garage.
Okay. Now, while you were standing there with Kiara McCauley, Miss McCauley, what was her demeanor like then?
With Kiara or?
Kiara.
She was unfazed. She was calm.
She was still calm?
Yes.
Had you cuffed her at that point?
No.
So I'm guessing you cuffed her as soon as they came out and told you what they found inside, meaning the other officers?
Yes.
And while you were cuffing her, is that when you noticed the Band-Aids?
Correct.
And how many did you notice, if you recall?
More than one for sure, but I don't recall the number.
And in your training as a detective now, have you had to investigate cases that involved stabbings?
Yes.
Is it common for the perpetrator to stab themselves by accident or cut themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, 702.
Go back to the foundation for the question.
What kind of training have you had with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
I was a volume crimes detective for over 2.5 years. I've investigated stabbings, shootings, homicides, all within either sharp objects, gunshots, so on and so on.
And even in when you're training at the academy in and of itself, they teach you how important it is to know and be aware of knives, right?
Yes.
In fact, I think I don't know if they still do this, but they used to just, instructors would walk around and run up on you with a knife to make sure you're paying attention, right? Do they still do that?
Not exactly, but they do some kind of knife drills and then some close distance
Run
stuff.
up on them
how fast you can close distance.
with a knife?
How dangerous knives could be. That's any other
To see
weapon.
if you're paying attention.
Okay. And is there any specific type of training that you take with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
I have not.
How about when you're doing the general homicide training? Does it include knives and guns?
Yes.
Okay. So how many hours do you think you've experienced either investigating or training with knives?
Probably hour-wise, I don't know, but some hours, yes.
Okay. And so based on all that training experience, is it your opinion that people do cut themselves by accident when they're engaging in criminal conduct that involves a knife?
Yes.
And do you think that might have happened here?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was withdrawn.
Okay, so you saw a couple of Band-Aids on her, and then after the other two officers, that was Arroyo and Romero, they came out. Did you stay with Miss McCauley that entire time?
No, I switched places. I can recall it was with Romero or Arroyo, and it was a very horrific scene. So it was a little. I switched with one of them to see what they meant because all I heard one of them say, "Hey, there's a body inside." So to me, I just wanted to know what they meant by a body. Because I even asked him on camera, I was like, "What do you mean by a body?" Once I went inside and confirmed what they meant, that's when I came out and placed Kiara in handcuffs.
Okay, were you the primary officer on this?
From the patrol side, yes.
Yes, okay. So when you're the primary, you have to make decisions like that. When somebody says there's a body, then you got to figure out what's going on?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you put her in cuffs?
Yes.
Because you have a possible homicide or whatever?
have a dead body, yes.
Okay. And did you put Lonnie in cuffs as well, or just Kiara?
At that time, I didn't place Lonnie in handcuffs.
Okay. And tell us why you placed Kiara in handcuffs.
She's the female I saw coming out of the detached garage where a lifeless body was found.
Okay.
So to me, it gives me to believe that she came out of that garage and she has some involvement.
Okay, thank you. And so then you go back into the garage to check it out yourself?
Yes.
Right? And you had stated you saw Miss Jennings lying on the ground, well, sitting up on the ground, right?
She was sitting in a very tight space, yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go through those details, the gruesomeness of it. I don't think it's necessary at this point. But you did see a sword?
I did see a sword.
And can you describe that sword for the jury?
I'm not a sword guy, but it's pretty much like what you see in like medieval movies, like, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings type things. Like, it's a large sword,
like
with a handle and like little wings, and covering what appeared to be blood. So it was
had wings.
It's an actual sword.
Okay. And was the blade pointing towards you, like towards the door, or was the blade pointing away from the door?
Well, I can't recall.
And how long do you think it was?
I'm sorry, what?
How long do you think it was?
3-4 feet. It was, from what it looked to me, it was a sword. It was a large sword.
Okay. I'm not a sword guy either. That's why I'm pestering you.
Ask me about a gun, I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, we don't have any gun questions. Okay, with regard to that evidence, so you see the sword, right? But you don't touch it, right?
No.
Okay, and there's a reason for that.
Of course.
And that reason is because you don't want to mess with evidence.
Absolutely, yes.
And you know, as a patrol officer at that time, there could be fingerprints on it.
Yes.
And there could be DNA evidence on it, right?
Yes.
So you never touch it.
Never touch it.
And you don't let anybody else touch it.
No.
So wherever, and then somebody comes and collects that evidence at a later time.
Yes.
And who would that be?
Our crime scene technicians.
And they're trained to pick that stuff up properly, right?
That's their job, yes.
Okay. And when I say properly, they try not to contaminate it when they pick it up.
The way they do their training, they do their investigation a certain way, and then I don't know exactly what steps they take, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty clean.
Okay. But your job there is to make sure that that weapon is not touched and not messed with, so that it can be picked up in the shape it was found in.
Correct.
And not tampered with.
Correct.
Okay. And you had stated that there was something about a washer. You saw a washer running?
At the main house.
Well, that was at the main house.
Correct.
And you observed that after the three of you went in to clear it?
Yes.
And where was it in the main house, if you recall?
So I just walk in, you have a main area, the living room, clutter, and then there's, I believe, kind of like an open hallway to the left, and you loop or left, and you have your washer and dryer.
And you looked inside of it?
No, I didn't open it was a clear, like a clear window.
Gotcha.
I couldn't tell what was inside, just there was items inside the washer.
And was there any stuff laying around the washer?
Not that I could recall.
Did you see any blood in that area?
No.
Okay, let's go back to Kiara for just a minute. Did it appear as if she had taken a shower? Was she wet?
Yeah, to me, it looked like she had just showered. Or,
Okay.
or within the time frame.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes. We all know what it looks like when you just come out of the shower and you're clean. Like you just flush your shower. To me, it appeared that she had just flushed her shower. I'm not going to say her hair was wet or like she was dripping. It's just she was very clean. And even when I cuffed her hands were soft, like she has just, showered and taken care of herself and all those things.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, no other additional bodies were located on the residence?
No.
Okay. Did you guys secure the scene with evidence tape? Your team?
I did not. I don't know who did that.
And do you recall how much time was left on the washing machine?
About 15 minutes.
I may ask you just a few random questions here, and then I'll wrap it up, okay? Oh, you transported Lonnie McCauley over to the police station?
I did.
And did she talk to you about anything?
I believe the only thing
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's just a question. I'm not going to ask him what she said.
You can answer the question. If she did, don't repeat anything she might have said.
Yes.
Was she still mad at you?
She was calmer.
She was calmer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and with regard to Mr. Apodaca, you know that he was taken into custody at a later time, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did you have any keys to that garage on him?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
Establish a basis of knowledge if she does know. Objections overruled.
So during the course of this call that you went on to, did you discover any other names like Isaac Apodaca as a possible suspect in this incident?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
Speaking with detectives and other officers on scene.
Okay, so other officers were doing investigations and they shared information with you?
On the scene, yes. I was aware we split up and there was another male involved and later identified as Isaac Apodaca.
Okay, and did you find out anything else about Isaac Apodaca?
No.
Do you know who transported him?
No.
Did you go to the police station?
Yes.
Did you see him there?
I don't recall I did.
Did you ever see any keys on him?
If I didn't see him, I didn't see any keys.
Okay, that's fair. Give me just 1 second. Okay, just wanted to clear up a couple things with you, Detective. With regard to the blood, I'm not sure if we got this out clearly. There was blood on the main door to the house, right?
Appeared to be blood on the doorknob of the back door of the house.
The back door of the house?
Yes.
On the doorknob?
On the doorknob.
And what about the garage?
I didn't see any blood on the garage. Like, out from the door, no.
Okay. And when did you notice that your camera wasn't working?
Once I got on scene.
So how'd you figure that out? You pressed it and it didn't turn on?
Exactly.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that until you got there?
Yes.
So with some of the counties, as the officers are approaching the calls, that the cameras automatically turn on. Do you use Axon or do you use a different kind?
It's Axon, yes.
So you have to physically touch it yourself?
Correct.
Okay, does it warn you when it says it's running out of juice?
I have it on stealth mode, so it doesn't make any noise or any sort of notifications, so no.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness, though, out of an abundance of caution.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Moving right along,
Additional
witness number
testimony or
3 is
evidence on
done.
behalf of the state.
The state calls Manuel Romero.
Just waiting. Stealth mode body cam. I don't think that should be a thing.
Yes.
Dragon, the finish is going to be September 1st. Got a 6-week hiatus, and then a lot of documents, about 88 pages of documents to read roughly, and then a 4-hour hearing.
The testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty for truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you'd begin by introducing yourself to our jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
Detective Manuel Romero with the Santa Fe Police Department. First name Manuel, last name Romero.
Super loud.
Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And do you have a rank?
Yes, I'm currently a detective.
All right. How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
Just over 8 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you a detective on that date?
I was not. I was assigned to the day shift patrol.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I was.
When you first arrived at that location, were there other officers present?
Yes. When I first arrived at that location, I believed I was the third officer on scene.
Okay. Without saying anything that you heard from the other officers, where were you positioned with the other officers?
So I initially parked almost directly in front of the residence off of Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And were there other people around? Was there a crowd gathered, anything like that?
I don't remember seeing a crowd. I do remember seeing the other two officers that were there initially with me, Officer Alvarado and Officer Arroyo.
Okay. And
we're at 1.25.
As part of your job as a police officer, were you attempting to figure out what was going on?
Yes.
What were your actions to try to figure out what was going on?
Initially, try to figure out where the crime scene was the primary function that we were trying to figure out.
Okay. And did you confirm the address on the house?
Yes. So the three of us eventually made it to the back of the residence. There was some initial confusion. I contacted dispatch and requested that they clarify if we were at the correct residence.
Okay. And at some point, did you open up or did someone else open up the garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see inside the garage?
So when the garage was opened, I saw the deceased Grace just in front of that door. So for clarification, the house and the garage, it's a detached garage. So when we got that door initially opened, I seen the deceased. At some point in time, I pushed a little bit further into the garage. It looked like it had been converted into like a makeshift bedroom, so it's very difficult to navigate trying to get all the way into the garage. But I did observe, so it had been to the right of the door. It was, I guess, a table or a dresser of some sort. I don't exactly recall, but there was a sword on that item.
Okay. Now, Detective, you said that you pushed into the garage. What do you mean by that?
Like I tried to get further into the garage.
Okay. Was there anything stopping you?
Yes, like I said, it was converted. It appeared to be converted into like a makeshift bedroom, but there was trash, there was clothing, there was all sorts of items.
Okay. And so were those items preventing you from opening up that door all the way?
I don't recall if we could open the door all the way or not. To my recollection, the door was opened pretty wide.
Okay. Then were those items preventing you from walking all the way into the garage?
Yes, and also there was the deceased that was almost directly right there by the door as well.
Okay, great. When, as a police officer, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do.
Okay. You don't have one on today, though, do you?
I do not.
Okay. But as a patrol officer, you typically do have a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have your camera on?
Yes.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
May.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Would you please take a look at this?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this.
Okay. And when you reviewed it, after you reviewed it, did you do anything to the
Yes.
What did you do?
I initialed and dated the CD.
Okay. And other than audio being removed, is it a fair and accurate representation of some of your body-worn camera footage from that day in question?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objection to 5?
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, without objection, 5 is admitted. Mr. Long?
Permission to approach and publish?
Yes.
This should be silent as well, I believe. Still no response from my Tennessee filing.
Indicate, would you have to press a button? What do you have to do?
There's a couple ways that our body cameras will initiate. One of them is by us actually tapping the button. The other is with our lights. I'm not positive how this body camera was activated that day.
Okay. But it's actually going to record you actually driving to the scene?
Yes.
Now, noticed that your gun is drawn. Why is your gun drawn?
Due to the nature of the call.
There's the officer kicking the door down. Broke the door. Then they open it. They're like, what's wrong? Why didn't you just knock? Got a call, said there was a murder here. Oh, it's going to be in the garage. That's the garage.
And where on your body is your camera placed?
Typically about chest level.
Okay. So wherever your chest is pointing, then that is where your camera is pointing. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Aim with your chest.
Now, without saying anything that anybody is saying, what is happening right now?
So at this point in time, this is part of that clarification process that I testified to, where I was contacting dispatch and ensuring that we were at the correct address.
After the door has been kicked in. We've got our priorities in the right order.
residents of the house, did they appear surprised to see police?
Yes, the mother was very surprised.
The mother who might have just seen the daughter covered in blood coming in to take a shower. She's like, hey, Mom, just got all bloody. I'm going to take a quick shower. All right. Love you, dear. That one? Got a dog barking. That's hearsay. Need to bring the dog into court to testify. Please tell me the mom has a band shirt on. Like Pink Floyd or something. What do you think? Oh, it looks like the Beatles. Was it the Beatles? It's got a crosswalk.
And at this point, what is happening?
The Beatles.
The deceased is discovered in there. And then there's some communication. I think I communicate with dispatch a little bit about getting paramedics and informing them of what's going on.
Been there on Abbey Road.
Do other officers
Walked
arrive
across
on the
that
scene?
crosswalk.
Yes, multiple officers.
It's like, you do not want to go in there. Do not go in there. He's like, I want to check it out. No, you do not want to. Yeah.
Now, without saying what anybody is saying, what is happening in this scene?
There is some discussion about how to properly clear the structure.
And when you say how to properly clear, when you say to clear the structure, what do you mean by clear it?
Yes, to get into the structure, ensure that there's nobody else, things like that.
Okay.
Little GMC Yukon there. Spare washer out there in the yard. Man, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Oh, man. He's right back out again.
And at this point, has another agency arrived on the scene?
Yes, those are the paramedics, firefighters with the city.
All right. And do you know if they were able to provide any life-saving measures?
I do not.
So it looks like you've switched your placement to sort of in the doorway of the main house without saying what anyone is saying what is occurring.
Yes, I'm asking one of the residents to exit the home, and then in a short time you'll see that she's detained.
Yeah, definitely not a legitimate accessory dwelling unit. Most likely doesn't have plumbing at all. And that's the is that a Titan Moon shirt? What is that?
Are you able to see what is on that person's shirt?
It's my happy place.
writing.
Oh, it's the Death Star.
Okay. And do you know who that person is?
Yes.
This is my happy place.
Kira McCauley.
Okay, and then the other person not with any of the agencies, do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Lanny McCauley, the mother of Kira.
The moon is her happy place. It's definitely the Death Star. Death is my happy place.
What is happening here?
She's putting on shoes.
This is my happy place, she says.
And when you say she, who do you mean?
So the mother's going to help Kira here in a bit put on her shoes.
What agency is Officer Wide Stance there from? Have we talked to him already? See witness number 2.
So based on the circumstances, why is Lanny McCulley having to help Kira put shoes on?
Based off of the information and the deceased that was just located, all of this coupled together, we had reason to believe that Kira was involved.
Okay. So were handcuffs placed on her?
Yes.
And until she was someplace secure, were those handcuffs going to come off?
Yes. Once we arrived at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. At this point, are you or anyone else asking any questions of Lanny McCulley or Kira McCulley?
At this point in time, no. I think the only conversation that I may have had with her would been obtaining her personal information, either here or a little bit later.
And what's happening? What happened right there?
I was directing her outside of the property back to the front where my vehicle was so that I could seat her in there.
I'm surprised they're not keeping hands on while she's walking, because if she trips in custody, she gets hurt. That's your responsibility.
So I want to talk a little bit about the procedure that you take before you put someone into your vehicle. Do you pat them down or do you frisk them?
Yes. So I believe there was 2 initial times where I did like a quick pat search of her. I would pull her out of my vehicle at a later point in this video and completely check her person for anything once we're getting ready to get transported.
Okay. And did you find anything on her person?
I don't recall finding anything on her.
If you had found anything on her person, would you have let her keep it or would you have confiscated it?
It depends on what it was. If it was like personal effects, say ID wallet, typically we'll take possession of it, but then we will book them into the jail with it and they'll get it at a later time.
Okay.
Later time meaning when they get out of jail. Is that a G2 pen? I like those kinds.
And at this point, are you taking down identifying information from Kiara McCulley?
Yes, this is what I had spoken to about gathering her identifying information.
She definitely seems pretty calm. Close the door. Just gonna leave her in there for
So
a while.
did you eventually take Kiara McCulley to the police station?
Yes, I transported her myself.
All right. Did you have any contact at all with anyone by the name of Isaac Apodaca that day?
I recall seeing him at the police department. I don't think we had any conversation or anything.
It's a good pen, too.
Once you got to the police station with Kiara McCulley, what, if anything, did you do with her?
Yes, we have a holding cell. I placed her in the holding cell, turned on the camera for that holding cell. And then sometime later, when detectives requested to interview her, then I escorted her up to one of our interview rooms.
Okay.
Those microphones, those are Shure wireless microphones. The charger is about $150
Permission to approach
each.
the witness?
Yes.
And
charge two of
Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 6.
And the batteries are like $75 each, but they're really, really good. I have the same microphones, but I don't have the charger. I
Do you
just use
recognize
double
that?
A's.
Yes.
What is it?
It is another CD that I also reviewed.
Okay. And in your review of it, is that absent the audio, is that a fair and accurate representation of more of your body-worn camera footage from October 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
6 is admitted without objection. Counsel, if you'd approach before we go on.
All right, another sidebar. We're going to zip ahead. Oops, hang on. Got another body cam to play, right?
Indicate, would you have to press a button? What do you have to do?
There's a couple ways that our body cameras will initiate. One of them is by us actually tapping the button. The other is with our lights. I'm not positive how this body camera was activated that day.
Okay.
Do we just
But
back
it's
up?
actually going to record you actually driving to the scene.
Yes.
Did I just back up really far? That sounds really familiar. Yeah, now they're going to run into the back. I remember this part on Really, Julia. Now they start running. Go, 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 go.
Now, noticed that your gun is drawn. Why is your gun drawn?
Yep. Okay.
Due to the nature of the
I
call.
completely rewound way too far. We were at a sidebar and it jumped back.
Prove the truth of something.
Nope. Back. There we go. Might be just a couple seconds. Now sidebar's almost over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a question that probably a number of you have been wondering about, but we got from a juror. The question is, why has the body cam footage been removed? Evidentiary rules. You've heard the statement hearsay.
That's the audio.
Hearsay is defined as an out-of-court statement that is offered to prove the truth of something. Okay. There's a lot of conversation. You can see the conversation going on. Unlike what you can observe directly, those statements coming from the officers are their impressions, their conclusions about things that may or may not even be accurate. And so the language has been removed. You're able to view what the officers were viewing because that is relevant evidence for you to consider. But their statements and other information that they may or may not have. You've heard questions here about what was known at the time the officers arrived. Again, that's just what information they had that they were operating under. Again, it may or may not have been completely accurate. But with respect to the actual video, the audio that's on the video, that is why it has been redacted, as the rules of evidence apply to that evidence as well as everything else that happens in court. Mr. Long, you may
All
continue.
right.
Thank you, Judge.
That break brought to us by a random juror's question mid-trial.
And this is 6?
This is 6.
Okay, go ahead.
So where is this occurring right now that we're watching?
This is us arriving at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And without saying what, if anything, she may have said, What was Miss McCulley's demeanor when you were taking her to the police station?
She seemed relatively calm.
And where is she headed right now?
This is the holding cell at the Santa Fe Police Department.
And what are you doing right here?
This is the camera view from inside the holding cell, so I'm just logging into the system to start the recording.
So they brought her in a cell and started recording her? Handcuffed her to the wall?
Is it common practice for you, at least when someone goes into the holding cell, for you to turn on that recorder?
Yes.
And is the holding cell, is that audio and video, or is it just video?
It's both.
All right. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
You, when did you become a detective?
I was promoted approximately 3 years ago. Actually in the role, maybe a year and a half.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you were a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alvarado was promoted as well, right?
Yes.
Was everybody promoted that day?
I think he was promoted sometime before me.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations on the promotion. I just had a couple quick questions I wanted to clear up. When you, it looks like you were the third person who went through that gate. Am I correct in that, or were you the second?
No, I believe I was the third.
Did you ever lay eyes on Miss McCulley before she went into her house?
I did not.
So the only one who saw her, to your knowledge, would be Alvarado?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you went through that gate, were you aware that he had seen somebody?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe he verbalized it.
And in what way?
I think he just said, hey, somebody went back into the house.
Okay. If you hear something like that and you start going into the backyard at that point, do you expect to see someone there?
Did I expect to see someone
Yes.
there? Based off of his statement, no, he said they had gone back to the house.
Okay. All right. So you were advised at that point that that person had gone back to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that fleeing?
Would I consider that fleeing?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very complex question. Just based off of that alone, maybe not.
Okay. And when you were walking, well, let me ask you, what kind of training do you have with regards to, are you DRE qualified or DUI qualified?
I'm qualified to do DWIs. I am not qualified as a DRE.
Okay. And a DRE is what?
A drug recognition expert. It takes a lot more training.
Okay. Well, when you were walking with Miss McCulley to the police car, did you notice any signs of intoxication?
In terms of alcohol, I did not smell alcohol on her person.
Okay, and you had said that you're not DRE qualified. Is there a time where you understand that you need a DRE expert to help you out with something?
Yeah, absolutely. There's times where they would be relevant.
Okay, so would you have needed a DRE person in this particular instance?
That did not cross my mind. I'm not sure where I would need them.
All right. And I think you had said that you made contact, or at least you saw Isaac Apodaca at the police department, correct?
Yeah, I believe I saw him at some point.
But you never saw him at the scene?
I did not.
Now, with regard to when you entered the scene, Alvarado starts kicking the door. What was the demeanor of the person on the other side of the door?
Shocked.
And when she came out, it's our understanding that she gave you guys the keys to open the garage door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see where she got them?
The keys?
Yes.
I did not see where she grabbed them from.
And was it just one key or was it on a keychain or?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And that door, do you know how it unlocks?
I did not unlock that door.
You didn't unlock the door yourself?
I did not.
So it was the guy with it looked like he was wearing a green uniform.
Yes.
He was the one who unlocked it?
Yes.
What was his name?
Alejandro.
Arroyo? Arroyo? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and this is 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
This was, and it's on October 29th of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to that key after the garage door was open?
I do not know.
And you had mentioned during your direct testimony that the garage door had been converted into a bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it appeared to be to me.
And so when they convert something into a bedroom, where's the garage door itself? Is it just closed off?
I don't think so. I think the garage door was still on the other side, like the actual, I believe.
The other side of the room from where the entrance was?
Yes, this was just a standard door where I actually made entrance.
Okay. Now, with regard to making that entrance, you had said that it was a little bit difficult to push the door open. Is that correct?
I said when I tried to go in there was just a lot of stuff in the room, making it difficult to actually walk into that garage.
Okay, and so when you say walk in, I'm trying to differentiate between pushing the door open itself, getting it open, or just being able to walk into the garage. Are you saying that it was hard to walk into the garage because of clutter?
Yes, my intention was to walk into the garage.
And it wasn't the door that blocked it, it was just the clutter?
There was just a lot of stuff.
Okay. But the door opened itself?
Yes, the door was open.
Okay. And was it open wide enough for Ms. McCauley to walk through it?
I believe that even I was able to walk a little bit into the garage, but then, of course, because of all the stuff, it limited my ability to go further in.
Yeah, when you say stuff, you're talking about the stuff on the ground or all the stuff you wear?
No, all the stuff that was in there, their personal effects.
And did you see that sword?
I did.
And can you describe it for the jury?
I don't remember exactly what it looks like. I would estimate that it's probably about 4 feet long with a standard handle.
Okay, and you didn't touch it either, right?
I did not.
And you do that to preserve evidence?
What's that?
You don't touch evidence so that it's preserved properly?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, you cleared that house, right?
The main residence?
Yes, sir.
I never went into the main residence, to my recollection. I ended up leaving with Miss McCauley.
Okay, so they made entrance into the main residence after you walked away?
I believe it was after I left.
All right. And after you brought Miss McCauley to the police department, you had stated that you checked her a couple times before you put her in your unit?
I actually check her prior to transporting her to the police department.
And then after you get her out of your unit, do you then check your unit?
Typically, yes.
Do you recall if you did that in this case?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And what kind of, when Miss, so did you identify the woman who actually gave you guys the keys?
I don't know if she provided her information to myself or another officer.
Do you recall her name?
Yes.
What is it?
Lanny
McCauley?
McCauley.
And was she pretty excited? Her demeanor, what was she like?
When we got there and her door was being kicked in, she was, I don't know how to describe, maybe alarmed. She seemed shocked at what was happening.
And did she make any statements to you while she was under those emotions?
She was asking what we were doing and why her door was being kicked in.
And after she came out of the house, was she still alarmed?
Yes, absolutely.
And did she say anything to you at that point in time while she was under the influence of those emotions?
She was asking questions. I remember we had informed her that was a crime scene. Nobody was to go back into the main residence or the garage. And she had inquired as to why.
Do you remember the words she used?
I don't remember them verbatim, but I did inform her that there was a deceased individual in there, and she seemed surprised by that. And she essentially repeated what I had said, was there's a dead body in there.
And did she tell you anything about somebody's having spent the night before?
That was a conversation that I had observed between her and Kiara.
Okay. So you just overheard that?
Yes, that was a conversation that I overheard between the two.
Okay. And on that video that we were watching, that was your body cam, correct?
Yes.
And it looked like Detective Alvarado was pointing at Miss McCauley's hands. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was he pointing at, if you know?
She had some bandages on her hands.
Did you see how many bandages she had on her hand?
I don't remember the number. I did remember seeing the bandages on her hands.
But more than one?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. During any of this time, did Kiara ever tell you that Isaac Apodaca made her kill this young lady?
Hearsay.
Can I rephrase it, Your Honor?
Objection sustained in that form. Go ahead.
During any of the time when, well, I guess, was Kiara ever at a point where she was excited?
I don't know if I would classify her emotions as excited. She, like I said, she seemed relatively calm.
And that was during the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Lonnie? Did she make any mention as to who might have done this while she was under the influence of those emotions?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there ever, well, did you ever arrest Lonnie McCauley?
Did I? I never arrested her, no.
Okay. So she was never a suspect?
No, not to my knowledge.
Jar was the only suspect you had at that time?
Yes.
And later on, Mr. Apodaca became a suspect?
That was due to an investigation that was beyond my scope at the time.
Okay.
Kiara was a suspect at that time based off of what the knowledge I had at that time.
And you didn't see Mr. Apodaca at the scene, right?
I did not.
Okay. May I have just a second, Your Honor? May I have just a second, Your Honor? Thank you.
Keeps trying to get that hearsay in with an excited utterance, but he's like, no, everyone was pretty calm. There was no excited utterance.
And if you can remember, do you remember what Miss McCauley's behavior was like while she was in the holding cell?
That I don't remember.
Did you stand there and watch her, or did you have to walk away and do paperwork?
Typically, that's what we do, and then we have a screen, so look here and there just to monitor her. But I probably was doing paperwork at the time.
So you just monitor to make sure nothing's going on?
Yeah, briefly checking in and out.
And you didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. That's a pretty complicated system. You're very tech savvy, by the way. But thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Nothing on redirect, but we will reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, which means the attorneys may recall you later in the trial. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information from any source about what has been testified to or about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. If you'd probably about 15 minutes. If you go back with the bailiff, take your notes with you, and we'll call you back in and continue with evidence. In recess.
All right.
So when they go to recess, we go to Zoom. Let me fast forward a little bit. See if there's anything they need to work out now that the jury's gone. Don't see that there is anything. There's our defendant. Attorneys are coming back in.
Sorry.
Let's go. We're back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. Yes, counsel.
Mr. Nair and I've been talking. Is there any way that between, in the mornings when people congregate or lunches and all that, could the jury congregate somewhere else other than outside the courtroom? It's so difficult with the different categories of witnesses we're wrangling. There's a lot of people that we're having to separate. I mean, there's just between the parties, there's 7 of us that kind of keep getting trapped kind of amongst the crowd of jurors. Is there anywhere else they could wait for the sessions?
And Judge, also, when we go to that little office, it says public defender on there.
Right.
So then the jury kind of knows.
Yeah, no, I offered you the office back here, and the state has one. I mean, they have the district attorney's office down there as well. But if you need a space, we can find you space in the building. That's the most convenient, is the little room right behind you there. I'll try and figure out where we can send them to. I don't want to send them to DeVargas Park because they may end up as witnesses for a few other cases. I've seen hand-to-hand buys happen outside of my window looking at DeVargas Park. So it's right across from the adult probation and parole office, if you don't know. I'll think about it. The closest walking distance, so there's not a whole lot of shade, but there's a couple of tables next to the Veterans Memorial at the Batten Building.
Or even just if they could meet in the morning in like the jury selection room and then all come up in mass when it's time to bring them up.
I think we have grand jury tomorrow, don't we?
No.
I thought it was last week.
I know I swore in a bunch of deputy AGs yesterday.
Oh, there might be a, they may have requested a special session.
I don't know. I know I swore in about 7 or 8 yesterday.
What? Okay.
If there's nothing down there, then the grand jury room, and then there's that outdoor little patio off to the side. And they can't see out of that patio into the DA's office or into the major plaza.
Or even just on that same spot, but on the second floor, you know, kind of, because they're all just gathering right here.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Second floor's got the same windows facing your office.
That part's okay. It's just that when we're all waiting to get let into the courtroom or what have you, we're all just kind of in that bottlenecking with the jurors right here. I don't mind if they see us going to.
We'll work on it.
Thank you so much.
And Judge,
Anything else?
I had a proposal in regards to the jail audios. We still have concerns about jury being wind of it, or believing that Mr. Apodaca is in custody. We would stipulate, we would agree to the state being able to bring in those statements to the detective. If there's hearsay issues or whatever, we would stipulate to that, if that as an alternative to those recordings actually being played.
That's why I asked earlier if there was a transcript.
And I think, Judge, when we can run it through Axon, and Axon will create a transcript. I think, again, there are going to be very, very limited sections of that. I mean, I would say, you know, the most that for one clip is going to be probably 10% of that actual audio. And I do think that it is very important that they hear the defendant's voice on those recordings, as well as in, I apologize, hear his voice in the interview with Sergeant E. Hill.
I don't know what the probative value of the defendant's voice is, Judge. I mean, if we're going to agree that they could bring in the statements to the detective, then I think that is sufficient.
Because I think the statements aren't going to get the inflections. If we're just, you know, if the detective or sergeant is actually just reading those statements, they're not going. The jury is not going to be able to make a determination on the veracity, on the truthfulness of those statements through the detective. They need to be able to evaluate those statements on their own and compare those.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because we could do this for another half hour. Is the actual audio going to be played through the detective when he testifies?
Yes.
Or, okay. And that's not going to be until
Friday.
Friday or Monday? Okay. So we have a whole day.
I think Friday.
Do the redactions, provide them to counsel as they're redacted, and then we'll set some time up. He said it's about 14 minutes total, and I'll listen to them and make sure we don't have background noise and those kinds of things, that there are a giveaway as to his location at the time the conversations are happening.
So it's 14 minutes. Each phone call is 14 minutes because it's a collect phone call, and I think they're probably maximizing it. We do not want to play 2.5 hours worth of jail audio.
No, I got that, but I was under the impression that all 11 added up to about 14 minutes.
Probably so, yes.
Okay, so redact out what you're going to redact out, provide it to counsel, and have a copy ready to play in court outside the presence of the jury, and we'll have this conversation again. Understand, they get to decide whatever weight they want to give to any evidence they receive, so that's the other side of the coin of the concern that you have, so I want to listen to those tapes.
Understood.
And then we'll have this conversation again. If there's something on there that makes it debilitating, we'll deal with that. If we wouldn't be having the conversation if there wasn't a concern that the statements were prejudicial. It's whether or not the context in which they were made is additionally prejudicial beyond that. So we'll have that conversation. But all we're going to do today through his mother is identification that she listened or that she's aware of communication she had with her son, and that those were her voice and his voice.
Correct.
Maybe redact out the part that says you have a
Anything
collect
else, Counsel?
call
Anything
from
for
inmates.
Not this time, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Let's have our jury.
So how can the jury be gathering right outside the courtroom door and still take 5 minutes to come in? I just don't get it. For those that just joined us, this is the day one, we're on a speed trial rewatch of the trial that's going on right now. It's a sword trial, so we're speeding through. We're just at the end of day one right now. This happened during the started during the Tyler Robinson trial, and or preliminary hearing, I shouldn't say trial, and we are trying to catch up on what happened here in New Mexico. You have a collect call from Satan's helper? Yes. I think they're on day 4. We're on day 1, so we're now almost on day 2. Could probably get through half of day 2 tonight. What do you think?
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We continue in the state's case in chief. It's interesting watching juries over the years because they organize themselves. There are no assigned seats in the jury box. But after only about 4.5 hours today of coming in and going out, you're lining up in order pretty much where you're seated. You're free to move around in the jury box, but people get very territorial about their seats. So if you're going to move, you might want to have that conversation. We're going to continue in the state's case in chief and finish out the afternoon. And then I'll give you some closing instructions at the end of the day and talk about when to come back tomorrow. Who is the next witness for the state?
It's going to be Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, if you'd come forward, please.
And Judge, I think she may need access to a plug up there.
Is there a power plug up here, Angel? I think there is.
Yes, there is, right here in this corner. Yes.
Yep, I'll give you a hand. Help her set that up before we get going. Go ahead and check it, make sure it's working okay. I'm going to place you under oath now. So if you face me and raise your right hand.
Oh, I'm like, what is that? That's an oxygen machine.
Sorry. Yes, swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Please have a seat. So as we begin, the attorneys are going to ask you some questions. Make sure you understand the question before you answer. And if it's not clear to you what you're being asked to respond to, just say something. And
okay.
The attorneys will make it clear.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Why did you just yell, can you hear me?
If,
listen to the judge.
I'm going to ask you to begin by stating your name and then spelling your name for a record. Everything we do has to be recorded.
Okay, my name is Linda Louise Montoya, and it's Linda. Louise Louise. Montoya is Montoya.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a son?
Yes, I do.
And what is his name?
Isaac Apodaca.
And do you see him today?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit. Black
right.
jacket, tie, pants.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you do me a favor and wave at him? Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, she has.
Can you wave at him? I've never heard that one before.
On October...
Don't point.
In October of 2022, do you know where your son was living?
He was living with Lainey McCauley and Carol McCauley.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, sometime before noon, did your son call you?
Yes, he did.
And did he ask you to do anything for him?
He asked me to call 911.
Okay. Before he called you and asked you to call 911?
He asked me to pick him up.
Okay. And what was your response to his request to come pick him up?
I asked him if he was still sick because he just had RSV. He was really sick, and I'm on oxygen, so I can't have anybody sick around me because due to my lungs. And he said yes, he was. I told him we can't pick you up, but we could take you to a motel so you could sit there and rest and then get better, and then we could come home after you're done.
Okay, great.
Getting better.
And then you mentioned that, was it maybe a few hours later that he called you and then you called 911?
Yeah, he called me. He had told me, I'm going inside to use the bathroom. I'll
And
call
I'm
you.
going to go ahead and stop you right there. But he called you and then you called 911. Is that
I
correct?
called 911.
Okay. Now, so ma'am, have you listened to some recorded phone calls today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your son's voice?
Yes, I did.
All right. And
Yes.
Sidebar, I thought this was approved. They said that's what they're going to ask her specifically. Skip ahead. Still at sidebar?
Five 537?
Yes.
Nope. We're about to give a phone number. We don't need that. Okay, here we go. Sidebar's almost over.
Are the last four digits of your phone number 4537?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Ms. Montoya, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 7 through 17. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way up to 17, okay? Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Skipped a few numbers there.
Would you just take a look at those very, very briefly?
Be quick about it. Is that portable oxygen concentrator? It doesn't require an oxygen tank, right? It just draws the oxygen out of the air around you.
Okay, now without saying what those are, did you sign and date each one of those discs?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Can we approach her?
Come on up.
Oh my goodness. Fast forward again. We're going to catch up so quickly on this trial.
Those were
Whoops. I broke it.
statements were prejudicial. It's
Oh, hang on. She just wrapped up in her hoodie. There we go. I think this is where we are.
Has the witness.
cross-examination at this time, counsel?
Defense has no questions. We'll reserve the witness.
Okay. You've been reserved as a witness, so you may be recalled later in the trial.
Okay.
Don't seek out any information about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't talk to any of the other witnesses. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back and testify and when that will be.
Okay.
Okay? You're free to go and step down, and Angel will help you with your with your concentrator.
Who was accenting? That's another YouTube channel. Just,
And retrieve the evidence?
Yes.
I was finished a movie and it jumped onto the next
17,
one.
Angel.
That's Ripple 300 from the
Additional
UK,
testimony or evidence on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Cesar Ornelas.
playing a zombie game. We're just watching people practice for murder. That's what we're doing. She just identified the tape recordings. That's all we got. We have not heard the calls yet. Defense has said they're willing to stipulate to have them brought in through the detective. Possibly a transcript. The judge is going to listen to them all to see if it sounds like there's jail cell, door sounds behind in the background. If so, they might use a transcript only. Next witness. I think you need to have a prescription to buy a oxygen concentrator, right?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Because I want one for scientific purposes.
Would you get settled there if you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please?
Yes, first name Cesar, Cesar. Last name Ornelas, Ornelas.
Mr. Long?
Thank you, Your Honor. Where do you work?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Santa Fe Police Department?
About 7.5 years now.
And what's your title?
My current title is a police detective with a criminal investigation section.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Maybe a little over 2 years now.
So on Saturday, October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
But you weren't a detective at that point?
Correct.
On that day, on October 29th, 2022, what division were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the patrol division as a police officer.
Okay. And were you working daytime, swing, grave?
Daytime hours.
Okay. Did you respond to a call for service on the afternoon of October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a possible homicide?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that address in Santa Fe County, New Mexico?
Yes.
Would you, without saying what anyone said, would you describe for the jury what you did when you arrived?
Upon my arrival, my involvement was scene security and locating the defendant at the time, during the time.
Okay. And did you head towards the back of the residence?
Yes.
All right. And once you were at the back of the residence, what, if anything, did you do?
Initially, it was security for containment, and then I attempted to conduct a welfare check in the garage.
Okay. When you talk about, I guess, security and containment, would another way to put that be to make sure nobody runs out the backyard?
Yes.
Okay. After you sort of secured the backyard, did you head over to a store that was just down the road?
Yes.
And was that store called AP Wireless?
Yes.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a body-worn camera on?
Yes.
And where was that body-worn camera placed on you?
It was in my vest or attached to the center of my chest.
Okay. And do you know if your camera was recording?
Yes.
The 4 mics are for karaoke night in court, because courtroom karaoke is a thing. After hours, this judge likes to get his boogie on, and the bailiffs join in for the quartet. I don't know. Make your best guess. That's my wrong answer. Why do they have 4 wireless mics charging in front of the witness stand?
And permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Would you just take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is there anything on there that you recognize?
On the city?
Yes.
My signature dated 7/8 of 2026.
Okay. And have you reviewed that, what is contained on that disk?
On this disc is my arrival.
All right. And absent the lack of audio, is that a fair and accurate recording of your arrival on that day in question?
Yes.
And Judge, I think I may need to ask for some technical assistance. Pressing all the buttons and nothing is happening.
It's not in evidence.
I think the judge wasn't joking. You have to admit it first before I play it. I have those same mics. They're nice ones, by sure. I only have 2 of them. But that's like $2,400 worth of mics right there with the associated receivers.
Froze.
They're really nice. The pickup pattern is actually really good for choirs. That's why I made the joke about the karaoke night and singing. Let's go to cardioid pickup.
Judge, at this point, I would move State's Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection to 18, counsel?
No objection from defense, Your Honor.
18 is admitted.
Whoa.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
I'm trying to find a way to get to the backyard. And I'm jumping the fences, the neighboring houses, in order to get to the back of the residence.
Okay, so where are you right now?
This is an alleyway that leads to the back of the residence where the garage is located.
And it looks like your gun is out. Are you at a ready position?
Yes.
And when you're at a ready position, what does that mean and why are you at a ready position?
Just because we were still developing information on the call, and I wasn't sure if somebody was going to run out through the back, like I mentioned.
Wilson is the home of the whirly gigs, yeah.
And what are you doing right there?
I go there all the time.
I checked the vehicle to make sure nobody else was inside. I came up to the fence, and I saw the officers in the yard.
Have you been joined by another officer in that alley?
Yes.
What officer is that?
Officer Jordan Kaiser.
What's happening right here?
I think I was trying to get to the road because we were trying to get medical personnel into the back alley, and I was just trying to be pretty much a sign to wave them in.
I think you were running for safety because you got your pew out.
And then also we're just canvassing with the immediate areas of that same alleyway.
The shooting at the courthouse in Wilson was over this morning.
What's happening in this part?
In this part, I believe that's when information came in that there was a second call coming from what we believe was another reporting person. And then I guess there was more information about the garage at this point, so I went over there to support the officers that were in the backyard.
Now, are you running? Are you walking quickly?
No, I was running right there.
We've live streamed from Wilson before.
Now, at
on
this
channel.
point, what, if anything, did you learn?
At this point, I learned that there was a unresponsive person in the garage right behind the door of the entryway, or that door that was open.
Why does he keep running away down the alley?
What are you doing there?
I'm just double checking because with the information that I knew at the time now, knowing there's an unresponsive person there, it just raises your guard up. So I just double checking that nobody else was, or I might have missed somebody in there. And then that's the medical personnel running in.
The news story out of North Carolina, I retweeted the video that shows them taking a stretcher away from the steps of the courthouse and officers running to it with the gun. Apparently it was a retaliation shooting. A 19-year-old had shot a 16-year-old. As that 19-year-old was coming out of court, she was shot by another 19-year-old 6 times, and then he also started shooting at police officers. So it looks like it was right on the courthouse steps.
Okay. I want to talk about this location that you are headed right here. Where is this?
So this is it's like a little shopping plaza, if you want to call it that, where there's businesses there, and that's where the AP wireless store is located, which is just a few houses down the street from the incident location.
So at this point, are you in contact with dispatch trying to get some more information?
Yes, over the radio, they're just providing information.
Right. So when you got to AP Wireless, did you make contact with anyone?
Yes.
Slop life.
And who did you make
attorney level
contact
support?
With the male defendant, Ayden Apodaca.
All right.
Very
And
nice.
do you
Thank
see
you.
that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please describe what he's wearing?
Just a black suit with a white shirt and a dark blue tie.
Can you wave at him?
Please let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
He has.
Wilson County's right next to me. I'm in Pitt County. Wilson County's just one county to
Permission to
the
approach the witness?
west.
Yes.
And so, Detective, I'm going to pick up what I've given you and hand you something else. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that a recording of your encounter with Isaac Apodaca?
Yes.
And is there some audio on there?
It's
Actually, is there audio on that recording?
yes.
Okay. And when you contacted Mr. Apodaca, did you confirm his identity?
Yes.
And did you confirm date of birth?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording on that clip, is that a fair and accurate representation of the body-worn camera footage from that day, October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Any objection to 19?
No objection, Judge.
19 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
318 Santa Fe. If you have them on the line, have them come outside of the business. Just 48 here. Alright, stay right here. Let me look around real quick. Isaac. Yeah, there he is. He's coming out. Is that Isaac? Did you call us, bro?
Yes, I called.
Here, come over here. You're good. Come here. You don't have any knives, any weapons on you?
No.
No? Just put it down for now. Just put it down. You're not in trouble, bro. Gotta make sure you don't have any weapons, okay? Here, put your hands up right here. Right here.
You might need a
I get
lint
it.
brush. Need a lint brush stab.
It's good, bro. Here, for now, bro, just because it looks like your girlfriend or whoever's in there is really injured. So for now, we're gonna put you under detention, okay, until we can figure this out. You're not under arrest.
Okay.
Here, I'll put this right
What's your
here.
name? Isaac Apodaca.
Apodaca?
Yeah.
Hey, listen to me.
12/19/1996.
Listen to me, Isaac. You said you found a girl?
Yes.
Where is she at?
She's at 5941 Jaguar Drive in the garage. I walked in on.
Trying to see if we have suspect for tonight. What was she wearing? Not your girlfriend, the girl you saw that was there.
She was wearing a black sweater
Uh-huh.
and some shorts. And
Here, let's walk all the way over here, okay? Yeah.
I had.
Sir, you can tell if you have any additional units coming this way?
I was honked.
Hey, next one coming in, come to the AP Wireless parking lot. So I'm gonna read something to you, bro, okay? You're not under arrest, okay? Before I ask any questions, I need you to know this rights, okay? So just listen up. Okay? So just listen up. Direct 98. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police, and you have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed before you before any questions if you wish. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering until you can talk to an attorney. Knowing and understanding your rights, as I explained them to you, are you willing to answer any of my questions without an attorney present?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go over here, but let's try to get you out of sound for now because I don't want people to start, looking at you and things like that, okay?
Where are you guys parked at?
We're way over here, man. We were a little confused on what was going on. Okay, so you said there was a female because you live in the garage, right?
Yes.
You live in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the garage? Who lives with you in the garage? Your girlfriend?
Kiara McCully.
Okay. So can you tell me how did this call transpire? How did you call us?
I walked into the garage. I walked into the garage, and when I walked into the garage, she goes, "Oh, I just did it." And I'm like,
And who was this?
Kiara McCully.
She told you that?
Very calmly and everything, blood on her hands, and
Okay.
I called my mom.
This part, I guess, is muted out. About him calling his mom. And what she said. Here's the other cop car. Shoo, pulls up right here.
So let me ask you this, just so I can understand this correctly. The female that's in the garage right now, that's not your girlfriend.
Correct.
Your girlfriend did that to that female.
Correct.
Okay. Where's your girlfriend at? Does she have a phone number?
She has a phone number 971.
You want to write this down real quick?
I can tell you what the rest is. 867-5309.
For that. 971.
867-5309.
Whose phone number is that?
That's the girlfriend, Kiara McCully.
How do you spell her name?
KIARAMCCULY.
MCCULEY?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you for, stuff. So, your girlfriend is the one that did this to this girl?
Yes.
And she's not at the house. Where does she normally go?
Beyond her not being at the house, I have no clue. She doesn't tell me.
Do you know who the girl in the garage is right now?
I know who the girl is. She's a friend of mine.
What's her name?
Her name is Grace Jennings.
Grace Jennings? Okay. Okay. Do me a favor, bro, okay, just so you're a little more warm. We're going to put you behind this unit, okay? Just hang out, sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you if we need to ask you more questions. Hey.
Okay. Detective, did the defendant have any weapons on him?
No.
Was the only thing that you asked him to place down on the ground, was that a cell phone?
Yes.
And then, did you then put that cell phone back into his pocket?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation that day? Were you looking for maybe surveillance video, anything like that?
No, all I did was went back, checked in with the supervisor at the time, did a little bit of more security, and then I ended up transporting Mr. Apodaca back to the station.
Okay. And in the video clip that we just watched, looks like you turned over or told Mr. Apodaca that he was going to sit in a car. Whose car was that?
It's Officer Derek Arn.
Okay. And at some point, did Officer Arn turn the defendant back over to you?
Yes.
And when Officer Arn turned the defendant back over to you, did he give you anything that he may have taken off of the defendant?
Yes, his cell phone and wallet.
Did you end up transporting the defendant to the police station?
Yes.
All right. And when you transported the defendant to the police station, did you then hand over the phone and wallet to Detective, now Sergeant V. Hill?
Yes.
Did they put him in the same holding cell as his girlfriend?
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked State's Exhibit 20. I'm also going to pick up State's Exhibit 19 from you.
Prosecutor doing a little give and take with the evidence. Rotating out videos.
Yes.
And why do you recognize State's Exhibit 20?
Because I reviewed it 7/8 of 2026 as well. Signed it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera footage of additional footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 20 into evidence.
Any objection to 20?
No objection, Judge.
20 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
Right there, I'm approaching Officer Arn, and right after is when we escort Mr. Apodaca from his unit into my unit.
I hope nobody at the jail has cat allergies, because this man would trigger them.
What are you doing right there?
He asked just to adjust the handcuffs because they were hurting his wrist. So I just adjusted them and relocked them so they wouldn't get tighter on him.
And what is happening right there?
That's where Officer Arn handed me his belongings, Mr. Apodaca's belongings.
And what were those belongings?
A cell phone and a wallet.
It looped. We're done.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you, officer, were dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive by dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. And dispatch had told you that the female son allegedly told her that his girlfriend had killed another female with a sword.
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, officers were were attempting to make contact at the front door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the backyard to contain the area?
Yes.
And you made contact with two individuals in the backyard, correct? Or did you make any? I'm sorry. Did you make any contact with anybody in the backyard?
No.
Okay. And then you went. You then located Isaac Apodaca at the AP Wireless store.
Yes.
And that was about maybe a block away. How?
Fairly about a block away.
Okay. And then you informed Isaac of what was going on, correct?
Yes, I told him what we're investigating.
Okay. And you read Isaac his Miranda rights?
Yes.
Correct. And then Isaac stated he understood his rights?
Yes.
And Isaac agreed to speak with you, correct?
Yes.
And Isaac had seemed shaken up while speaking with you?
He seemed a little, I would say, shaken up when you're surprised.
Now let's back up a little bit. Isaac was waiting for you, correct, to arrive at the AP Wireless store?
I don't know if he was waiting for me, but he was at the AP Wireless store.
Okay.
Waiting for me.
And Isaac had told you that Ms. McCulley had hurt someone in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca, Isaac, walked into the garage and Kira had said, "I did it," correct?
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he said he knew Kira did this to a friend of his named, a friend of his, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was no weapon on Isaac?
At the time when I made contact with him, no.
Okay. And Isaac didn't have the keys to the garage or any keys to any garage at the scene of the incident, correct?
The only thing I knew he had was his phone and his wallet.
Okay. And Isaac didn't resist or try to flee?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of what actually happened at the scene that day, correct?
No.
Okay. And one second. One second. You didn't observe any injuries on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca didn't leave any blood in your car, did he?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, I think.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, so that means you may be recalled, you may not. The attorneys will be in touch with you to let you know.
I don't like no
when and if you
redirect,
need to come
but
back.
reserved.
In the meantime, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any additional information about the case. But you're free to step down.
I guess rebuttal.
We should have 20 should be the last one.
Yes, sir.
Get all your evidence in.
Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Derek Arn.
Can I approach real quick?
Come on up.
Ozzy, I'm sorry you had a bad experience at Costco. That's just terrible. Costco's supposed to be heavenly. You go there and find great deals on everything you never knew you needed.
And we'll continue with the next witness.
There we go.
We're off the record.
All right.
Apparently we're taking a short break, so just 1 second. Okay, break's almost over. We're almost done for the day. All right, here we go. Coming back from break here. We're in New Mexico, Groovy Cheryl. New Mexico.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record, and we continue in the state's case in chief. Mr. Long.
State calls Derek Arn.
I'm going to place you under oath. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you begin by stating your name for the record and spelling it for us, please.
My name is Derek Arn. It's spelled D-E-R-E-K. Last name is spelled A-R-N.
All right.
Mr. Long?
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified police officer with the Santa Fe Police Department.
How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
6 years.
And on October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
Were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And did you actually make it to that address?
While I was en route, I was rerouted to the AP Wireless, just down the street from the incident location.
All right. And when you arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
Yes.
Who?
Officer Cesar Ornelas.
And at that point, did you take custody of any person?
Isaac Apodaca was on scene with Officer Ornelas, and we escorted him to the back of my patrol unit.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
Yes.
Where was that camera located?
It was on the front of my chest on my uniform.
All right. And was that camera operating properly?
Yes, it was activated.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Officer Arn, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 21. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a burned DVD disc. Says with my initials, and it's also dated.
And have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes.
And are those contents a fair and accurate representation of some body-worn camera footage from your camera from October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And Judge, I apologize, our computer has done something again. At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 21 into evidence, and I'm going to have to do a hard reboot again.
Any objection to 21, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 21 is admitted.
Going to have to do a hard reboot again because technology and I do not get along. Baby Shark, we actually have a WD-40 emoji you can use. Not a sponsor. Sarah, I am live right now, so I'm answering your questions live, but we are still catching up on the trial itself. That's why it's faster. There's the emoji. You can't read it, but you can tell what it is, right? It is true. In the last 2 months, we've had 2 shootings at North Carolina courthouses, one at Wake County, one at Wilson County. Total of 4 or 5 people total shot. The first 2 were attorneys in a civil dispute. The lady who was trying to sue.
And Judge, I apologize. Did I ask?
Shot the attorneys.
Yes, you did. Permission was granted.
Thank you.
And this last one seems to be a retribution. The victim was accused of shooting someone previously. So, yeah, don't go to court in North Carolina unless you absolutely have to. So we shooting everybody around here. Bring duels back? Yeah.
And where did you just arrive?
I arrived at the AP Wireless. It's on the corner of Avenida de Contenta and Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And at this point, without telling me all of the information that you have, are you trying to get up to speed?
A little bit. Here in this interaction with the defendant, he provided me with his name and also the involved individuals with their name and date of births.
Okay.
Is it just a cell phone company, or are there a bunch of companies on this road?
All right, so I'm actually going to fast forward some of this.
I think you're going to skip.
So we are, looks like a minute and a half in. I'm going to fast forward this to about the 6-minute mark.
Had a dagger or a knife or I don't know what it was, but it was being.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone.
Just hang out, sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you.
You don't have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons, just my phone and my wallet.
Okay, I'm actually going to rewind this.
Now I'm going to rewind it. Apparently, we're not going to fast forward. Now we're stuck here. Just waiting for it to play. The officer using a cheap clicker pen, the 10-cent variety. But they still write tickets, just as good as the expensive
Officer
ones.
Arn, before you put somebody in your vehicle, is there a procedure that you might normally follow?
Yes, whenever someone's seated in your patrol unit, you just do a quick pat down to ensure they don't have any weapons.
Okay. And would you describe for the jury what a pat down is?
Just hang out, sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you.
You don't have any weapons on you?
Would you just quickly describe what a pat down is?
Sure. So you're just checking the exterior of their clothing to make sure there's no weapons, firearm, handle, or a knife. Just checking the exterior of their clothing.
Thank you.
No weapons, just my phone and my wallet. It's all right.
What was your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Isaac Apodaca. What was your date of birth?
12/19/19.
You're the one who called it in?
My mother, she technically called it in first. Her name is Linda Montoya.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone because she wanted to make sure I was okay.
What was your mom's name? Linda what?
Linda Montoya.
Linda Montoya. So what happened now?
I was in the house, and then I walked into the garage, and she goes, "Hey, okay, I did it."
That's what Kiara told you?
Yes. I looked at the ground, and there was somebody there, and I didn't touch him or anything. I looked at them, and I was like, "This is too traumatic for me." I do have PTSD, and I've dealt with stuff that's a lot more traumatic than this, but I'm not.
Really?
I'm not okay right now because I'm freaking out.
No, it's understandable, man. I understand. So you were like already inside the house?
I was inside the house.
Like you live there, or you and your girlfriend?
Me and my girlfriend. I was inside the house, and then I walked out, and that's when she said, "Okay, I did it."
Kiara's your girlfriend, right?
I'm freaking out right now.
No, just breathe, man. Just breathe a little bit, all right?
Do you need to get checked out by meds, man?
No.
No? Okay.
You want the air or anything? Are you hot, cold?
Got this. We'll roll down the window and we'll give you a minute, all right?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Hey, Isaac, just breathe, all right? Just breathe. Okay? Ready to be here.
I was already planning on leaving today too. I have all my stuff packed up, and I wanted to go to my mom and dad's because I'm not in a good mental space on the fact that.
So, how do you guys know, what was her name, the one that was being stabbed?
Grace.
How do you guys know Grace Jennings?
She's a friend of mine.
A friend of yours? Is she a friend of Kiara's? Was she a friend of Kiara's or just yours?
She was a friend of Kiara's.
Both you guys?
Yes.
And did she live here or just she's hanging out with you guys?
She was just hanging out with us.
Okay.
Everything was going good, and then in the morning I started getting. I honestly should have called you guys earlier in the morning, but I had a dagger or a knife or I don't know what it was, but it was being placed on my lower back.
What do you mean?
something sharp was being placed on my lower back in the morning while we were all trying to sleep. And
Were the three of you sleeping in the same bed?
yes.
Okay, so as far as like, I know I asked you a couple questions, but I have the other officer that you spoke with first, if he wants to ask you some more questions or anything.
All right.
As far as like the investigation, all right? So I haven't Mirandized you or anything, so well, let's take it one step at a time, all right? Just breathe, just kind of focus on your breathing.
I was going to ask if you guys are, if there's anything after this, is there a way you guys could get my stuff and then take it to my mom and dad's? The only things that I want away from there are, there's two bags. There's a pink bag. It has my laptop.
So we'll get to that point, all right? Just don't worry about it. All right, it's going to be a while anyways, because it's a crime scene right now, so we'll just have to stay put for now, all right? Where else could your girlfriend have gone?
I don't know.
Did she make any other statements? Like,
She wanted to go take a shower in the main house, but
where's the main house? Are you talking about this house, the main house? Like,
Yeah.
not the garage?
yes. But if she disappeared, then I don't know.
What does she look like?
Blonde hair, 5'5",
Is it natural blonde or dyed blonde?
natural blonde.
Okay. Does she have like any tattoos or anything?
Yes.
Where?
Right arm. It's like kind of like
Right forearm?
Yeah. Kind of like a sleeve, and then on the
What's the tattoo of?
like I would say on my left arm I would say runes, but they're more like just symbols.
Symbols? Alright. Is she thin build or heavier set?
Average.
Average build?
Careful how you answer there. She might hear this. I thought the girlfriend was one they already had in custody.
Blue eyes?
I think you're right.
Blue eyes?
Yes.
Officer, at some point, did you receive instructions to take Isaac Apodaca back to the Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. I'm going to take 21 back from you. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit number 22? Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and it's also dated.
And do you know what is contained on that?
Body worn footage.
All right, and is that body worn footage a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection to 22?
No objection, Your Honor.
22 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, counsel.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I know the other officer pat you down real quick, but I gotta do a secondary search, right? Just turn around for me. You have anything sharp pointing in your pockets?
No.
That's all right.
Okay.
Move forward a little bit at the hips. You're good. Good. Have a seat.
Officer, for the time period that the defendant was in the back of your vehicle, was he always handcuffed?
He was.
Okay. And it looks from that video clip, it looks like you took a couple things off of his person. What did you take off of him?
His wallet and cell phone.
Right. And at some point, did you receive new instructions, and was someone else going to transport the defendant to Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 23. I'm going to take 22 off your hands. There you go. Would you...
This entire trial is presented in video form.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a body-worn camera footage with my initials, and it's also dated.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of additional body-worn camera footage from October 29, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
23 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So this officer is actually going to take you, all right?
All right.
So disregard my mask. 318 is going to transport the mail. Are you supposed to up here?
All right. Officer Arn, what did you just hand over?
So for my front passenger seat was a cell phone and the wallet, and I gave it to CSR Nellis.
All right. Did you have any other involvement in the case?
No, just after that, I conducted perimeter security, then took control of the crime scene log.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
We're done. Yeah.
Good afternoon, officer. Is it pronounced Arn, A-R-N?
Yeah.
Mike, okay, I don't want to mess that up, too bad. And how long have you been with Santa Fe Police Department?
For 6 years.
Okay, and do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about what Mr. Apodaca's demeanor was when you first got there. It sounds to me like you knew what the call was about when you arrived on scene. Is that true?
To an extent.
And you knew that there was a caller that was calling, and you were looking for that caller? Did that question make sense?
Not really.
Okay. There was somebody who was on dispatch telling dispatch where they were.
If I recall correctly, that was the call, like someone was calling on behalf of the son.
Okay. And then did you get word later that the son was also calling saying, I'm over here at AP Wireless?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But when you got to AP Wireless, you met Mr. Apodaca?
Yes.
The person that was in the video. And he was cooperative with you?
He was.
He didn't resist in any way?
No.
And he didn't argue with you in any way?
No.
So everything that we saw in the video is the entire interaction?
Yes.
Okay. And when you patted him down, so it looks like you patted him down at least twice?
Twice.
So the first time you patted him down, you were just checking for weapons, and you didn't remove anything at that point?
I didn't.
And then when you put him into your unit, that's when you removed stuff?
The second time.
The second time. Okay. And you took out a phone and what else?
A wallet.
Okay. But you didn't find any keys on him?
I did not.
So the first time you secured him in your unit, was he placed in handcuffs the first time?
He was placed in handcuffs prior to me arriving on scene.
Gotcha. And when you took him out of your unit to trade off with, now is it Detective Ornelas?
Correct.
Did you check the back of your vehicle for any items he may have left behind?
No.
Did you find any keys in the back of your vehicle later?
No.
And when you were checking on him, did you see any blood on him?
I don't recall seeing blood.
Did you get any blood on you after checking him?
No.
How about in your unit? Did you see any blood in your unit?
I don't recall seeing blood in my unit.
And once you transferred Mr. Apodaca over to Detective Ornelas, you went and took over the crime scene log. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is that?
So it just notates whoever's entering the scene, the crime scene. So just name and time they entered and time they left the scene.
Okay. And so about what time do you think you left the scene?
About 19:53 hours, so 7:53 p.m. is when I handed off the crime scene log to the next officer taking possession of it.
Okay. So you were out there about 5 hours altogether?
Yeah. Yes.
So we heard what he did tell you. What I'm interested in what he didn't tell you. He didn't tell you that he killed this young woman, did he?
Whatever was said in the video is what he stated, is what happened.
Okay. And just to be sure, though, he never told you that he killed Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he told somebody to kill Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he manipulated somebody into killing Miss Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a second. Thank you, officer, very much for your testimony.
Right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay.
All right.
So you're being reserved, which means.
I'm not sleeping, I'm
Don't discuss your testimony with
listening.
anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify. Don't
Wide
seek
awake.
out any other information about the case or the testimony of any other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Feel free to step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, so some quick instructions, and then we'll let you go. First of all, leave your notes with the bailiff. If you'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30, I do have a hearing that I need to conduct before we get started, so we may already be in here going when you start arriving. The attorney said
We're
that's in a
gonna be
different
going
case.
when you
The
get
attorneys
here.
and I usually generally meet for a few minutes before we bring you in and begin, just to kind of organize the day to get things squared away so that we can try and present the case to you as efficiently as possible. Over the evening, the hard part. Please don't have any conversations with anyone about the case. And that's difficult. Your family and friends know you've been here all day, and they want to know what happened. You can't have that conversation with anyone. A couple of reasons for that. One is I'm one of those people, example of myself, that I think out loud, and I make decisions and I evaluate things as I'm talking. The instruction I gave you earlier that you're not supposed to be making up those decisions until you've heard all of the evidence and the instructions of the law and you have that conversation together when you begin deliberating, and we're not anywhere near that phase of the trial yet. Again, the other concern is if you start talking about the case with somebody else, they may have read something or heard something or have their own theories about things and start sharing those with you. And we want to make sure that ultimately you make a decision based on the testimony you hear here in the courtroom and the instructions of law that you're going to be given. So I'll stop there. Do any of you have any questions for me before we continue? I don't see any. We'll go ahead and let you go. The bailiff will take you back. Tomorrow morning, would ask that you meet the bailiff not on the third floor up here, but on the second floor. Again, come all the way down the hall to the windows and meet the bailiff on the second floor. Okay. Counsel and I are going to be here. We're going to be doing things in and out of the courtroom, and I don't want there to be a lot of congestion out here in front of the courtroom. So if you'll come up the elevator, get off on the second floor, come all the way down to the big windows at the end of the hall. This is the northeast corner of the building, and just wait, and the bailiff will find you there, and then he'll bring you up and get you situated in the back. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Would you go with the bailiff, please?
All rise.
All rise. Okay. So that finishes up for today. Do we want to start on day 2? It's 4:30. We can only go to like break time. What do you think? By the way, Legally Blonde, congratulations. We won. We did not need Biodad's consent for my husband to adopt Liam. Biodad has 14 days to object. I hope those 14 days are
Continue on
quiet.
the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Are there any issues this evening before we recess?
Nothing from the state judge, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
Question and concern, we were talking about Exhibits 7 through 17. I don't know if those discs contain all 14 minutes of the conversations. So once you go through the process and review what's actually going to be potentially entered into evidence, they have to be replaced.
Yes.
Okay. And so those exhibits won't go back to the jury until they deliberate anyway, but we want to make sure that we keep track of the originals and then the substitutes, if and when we get to the point where that information does indeed go back to the jury.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to lock up for the evening. I've got a hearing before you come in, so you need to take everything with you. The monitor will stay here, make sure we have 1 through.
Okay, we're done. We're done, Judge. We're done. We're so done. Do we want to start? I didn't see what you guys said. Do you want to start on the keep going, keep going, keep going so Ari can take a nap? I like that. I like that. Let's see. We're going to try to start on day 2. Looking for the judge. I think it's right here. Here we go. Here we are. Jury's coming in right now. Who would say no? We have to catch up. We've got a lot of catch up to do. So we have to be dedicated here, which means I have to start earlier tomorrow. I can't do this late start thing. I tried for you guys to start late in the day, let you sleep in. We have to get up early and work. So like 8:30 start time tomorrow, I think. Cool with that? I know I've been training you to work up to get later and later, but skip to day 4. I'll just wait for the jury.
All rise. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. Give me just a moment, we'll get started. We're back on the record. We reconvene in State versus Apodaca, criminal cause D101CR 2023-25, with counsel, the jury, and Mr. Apodaca all present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The attorneys and I have met this morning and kind of organized the day. We'll continue in the state's case in chief. Again, if there's anything that you need, please get my attention or Angel's attention, and we'll try and make sure you're able to fully participate, and we will continue. Who is the next witness for the state?
The state calls Lanny McCulley.
If you have the witness come in, please. And again, if you're having any difficulty hearing us, let us know.
I can hear just fine, Judge. I know a couple of you are staying up way too late. I apologize. Already got the food we're going to be testing for the podcast this week. Thomas and I have the same item.
Good morning, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I need to get your voice on the recording.
Sorry. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please.
That's better.
Everything we do in the courtroom has to be recorded. You don't need to lean into the microphone. It just needs to be in front of you. They're pretty directional, so if you're speaking off to the side, it might not get your voice. Would you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for us, please?
I'm Lanny McCulley. It's LANIMCCULLEY.
Mr. Long, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is Mom.
Good morning, Ms. McCulley.
Right?
Do you currently live in Santa Fe?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in Santa Fe?
20 years.
And what's the highest level of education that you've completed?
I have a bachelor's degree.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many?
1.
What is that child's name?
Kiara McCulley.
How old is Kiara today?
23.
And so back in 2022, was she 19?
Yes.
Did Kiara graduate high school?
No, she did not.
What's the highest grade that Kiara completed?
10th grade.
In 2022, where was Kiara living?
At my house.
And I want to talk a little bit about your house, about how many bedrooms does your house have?
It's 2 bedrooms.
All right. And is there a garage?
Yes.
And is that garage attached or detached?
It would be detached.
Right. And in 2022, was Kiara living inside the main house or in a detached garage?
She was staying in the detached garage.
Is that kind of where all of her stuff was?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Did that garage have a bathroom?
No.
Did the garage have a kitchen?
No.
To have running water.
As of October 29th, 2022, was there anyone else living with you and Kiara?
Isaac Apodaca was.
And if Isaac Apodaca or Kiara needed to say, use the bathroom, where would they go?
They would come into the house.
Okay. And if they needed to prepare some food or cook, anything like that, where would they go?
They would come into the house.
And if they needed to shower, where would they go?
Into the house.
How would someone get into the detached garage?
There's multiple points of entry to the backyard. We have a front gate, we have the back gate, and then also through the house.
Okay. And the door between the house and the garage, so I guess maybe the back door?
Yes.
Was that door normally kept locked?
Only during the night. It was usually open during the day as long as someone was home.
Okay. And then what about the door into the garage from the backyard? Was that door normally locked or unlocked?
It was normally unlocked as long as the kids were in the garage.
Okay. And if Isaac Apodaca or Kiara needed to get inside the house and that door was locked, how would they do that?
They both had keys.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about Isaac Apodaca, okay? How did you know Isaac Apodaca?
I met him through my daughter.
Okay. And was he Kiara's boyfriend?
Off and on, yes.
Okay. Were they ever engaged to be married?
Yes.
Do you remember how old Isaac Apodaca was back in 2022?
I think he was 21, 22.
Is Isaac Apodaca in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And would you describe something that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a blue tie.
Prior to October 29th, 2022, how long had you known Isaac Apodaca?
About 3 years.
And how did he come to live with you?
My daughter brought him over to stay the weekend because he had been kicked out of his house.
And at any point when he was living there, did you ever try to kick him out or evict him?
Yes, I did.
And what was Kiara's reaction when you did that?
She would get upset and threaten to live on the streets with him.
Okay. And at any point, did you ever refer to Isaac Apodaca as your son or your son-in-law or your soon-to-be son-in-law?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you a little bit about
Josh. Thank you so much.
Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship.
OG.
Okay.
As an attorney, great mod.
Are you able to describe the relationship?
Great uncle too.
I would call it rocky.
Okay. And prior to October 29th, 2022, how long had they been dating?
That's difficult to say. It was on again, off again. So I can't say that there was a firm timeline.
Okay. So I guess if we were talking about, we don't have a firm timeline, but if we have a beginning point.
Maybe 2 years.
Okay. And do you know, did Isaac Apodaca and Kiara ever get in arguments?
They disagreed, yeah.
Do you know if any of those arguments ever got physical?
Yes.
Thank you, Red. OG.
Do you know if the police were ever involved in any of those arguments?
Yes.
And do you remember an incident on April 4th, 2022, when the police were involved?
Yes.
And why do you remember the incident from April 4th, 2022?
I had to take my daughter to the ER.
And why did you have to take her to the ER?
She was bruised from top to bottom, and she had a broken thumb.
Do you know why that argument occurred on April 4th, 2022?
I don't know what the argument was about, no.
Do you know if a police report was filed about that incident?
Yes, Kiara and I filed one with the police while we were at the hospital.
Okay. Did Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship appear to change after April 4th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you know if Kiara followed through with with testifying against Isaac Apodaca, or did she drop the charges?
She did not personally drop the charges. She did not talk to the police when they called because he was in the room with her.
Prior to October 29th, 2022, had Kiara ever held a job?
She had a job at Route 21, I want to say for about a month.
Okay. And was that her only job ever?
Yes.
Rue 21 or Route?
And you said she had that for about a month?
About a month, yes.
Okay.
What
did
kind
she,
of
did she
business
quit?
is that?
Was she fired?
My understanding was she was let go.
Okay. And so, I guess, how did Kiara pay for anything? I mean, did she have a cell phone?
Or did she?
I paid for all of her housing utilities, her cell phone. Isaac took over her cell phone payments at one point.
Okay.
But for the most part, I paid for everything that she needed.
Okay, so does that include, clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, that type of stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to October 29th, 2022, do you know if Isaac worked?
Off and on, yes.
Are you aware of any other ways in which your daughter Kiara made money?
She was prostituted.
Maybe approach her?
Yes.
This gets pretty rough. We're going to fast forward just a bit.
I found out because the gentleman was.
You just stated that Kiara was prostituting. How do you know that Kiara was prostituting?
I found out because the gentleman was walking onto my property, and I asked her who he was, and she explained it to me.
Oh, objection, Your Honor.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Sustained, jury, forget what you just
Disregard
drew.
the last answer.
And unring that bell.
Did you ever speak with Isaac Apodaca about Kiara's outside work?
I spoke with both Isaac and Kiara about it.
Okay. And in your conversation with Isaac Apodaca and Kiara, what did you tell them?
It was to end immediately.
And when you say it was to end immediately, what do you mean?
The prostitution.
Okay.
Judge, I would leave my objection to this whole line of questioning now.
Overruled.
We have a-
Yes.
Defense is objecting like crazy. This is a wild case. Fast forwarding through the sidebar. It's a long one. Going 30 seconds at a time, and it's still continuing. There we go. About 4 or 5 minutes there. Someone takes a swig out of the mason jar.
Do you know if your daughter Kiara and Isaac Apodaca spent money on any extra stuff?
Yes, they did.
What did they spend money on?
Perfume, clothing, a sword.
The usual stuff.
And models.
And when you say models, what do you mean by that?
Isaac used to put together and collect these models called Gundam. It's from a comic.
Okay. And do you know how much those models cost?
The ones I priced were anywhere from $50 to $2,500.
want to ask you about someone by the name of Grace. Who is Grace Jennings?
Grace Jennings was a friend of my daughter's.
And did you ever meet Grace Jennings?
Yes, I did.
Do you know how long Kiara and Miss Jennings had known each other?
My daughter was probably in first or second grade when they first met.
Okay, so they'd known each other for a while then.
Yes.
And is it safe to say that they had kind of grown up together?
Yeah.
Do you know if Ms. Jennings and Kiara were still friends on October 29th, 2022?
No, they were not.
How would you describe Grace Jennings and Kiara's relationship?
Difficult.
And do you know if prior to October 29th, 2022, had Ms. Jennings ever been over to your house?
Yes.
And had you seen her over there?
It had been years, but yeah, she had stayed at our house several times, along with her younger sister.
Back in October 29th of 2022, do you know if Kiara had a working cell phone?
Yes, she did.
And I realize that this is a few years ago, but do you recall what her phone number was?
8675309.
How about, do you remember what kind of cell phone it was?
I can't remember if at that time Isaac was paying for her phone or if I was. If I was paying for it, it would have been a T-Mobile phone. If he was paying for it, it would have been Verizon.
Okay. Do you know if it was like an Apple iPhone or something else?
No, it would have been Android.
Okay. How about Isaac Apodaca? Do you know if in October of 2022, did he have a working cell phone?
I know he had a phone. I don't recall whether or not it was connected.
Okay. Do you remember his phone number?
No, I only ever talked to him in Messenger.
Do you remember what kind of phone he had? Was it?
He would have had a Verizon. That's the company he went with, but I don't know what the type of phone would have been.
So you don't know if it was an Apple or an Android?
No.
Overruled.
Sustained.
No, sustained. She said no.
At your house, did you have Wi-Fi at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if Isaac and Kiara used the Wi-Fi at your house?
Yes, they did.
Now, back in October 29th of 2022, what was your address?
5941 Jaguar Drive, Santa Fe.
So I want to kind of take you back to October 28th, 2022. Okay. Do you know where you were during the evening of October 28th, 2022?
I was at home.
Okay. And back in 2022, were you employed?
Yes, I was.
And back in 2022, did you go into an office or did you work from home?
For the most part, I worked at home.
Okay. Was there anything going on in the world that most of us probably remember and are trying hard to forget?
The pandemic.
Okay. Did you go to bed on October 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you went to bed?
Probably between 10 and 11. That's my standard.
Now, Ms. McCauley, knowing what you know now, did anything stand out from October 28th, 2022?
My daughter never came into the house on October 28th.
And why does that stand out to you?
Well, because she would have needed to come into the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And, that day, Isaac made them dinner, which was rare and far between.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Hearsay, lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation?
I mean, just hearsay, yeah. I don't know how you know.
Just hearsay. Overruled.
You said that Isaac made them dinner. When Isaac made them dinner, did you talk to Isaac?
I'm sure I did, but I don't recall what we discussed.
Let's see if I can put closed captioning on.
Did
Hold on a second.
Isaac Apodaca tell you why he was making them dinner?
I don't recall.
Do you remember if you asked Mr. Isaac Apodaca why Kiara didn't come inside?
He said she wasn't feeling well.
And after he said that Kiara was not feeling well, what, if anything, happened after that?
He took her dinner.
Okay.
He did come back into the house later and asked for more food. I'm sorry, I don't know.
And did you cook yourself dinner that night?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you if you remember what you had to eat, but did Isaac Apodaca come back inside the house after you cooked your dinner?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you talk with Isaac Apodaca at that point?
He just mentioned they needed more food.
Okay. And did he say why he needed more food?
They were still hungry. He didn't make enough.
Okay. Did you think that was unusual?
I didn't think anything of it, no.
And when Mr. Isaac Apodaca came back inside the house and said that they needed more food, did he make the food or did you make the food?
I made the food.
Okay. And after you made the food, what, if anything, did you do with that?
I took it out to the garage.
Okay. And when you took it out to the garage, did you go through the back door?
I did.
Okay. And when you went to the garage, did you just open the door or did you knock?
I knocked.
Okay. And do you know who answered?
Isaac did.
Okay. Did you see Kiara in the garage?
She was sitting on the bed.
Okay. Did you see anyone else in the garage?
No, I did not.
Did you go inside of the garage?
No.
Do you remember where Isaac was?
He was in the doorway.
Okay. Could you see into the garage past him?
Just barely enough to know where my daughter was.
Okay. Now, you stated that you went to bed between 10 and 11. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. Did you have any reason to suspect that anyone else was in your house or in the garage?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I want to fast forward to October 29th, 2022. Do you know about what time you woke up?
Probably between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. Is there any routine that you handle when you wake up in the mornings?
At the time, I had 3 dogs, so letting the dogs out in the backyard was part of it.
And you said that you let them out into the backyard?
Yes.
Is that the backyard where all the police were?
And
there's like no
did the
grass
dogs
there.
bark, sniff around, anything out of the ordinary?
No.
After you let the dogs out, what did you do?
I started my Saturday mornings. I do chores around the house.
What types of chores?
Dishes, laundry, clean the bathroom, that sort of thing.
At any point on the morning of October 29th, 2022, did you see Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, he came into the house.
Okay. And when he came into the house, do you know what he did?
He went to the bathroom, and then he came out and he told me that he did not have to start work that day. He was supposed to start a new job, but he said he did not need to start that job that day.
Okay. Did he tell you why he didn't need to start the job that day?
He said that the boss had called him and told him he could start on Monday.
Do you know where that new job was supposed to be?
It was a kiosk at the mall.
Did Mr. Isaac Apodaca do anything else while he was inside the house?
He helped me put a rug into the washing machine
Okay. And why did he help you put a rug into the washing machine?
because I couldn't lift it, and I asked for his help.
So was it big? Was it heavy? Was it big and heavy?
Big and heavy and wet.
Okay. You said it was wet. Why was it wet?
I had a diabetic dog who peed on it.
And where were you inside of your house when you saw Mr. Isaac Apodaca?
I was standing in the hallway, and he was in the hallway.
Okay. Did Isaac Apodaca mention anything else about his job and why he didn't have to start that day?
There's something about being sick.
Was Isaac Apodaca the sick one, or?
The way he made it sound was he was sick, but as far as I knew, he was not.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yes.
We're back on a sidebar. There's a lot of these.
And when he left, thank you, Judge. Ms. McCauley, do you remember how long Isaac Apodaca was inside of the house that morning?
I would say probably between 10 and 15 minutes.
And when he left the main house, which door did he leave from?
He used the back door, went to the garage.
And was the back door kind of the standard door that Kiara and Isaac Apodaca would enter and exit through?
Yes.
On October 29, 2022, did you see your daughter Kiara at all?
Yes, she came in and went to take a shower.
Okay. Did you say anything to Kiara when you saw her?
I did.
What did you say to her?
I told her, it's alive, because she gets up last in the house. I tease her all the time.
And about how long after you saw Isaac Apodaca and he left, was it before Kiara came inside?
I don't really recall. It's probably half an hour or so.
Okay. And did your daughter take a shower?
Yes, she did.
Do you know about how long that shower lasted?
20 minutes, 30 minutes. It wasn't that long.
30 minutes?
Do you remember about what time that was?
Drain the swimming
Mid-morning,
pool.
I don't really know.
30-minute shower?
When Kiara came inside the house to take a shower, do you remember what she was wearing?
A dark shirt.
When Kiara got out of the shower, did you see her?
I did.
When you saw her after the shower, is there anything that stands out to you?
She had washcloths in her hand, and she went straight out to the garage.
Okay, so when you say that she had washcloths in her hand, what do you mean by that?
She had little washcloths that were rolled up, and they were in her hands like that.
Okay. And so since everything is kind of audio recorded, when you say little washcloths, about how many inches by how many inches were those washcloths?
4 by 4.
Okay, so 4 by 4 washcloths. And did she have one in each hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if those washcloths were wet or dry?
I couldn't tell though from the way she was holding them.
Okay, and the way that she was holding them, I think you've demonstrated, but let's go ahead and kind of describe that a little bit.
So they were rolled in the palm of her hand, and then she was clasping it. You could see the ends poking out from either side of her palm.
Okay, and so were her hands clenched?
Yes.
And were they sort of being held out in the front of her? Were they on the side of her? Where were her arms?
Well, she was headed for the door, so they're kind of in front of her so she could open the door.
Okay. And did you find that to be unusual at all?
I did. It's a strange place to have washcloths.
So you said that she was approaching the door and getting ready to open the door. Do you mean the back door of
The
your
back door,
house?
yes.
Okay. And did she leave the main house?
She did. She went to the garage.
Okay. And do you know about how long she was in the garage?
Not long at all. She came running back immediately.
Okay, so she went out to the garage and then came running back to the house immediately.
Yes.
Okay. After Kiara came running back to the house, what, if anything, happened?
She came running in. She said, "Mom, there's."
Hang
I'm
on.
sorry.
So did any event happen after Kiara came running back?
Yes.
What event happened?
She ran in.
So without saying what she said, what did you see?
It's going to
She
be an
ran
exception
in
to
and
hearsay.
got my attention. I was turning to talk to her, and the police officers were coming through the backyard. They started kicking on the door, and I went to the door, and I said, "Please don't break my house." And I unlocked the door so they could come in.
Okay. Once those police officers arrived, without saying anything that you heard, what was your general reaction at first?
My first reaction was that they were there to look for Isaac.
Okay. And at some point, did your daughter go into handcuffs?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that your house was a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you a little bit about a purchase from Amazon, okay? Are you aware of a sword being purchased from Amazon sometime before October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you ever see Kiara with a sword a couple days before October 29th, 2022?
Yes, we received the package. She opened it in front of me.
Okay. And do you remember what day that was?
It would have been the 27th.
Okay. And you said it was delivered to you, or to your house. And so, did the delivery just leave the package on the front doorstep or someplace like that?
Yes, they left it on the front door.
Okay, and did you see that?
Yes, I believe they rang the doorbell that morning.
Okay. And then, was that package opened up in front of you?
Yes.
And who opened up that package?
Kiara and Isaac.
Okay. Do you know who bought the sword?
I don't know who paid for it. I know it was on Kiara's Amazon account.
Okay. And how do you know that it was on Kiara's Amazon account?
It was addressed to her.
Okay. And do you know that Kiara had an Amazon account?
Yes, I did.
Okay. After the package was opened by Kiara and Isaac Apodaca, did anyone touch the sword? Did anyone handle the sword?
Kiara opened it and showed it to me. I touched the sword. Isaac touched the sword. We all did.
Okay. And do you have any background in swords?
I do.
Okay. And what is that background in swords?
I used to be a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism. I used to fight with the swords that we used there.
Okay. What is the Society for Creative Anachronism?
It's a medieval reenactment group.
Okay. And what does the society do?
Well, there's a lot of things, but they practice heraldry, sword fighting, archery.
Okay. And so is it safe to say that you've handled swords before?
I don't have a lot of live swords. Those came later. The Society for Creative Anachronism actually uses what's called rattan. It's a type of bamboo grass that they use for their swords.
Okay. Now, based on your experience and your past with the society, are swords dangerous?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can they cut people?
Yes, they can.
Did you have any hesitation at all about Kiara having this sword?
Yes, but not when it comes to people. It was more about leaving it out of the scabbard and possibly having one of the pets get hurt.
Okay. And you just mentioned a term that I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about. I think you said scabbard?
Scabbard.
And what is that?
Scabbard is the sheath that the sword goes into.
Okay. Scabbard is sort of the official term?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it with either a yes or a no. Okay, so no sort of explanation, all right? Okay. Do you know if Kiara would ever access Isaac's phone or Facebook accounts?
No.
No, you don't know, or yes, you do know?
No, she would not.
Okay.
That was not the question.
Prior to October 29th,
This was, do you know?
2022, when was the last time you saw Grace?
It was a couple of years prior. I want to say 2020.
Now, you testified that Kiara, did she complete the 10th grade?
Yes.
Okay. And did she get a GED?
I take that back. She finished the first semester of 10th grade.
Okay, so she did not complete the 10th grade.
So she did not complete 10th grade.
Okay. So it was, well, the last grade that she actually completed was that 9th grade.
Would have been 9th grade.
Okay. And if you had to describe your daughter, how would you describe her?
I always thought of her as a sweet person.
Okay.
Very caring. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Take your time, please.
She was very pet-oriented. She really liked the pets and animals. She cared a lot about them. I think she was very easily persuaded into doing things that she otherwise wouldn't. But she would also have moments when she would try to stand up for herself, but I don't know that she was good at it.
Okay.
She was very much a teenager.
And you stated that back in 2022 she was 19, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
So I want to clarify a few things. There was the door from the backyard into the garage, correct?
Yes.
And then the main big door, the big garage door that maybe a car might go in and out of. Did that door work?
The vehicle door was not functional.
Okay. Do you know if Kiara had a bank account or a savings account or anything like that?
Yes.
She did?
Yes, she did.
And do you know if anyone else had access to those accounts?
I did.
You did not?
I did.
You did. Did anyone besides you have access to those accounts?
In theory, no. In reality, I believe Isaac did.
Okay. So, did you ever text or communicate with your daughter via cell phone?
Sure.
Okay. And did you ever text or communicate with Isaac Apodaca via cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you would text with Isaac Apodaca, was there a certain app or application that the two of you would use?
We use Facebook Messenger.
Ms. McCauley, I want to go back to the April 4th, 2022 incident. So we know that you stated that Kiara did not talk to the police when they called her.
Correct.
Were you in the room when she didn't answer the phone or she didn't talk to them?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. McCauley, my next question is going to be a little sensitive. Do you know if your daughter was ever sexually assaulted?
Yes.
And
Yes, come on up.
So now they've approached here. This is going. Skip ahead. They're still not done. Looks like they're walking back now, possibly. Still not done. It's a long sidebar.
For a rape kit.
okay.
Okay, we're going to skip
And
ahead just a tiny bit.
just to clarify, do you know, or was it, it wasn't Isaac Apodaca that had allegedly sexually assaulted your daughter, was it?
No.
Okay. So I want to go back to the garage door. And I'm talking the operating door, the one from the backyard into the garage. Could you lock that door without a key?
You could lock the handle, but not the deadbolt.
Okay. So were there then two locks on that door?
Yes.
Okay, so a handle lock and then a separate deadbolt lock, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And deadbolts are pretty straightforward. You've got to have a key, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the handle, you could actually lock from the inside, is that correct?
Objection not leading.
You can lock both of them from the interior.
Okay.
You can only lock the handle from the exterior without a key.
Okay, thank you.
It was a confusing answer. Anyway, objection sustained. Re-ask the question.
How would you lock the handle?
Usually we would lock it and just pull the door shut.
Okay. Could it also be locked with a key?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you lock the deadbolt?
With a key.
Okay. And could it only be locked with a key?
Correct. Yes.
From the outside?
Correct.
Okay. But
Hold on,
could,
the court's going to ask a question. Could both locks be opened with the same key?
Yes.
thank you. Ms. McCauley, when you took Kiara to the emergency room for the sexual assault kit, do you remember what year that was?
It was Halloween 2021.
Okay, and was that about a year before the incident that we're here for today?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, do you know if Kiara and Isaac Apodaca were dating?
I'm not sure at that moment.
I asked you earlier,
Hold
and
on, Mr. Long, before we go back into additional question, we need to take a short break.
Okay.
I think we'll go ahead and take our morning break right now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and continue with this witness on the stand.
All right.
Did we keep going through till lunchtime? Let's zippity-doo-dah ahead. Jury's coming back in after the break. There we go.
Thank you. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record and we continue the state's
Write
case.
a quick
in chief. Mr.
email
Long.
here. I'm listening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Writing an email.
Ms. McCauley, I just have a few more questions for you, all right? Earlier, you described Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship as rocky. Was one of them dominant in the relationship?
Yes.
Give me a point,
Yes.
Well, we're back on sidebar.
And do you remember the...
Hang on 1 second. Was one of them dominant? Looks like they're done here.
Ms. McCauley, are you afraid of Isaac Apodaca?
I was only afraid of him once.
And do you remember the date?
April 4th, 2022.
I pass the witness.
Can you approach again,
Come on up.
Man, can you imagine not watching this on speed trial? Having to wait through all these.
If we go back to that day that you were discussing with Mr. Long on the 29th of October 2022, you were not sure whether the door was locked or unlocked on that particular day, correct?
What day?
On the date of the incident, or the alleged incident, the morning of during the day on October 29th, 2022?
It was morning. And are you talking about the garage door or my back door?
The garage door.
I have no idea. I never went out there.
Okay. You stated something about Mr. Apodaca being kicked out of his house. You didn't personally observe him ever being kicked out of a house, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You stated that there was an incident with a broken thumb that Kiara had, right, with Mr. Apodaca?
April 4th, 2022.
Okay. In that incident, so there was a broken thumb. Was there a tussle of some sort? You know, what exactly happened?
My understanding was that there was
Well, but without going into what you all you know of is a broken thumb that was suffered by by Miss McCauley, correct?
I was there for the aftermath.
Okay, and that case was actually dismissed by the state of New Mexico, correct? By the First Judicial District Attorney's Office, the
That is what I understand.
District Attorney prosecuting this case. Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to approach what's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 8.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Holy smokes. They must be wading through a legal minefield of motions in limine. Still at sidebar. Still at sidebar. Still at sidebar. All right.
Mr. Nye, you may continue, sir.
May I approach?
That's not what we said. That's not what we talked about. You have to ask her.
So, have you ever seen the actual notice of dismissal by the state of New Mexico?
No, I have not.
You have not? Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Oh.
Approach her or approach the bench? Approach the bench. So they needed to get that piece of information from her before they could continue to discuss this with the judge.
To clarify what day you're in reference to.
All right. Now, on that particular day, in regards to you were discussing something about dinner that Isaac was cooking, possibly?
Could you clarify what day you're in reference to?
On October 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't really know or actually have any personal knowledge of remembering whether Isaac, in fact, was cooking dinner that night, correct?
Yes, he was. He made dinner for them.
Okay. Were you there present when he was making dinner?
Yes, we were both in the kitchen at the same time.
Okay. And the relationship between Grace, I mean, you would say that the relationship between Grace and Kiara was pretty toxic, correct?
I did not use that term, no.
Okay. It was not a good relationship between Grace and Kiara, correct?
It ended poorly. It was a great relationship prior to that.
Okay. But there was a lot of tension between the two leading up to October of 2022, correct?
I don't believe they were even in conversation before October 29th of 2022.
So so it's safe to say that the relationship had deteriorated.
Their relationship ended when Kiara was in 8th grade.
Okay. Now, do you say that the relationship had deteriorated to the point that Grace could easily provoke Kiara?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was a 20 to 30 minute shower by Kiara on the day. And when I'm talking about the day, I'm talking about the day in question that you've been discussing. So on October 28th, there was a 20 to 30 minute shower by Kiara that day, correct?
You mean October 29th?
29th, excuse me, yes.
October 29th, yes, she took a shower in the morning.
Okay. And you said that was early to, or I mean, that was around mid-morning, or it could have been later than mid-morning? You just don't remember, correct?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay, so it's kind of easy to lose track of the day?
It's been 4 years.
Okay, so you just don't remember, and it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were just doing household chores around the home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Kiara ran into your house when officers arrived, correct?
I did not see the officers until she was in the house.
Okay, but
I do not know that she was running from the officers, if that's what you're asking.
But she was running into your house, you had testified to, correct?
Yes, she ran into the house to talk to me.
Okay. And you stated that the sword purchased by Kiara was purchased before October of 2022?
No.
Okay. When was the sword purchased?
The sword, I do not know who purchased it. It was on her Amazon account.
Okay. And you said that Kiara opened the sword on
The
October.
package came in on the 27th of October, which would have meant that it was probably ordered the week prior.
Ma'am, I understand this is
You asked for clarification. I'm trying to give it.
You interrupted me, ma'am. So I understand this is, so let me ask a question and then we can go back and forth, and I'll try not to interrupt you if you can do the same. But what I'd like to ask is, so I'll ask a follow-up. Kiara opened the sword on October 27th of 2022, according to your direct examination testimony with Mr. Long, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I was going to get to next, because you've already answered. It was on Kiara's Amazon account, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now tell me about this medieval reenactment group that you're a part of. Was
SCA.
I am no longer a part of it. I was in the SCA for 12 years in my 20s.
Okay, and Kiara was involved in this society?
No.
Okay, but Kiara knew a lot about how to interact with swords through you and your involvement in.
It's not a discussion we had, no.
Okay. Now, you had stated that on direct that you didn't know if you never saw Kiara ever accessing Isaac's phones. You were never with Kiara all the time when she was with Isaac, correct?
No, I was not with them all the time.
Okay. And you really didn't know a lot about your daughter, correct?
I knew my daughter very well, thank you.
Okay. But you had said that.
Thank you.
You didn't think that the sweet person that you knew would stab someone to death, correct?
I didn't say that. That's from your mouth.
Yeah, but
I said she was a sweet person.
Okay, but you didn't know that she would stab somebody to death. That was my question.
No, I would not have suspected that.
Okay. And you do know of Grace threatening Kiara with knives previously?
I heard that, yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Thank you. Now, You also observed Kiara role-playing with armor and middle-age style Dungeons and Dragons, correct?
No,
No?
no. We had one session of D&D, and Isaac was present at the time.
Okay. Can we admonish a witness to just answer my questions and not go into tangents here?
You can direct the
Okay.
witness by the way you ask the question.
Okay. Yeah. So can you please just answer the question as I ask it?
Then no.
Okay. So Kiara never role-played with armor and middle-age style Dungeons and Dragons, you're saying?
No.
Okay. 1 second. Your Honor.
These two are not going out for lunch later. At least not together.
Did Kiara ever express an interest in middle-aged armor?
Armor, no.
Middle-aged armor?
Okay. Do you remember doing an interview with police in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Would it help if I refresh your memory with what you told officers in this case?
No.
It would not.
I do not want to hear it. I can't relive that day again.
Okay. Would you have said something differently to officers on that particular day?
I have no idea. That was 4 years ago.
Okay. And would you have said that Kiara was interested in middle-aged armor?
Armor? No. She was interested in Amp Guard. There is a difference.
What is Amp Guard?
Amp Guard is a different reenactment group.
Okay.
Okay,
And
we're learning a ton
you would have
here.
said you wouldn't have said that Kiara was described as an artist interested in middle-aged armor.
Asked and answered.
I'll allow the question. If you recall making that statement.
I would not have said armor. She was interested in the Middle Ages and in reenactment.
Okay.
Armor is too specific.
Can I play this audio to impeach?
Yes.
Objection.
Come on up.
You can impeach with anything. I think he's going to get to impeach her because she's denied saying that, and if he has a recording of them playing it, it would be a body cam audio. I think I just went way back. I hope I didn't go way back. I don't know what happened between these two that suddenly just triggered this snippy response, the questioning.
Yep. Come on up.
They just approached after approached. Fast forwarding through lots of time. This is like 15-minute.
We're doing an interview.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. It's like a 15-minute sidebar. We're saving so much time. We're going to be caught up by the end of today. Not really, but...
Okay. So, Ms. McCullough, you do remember doing an interview with Officer Jared Allaire on October 29th, 2022, correct?
I talked to a lot of officers. I don't know any of their names.
Okay, but you remember doing an interview on that particular day with an officer at the police station?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember discussing swords that are used, that discussing that Kiara uses, or that Kiara is interested in Middle Ages, in the armor. Do you remember saying that?
It's possible I said it that way.
Okay, so you did use the word sword. Or armor, excuse me.
It's possible.
Okay. All right. Now, so you stated also that Grace had previously threatened Kiara.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, she answered that, Judge. Previously.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So you did previously say that Grace had threatened Kiara with a knife. Had that happened multiple times?
I was told that Grace had threatened her with a knife, yes.
Okay.
But only one instance that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Kiara had been living in your house for
Her entire life.
Okay, and then she had moved into the detached garage. You said in 2022 with
2021.
2021. Okay, and then you stated that the garage did not have a bathroom or a kitchen, so Kiara would have to go into the house. Correct.
Correct.
And she would have to go into the house to wash clothes and do different things.
Yes.
Okay. And she was washing her clothes on that particular day, on October 29th, 2022, correct?
No, she was not doing laundry.
The washer was on, correct?
I was doing laundry. I was washing a rug.
Okay. And you stated Isaac and Kiara were engaged at one point?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's safe to say that Kiara had very strong feelings for Isaac, correct?
I would presume so, yes.
Okay. And Kiara also had very strong jealousy towards Grace, correct?
Jealousy?
Objection, Your Honor.
I wouldn't.
Foundation.
Yep.
Okay.
Re-ask question.
Do you know of any relationship or anything that Grace may have had with Isaac?
I understood that they were friends previously.
Do you have any personal knowledge of any sort of jealousy that Kiara may have had towards any sort of friendship that Isaac and Grace had?
No.
Okay. Now, on the 29th, you did not know anything that was going on in your compound in that detached garage that was close to your house?
No, I did not.
You did not hear any screaming?
No.
You did not hear any sort of moaning or any other noises from that detached garage?
There are 27 feet between the garage and the house. Both doors were closed.
Okay. But if somebody were to be,
You could scream on the top of your lungs in the garage and I would not hear it.
even if you're stabbed 17 times or more than a dozen times by a sword?
You could scream on the top of your lungs and I would not hear it.
Okay. And you said it was how many feet?
27.
Okay. And you didn't see any blood or anything else?
No, I did not.
Okay. At what point did you approach the detached garage on that particular day?
When I gave the key to the officer to unlock it.
Okay. And that was the first time you saw any blood?
I did not see any blood.
You still did not see any blood?
I did not go in the garage. I was not allowed to go in the garage.
Okay. Now, you were talking about whether Isaac was sick or not. You don't personally know whether Isaac was actually sick or not. You're not a doctor, are you?
No, I am not a doctor, but I do have common sense.
Okay. And you are Kiara McCauley's mother, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You want what's best for Miss McCauley, correct?
I want what's best for me right now. Thank you.
Okay. So you're stating that you did not witness what happened in the garage, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did not see Isaac harm anyone, correct? On October 29, 2022?
No, I talked to him for less than
That's all
15 minutes.
That's all I asked. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
So you have really no personal knowledge of what happened in the garage that particular day, correct? According
No,
to you?
I don't.
Okay. 1 second, Judge. Now, Kiara never told you why she ordered the sword?
I was never told she ordered the sword.
Okay. And you didn't actually witness the April 4th, 2022 argument, correct?
I was there for the aftermath.
Okay.
So no, I did not.
Okay. And you don't know whether Kiara had hit Isaac, correct? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And you don't know who the first aggressor was?
No.
Yes. Okay. Kiara could have called Santa Fe PD back, correct? On that particular day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you talked about a John in your yard. Can you describe this John?
There was a person walking from my front to the back gate.
Mm-hmm.
I think for his privacy, it's unimportant
Okay.
to give you his description.
Do you know how Kiara, you don't know how Kiara advertised her services, correct?
My understanding was it was on some app.
Okay. Now, are you sure about this John in his yard, or could this possibly be made up?
Well, since I physically saw him,
Okay. And you said, I think I heard you say around $50 to $2,500 per model?
that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And did Kiara tell you that Grace was involved in this whole business model?
What are you talking about?
Did Kiara ever told you who was actually involved in this whole situation with the models?
Objection.
The models are a hop.
Hold on. If there's an objection, stop talking until the court rules.
I can rephrase it, Your Honor.
Hang on, I don't know what the objection is.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Yeah, I can rephrase it.
Hearsay?
Do you have a personal knowledge of Grace's involvement in all of this?
In all of what?
In everything involving the models?
The models was a hobby from Isaac. There was no business involved.
Okay, but do you know if Grace was involved in this whole?
In his hobby, no.
Okay. Now, you'd also discussed thinking about not evicting Kiara and how Kiara was threatening to move out, correct?
She threatened to move out when I tried to evict Isaac.
Okay. Did Kiara often threaten you to get what you wanted?
No.
Okay, but was that something she was kind of threatening you at that particular time, correct?
She said she would go live on the street with him. It wasn't a threat.
Okay. Now, did Kiara ever tell you some of the disorders or illnesses that she may have?
Objection. Hearsay.
I can rephrase that, I'm sorry. You know of any sort of illnesses or disorders that plagued Kiara?
Objection. Foundation.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
All right.
Man, it's
You know
spicy.
if she actually dropped out of high school or you withdrew her from high school?
She dropped out of high school.
Okay, and that would have been Capital High School?
No.
Which high school would that have been?
It was an online school.
Okay. It's safe to say, Ms. McCauley, with all due respect, you don't know a lot about your daughter, correct?
I know a lot about her, but it's been 4 years.
I understand. But early on in the direct examination, you kind of hesitated in answering even what her age was. You were kind of,
I was making sure I got it correct.
Okay.
I am allowed to think.
okay. And now in regards to her schooling, you don't really remember, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll move on, Judge. You stated 27 feet from the house to the garage. Did you actually measure this?
Yes, I'm working on putting in a pergola.
Pergola.
Yes.
Okay.
For the dogs.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
I thought she wasn't there anymore. I thought it was sold.
Ms. McCauley, you mentioned that the model building was a hobby.
Yes.
And was that a hobby of Isaac's, a hobby of Kiara's, or a hobby of Isaac and Kiara's?
It was Isaac's hobby.
Okay. And do you know where Mr. Isaac Apodaca got the money to buy the models?
I do not.
Nothing further.
This witness released or retained?
The state would reserve her for rebuttal.
So you'll be able to step down now. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify again. So in the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, maybe we publish the exhibit.
You can offer it.
Your Honor, we'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit A, the Noli Prosecchi by the State of New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney's Office.
Any additional objections?
I don't think that's what the document's called, Judge.
It was a Noli, Judge. We can get it from.
It's not a Noli.
Oh, or
Look at the document.
Look at the document.
You have a physical copy.
yeah, I have it. I'm sorry, notice of dismissal, Judge. I apologize.
Where's the document?
That's what we call it.
Notice of dismissal.
Defense Exhibit A, Your Honor.
Any other objection? Counsel, Mr. Long, any other objection?
Just the initial objections, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Over objection, the document identified as Defendant's Exhibit A is admitted into evidence. Counsel, approach for a second. Let's do some housekeeping.
Housekeeping. Housekeeping. You need to re-vacuum the path between the benches and the tables because there's been a lot of walking. Shoes trampling that path. Let's skip forward a bit.
Indeed.
We're going to try and go through this witness in his entirety, so we may go into the lunch hour a little bit, but we'll go ahead and take our lunch break started whenever we're done with this. Maybe have you come back for lunch a little bit later.
Last witness for the day. Here we go. We're gonna break at lunch.
Morning, sir. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. If you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name for a record and spelling your name, please.
Brandon, Brandon, Dietz, Deets.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there.
Hello.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
I've been with the department since July 2016.
Okay. 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what was your assignment that day?
My assignment that day was just to take photographs and hang out at the police department with the prisoners.
Hang out?
Were you doing any training at that time with another officer?
I was.
Do you know who that other officer was?
Hunter Coons.
Okay. And on that day, were you detective or an officer?
I was an officer.
All right. Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have a body-worn camera on?
Yes.
Was your camera working?
Yes.
And you're on permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 24. Would you please take a look at that? Please tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I have my signature and date.
And what is on it?
It says body-worn camera for Brandon Dietz.
And did you review that body-worn camera footage?
I did.
And absent sound being removed, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you observed on that day in question?
That is.
All right. At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 24.
Any objection to 24?
No objection, Your Honor.
24 without objection is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
All right. You said no sound, right? Oh, except for the cough. There's a recycle bin on the left side of that little plus-shaped logo for the state of New Mexico. It's almost in the scale of the balance. Restrooms for arrestees only, not staff. Walk this way. Hey, it's the same. It's the same bench. Which one do you want? Which hand do you want free? I'll take my right. case I need to sign anything. Excellent. Put your left hand right here by this little hook. It's the exact same holding cell.
And who is the officer that's taking those photographs?
That is Hunter Kuntz.
Say no to crack. Sorry, I covered it so I couldn't see, but all you guys still got an eye full. I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Now, Detective Dietz, why are photographs of hands, body parts of people in custody sometimes taken?
It's just standard protocol for any time there's some kind of physical altercation between people. I have to document that.
You don't get both hands. It's not the electric chair. Glass cuffs belong to your girlfriend.
Now, Detective Dietz, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 25 through 39, and then I'm going to go ahead and take 24 back from you. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you just do me a favor, take a look at those. Make sure that you're not showing those to the jury, though, while you're looking. Thank you. Have you reviewed those?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize them?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Because those are the photographs that were taken by Officer Kuntz.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate representation of those photographs that were taken on that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 25 through, is it 37?
39 is what you said.
39,
What's
thank
the
you.
last number there?
No objection, Judge.
39.
25 through 39.
25 through 39 inclusive were admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
All right. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And Why is this first photograph taken like this?
Just how he was standing. They have them put their hands down. Just a profile picture.
All right.
Please crop
And
the back
the next
picture.
photograph with the hands up. Why is the photograph taken that way?
To document if there's any kind of injuries on the person.
All right. And do you see any injuries on the hands or on the forearms?
I see scratches on each forearm.
All right. And based on your training and experience, do those scratches appear to be brand new or some other time? Maybe approach that.
Come on up.
Okay, so they're going to argue this one out again. Fast forward. Oh, there we go. I don't want to see this.
And what about in this photograph? Do you see any injuries there?
We're going to listen. We're going to listen, but not watch. Ready?
Forearm looks like where the scratches are.
All right.
Because it's got
In this
crack in
photograph,
it.
do you see any injuries?
No.
Now we're looking at a picture of his
How about this
arm.
photograph?
And right there is the red abrasion where he pointed out earlier in the body
there.
camera footage, right by his elbow on the forearm, right forearm.
Okay, now it's showing his butt.
And what about in this photograph? Do you see any injuries there?
Honestly, I can't tell if that's a stretch mark or a scratch on his right back.
And would you? I think Judge is he able to draw on that screen?
Yes, the bailiff will show you. It's a touch screen. He'll show you how to use it.
Don't touch the butt. Bailiff just drew a little stick figure off to the right-hand
Thank you,
side.
sir. So if you could draw where you were indicating.
Yeah, just this area right here.
Right
and I
side.
See a red, some kind of
above
red
the
abrasion
hip.
right here.
Okay.
And
then
tramp
go
stamp
and clear
area
that.
as well. Not showing you this. Sorry.
Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
There
Do you see any injuries in this photograph?
Again, red abrasion.
Well, actually, sorry. Go ahead and clear that.
Fine.
How about this photograph?
Again, that red abrasion.
This looks like it's a profile picture. Do you see any injuries there?
No, I don't see anything.
Any injuries indicated on this in this photograph?
No.
I'm sorry, I skipped past that one too fast.
It's okay.
Were there any injuries indicated in this photograph?
No, not that I can see.
How about this photograph?
No.
Did you see any injuries in this photograph?
No.
Anything in this one?
No.
And do you see any injuries on this photograph?
No.
Now, Detective, were you also present for photographs taken of Kiara McCulley?
Yes.
I saved you the drawing one. Just waiting for them to get their ducks in a row here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 40 through 53. Would you follow that exact same procedure that you followed with the first set of photographs?
Yes.
Take those back from you.
You're welcome.
Okay, how can we go from like 120 miles an hour to this slow pace so quickly in this trial? Some of us need to stay awake here.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs of Kiera McCauley on October 22nd, or I'm sorry, October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move States Exhibit 40 through 53 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
40 through 53 inclusive are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries or anything of note in this photograph?
I'm not sure what that is on her finger. Possibly a Band-Aid?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move forward. Are you able to see that now?
Oh, yeah, much better.
And what do you see?
Yeah, Band-Aid.
And then which hand is the Band-Aid on?
On her right hand.
And what do you see in this photograph?
The Band-Aid, another Band-Aid on her, looks like her left hand by her thumb.
Okay. And is the Band-Aid covering something, or is the Band-Aid lifted up?
Yeah, it's like lifted up, looks like it's falling off.
Okay. And where the Band-Aid might actually cover, do you see anything?
No.
You see anything in this photograph?
No.
Do you see anything in this photograph, Detective?
No.
And the next photograph, anything?
No.
You see any wounds, scars, anything in this next photograph?
No.
This next photograph is going to be last numbers indicating it are going to be 446. Do you see anything there?
No.
A little bit of a close-up with 451. Do you see anything there?
No.
I'm sorry, Counselor, what are you reading?
I'm sorry?
You're reading 451?
Right up at the top of the photograph.
Okay, but what does that relate to in the exhibits that were admitted? What number?
I can actually, if I can get those exhibits back, I can.
Yes.
Thank you.
The jury won't have the download, they'll have the actual photographs.
And I was just referring to State's Exhibit number 50. Thank you, Judge. And now looking at State's Exhibit 51. You see any injuries there?
No.
State's Exhibit number 52. Do you see any injuries there?
No.
And State's Exhibit number 53. Do you see any injuries there?
No.
All right, Detective, I do want to go back very briefly and want to bring up what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 43. Okay, I want you to take a much closer and careful look at this and tell me if you see any injuries or scratches, marks, anything on the near the thumb.
No. Honestly, a bad photo.
When you say that it's a
He
it's
said
a bad
no.
photo, do you
I
mean-
can see
what,
it.
What do you mean by that?
There's just a bunch of light and it's kind of out of focus.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to see. I apologize.
Do you remember seeing any injuries or having Ms. McCauley point out any injuries?
No.
There's a cut, and that's a common place to be cut when there are knife attacks.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Look at this space where they just peeled the Band-Aid up from.
Did you put 40 through 53 up here?
Did not. I took them back to the table. Thank you, Judge.
All right, good. Still morning.
Morning.
Morning, Officer Deeds.
You're going to use those, the bailiff will set it up for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you setting it up.
Switch over.
All right. Detective, this photo, which was marked as State's Exhibit 25,
Looks like
this
it's
said there were no,
a
doesn't
cloud
appear to
of
be any visible
smoke.
scratching or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Don't put up the butt picture, please.
And this, which is marked State's Exhibit 26, no visible scratching here, correct?
I can see the abrasion on his right forearm that he pointed to in the body camera. I can also see the scratches on both his arms.
Okay, so there's minor scratching, you would say, correct?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. And in regards to scratching, so there were scratches on forearms, you'd say?
Yes.
Okay. And what normally causes scratches?
Objection. Foundation.
Cats. Cats do.
I can lay some foundation. Do you have experience in doing investigations involving
Scratches.
situations where there could be scratching?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience with scratches, could blood be a result of scratching?
Yes.
Okay. And could DNA transfer?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll move on. And in this photo, do you see any significant scratching in this photo?
Can you move the picture up a little bit? It's like out of, there you go. Thank you. And I'm sorry, did you repeat the question?
Yeah, do you see any significant scratching in this photo?
No, just that blemish, again, where I've been pointed to by the elbow.
Okay. And on the elbow, correct?
Excuse me?
On the elbow, you said?
Yeah, like elbow forearm area.
Okay. This was State's Exhibit 28 that I'm about to show you. Let me zoom this out so it's accurate.
The girl's going to testify against him
The entire photo.
in this trial.
Any scratching on this one?
Magician
Is the
pose.
photo, it doesn't look like it's fully in frame on my hand. I can't see.
Okay, but at least from your observation of this photo and your observation, there was no significant scratching in this exhibit, correct?
From what's visible, I can't see any scratching.
Okay.
You don't know how an Elmo works.
Any significant scratching on this one?
There was that red mark that he pointed to earlier.
There's a red mark, I mean,
Yeah, like a blemish.
you
or
don't bite or
something.
anything, correct?
Not sure what that is.
No, okay. Nothing significant in the way of scratching here, correct?
There's nothing significant there at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be the result of playing basketball or
Or just
Yeah, like I said earlier,
wearing your
the stretch
shorts too
marks
low.
on the side.
nothing in the way of significant scratching here, correct? Or really any scratching, correct?
No.
Nothing in the way of any scratching here except maybe that little mark that could be anything. on this photo, correct?
Correct.
These pictures are so bad. You can barely
No
tell
scratching
who it
here?
is in the picture.
No scratching here?
No, far away shot. It's hard to tell on that one.
Okay. No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
And finally, no scratching here?
No.
Okay, and these are all the photos that you authenticated with Mr. Long in direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in regards to Ms. Kiara McCulley, there was bandaging and significant bruising on both of her hands, correct?
I didn't see the bruising. Like I said, that one photo, the close-up, it was a kind of a poor photo. I don't recall seeing that.
But there were Band-Aids, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't, during your photography, there were no utterances from Isaac when you were taking photos?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And he didn't complain about being in any pain, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And he was fully cooperative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of anything else in this case, correct?
No.
Okay. One second. Just to kind of go into the investigation and the protocol, how come, why did Coons use his cell phone for the photos and not use a CSS, a crime scene specialist?
Well, we're issued department cell phones, and sometimes we take photographs on those phones.
Okay, so is that standard protocol not to use a crime scene specialist?
Correct. Yeah, the crime scene specialists are used for other things as well, but we take, it's normal to take photographs like that in the field.
Okay, but would it be better protocol or best practices, so to speak, to use a crime scene specialist?
Objection calls for speculation and foundation.
I think he would know based on his,
Foundation.
Do you have knowledge of situations where a crime scene specialist is utilized?
No, not really.
Okay. So Officer Coons used his cell phone for all of these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect to this witness?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Detective, I just want to go over some of the words that you used in cross-examination.
Okay.
You used the term stretch mark, is that correct?
Yes.
And you used the term red mark, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you also used the term blemish, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is this witness released?
The state will reserve him for rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state's going to bring everyone back for
Being kept in
rebuttal.
reserve, which means you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you.
Everybody.
If you need to come back. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case or the testimony of anyone else. But you're free to go and step down at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that takes them to lunch.
We're going to go ahead and take our noon break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask you to come back at 20 after 1, about an hour and 15 minutes, and we'll get started hopefully as close to 1:30 as possible. I do need a juror, Mr. Tiba, if you would just remain in the courtroom for a couple of minutes while the others depart, and then I'll let you go for lunch as well. Okay. Would you go with the bailiff, please?
All right. Let's hold one juror. Hold, please. Hold, please. What? Judge just needs to talk to one of y'all.
And sir, I'm going to ask you to come down to the front row where this microphone is, and everyone, you may have a seat in the courtroom, please. Just go ahead and take your seat and kind of pull that down so that we can get your voice on the recording.
Right here?
Perfect.
Yeah, right here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The reason I asked you to say is I was informed by my bailiff that you think you might know Lonnie McCulley that testified this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know her, or how did you recognize her?
She looks familiar, attitude kind of is the same as well, sort of headstrong. Reason I say that I may know her is back in 2017, 2018. I attended New Mexico Tech, and during that time I had attended the SCA club for a number of months. And she shares a somewhat resemblance to a woman I did know there. I'm not sure if it was Lonnie.
We did battle
Let me
once.
ask you, assuming for the sake of conversation, for argument, that it was her, anything about that experience affect your ability to evaluate her testimony the way you would any other witness that comes before you in this trial?
No.
Does either side have an advantage or a disadvantage because you may know this person?
No.
Those are the court's questions. Do counsel have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, though.
I don't, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Don't discuss this with the other jurors, but I'll just go ahead and have you come back with everybody else at about 20 after 1.
Very well then.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, just leave your notes locked up with the bailiff at the lunch hour.
See ya.
Go ahead. Push the button behind you there. Perfect.
Don't set off the alarm.
Maybe seated, counsel.
Any objections?
On the issue with respect to Mr. Tiba, any concerns or input from the state?
No, Your Honor, I actually don't think he knows her. As she stated in direct examination, and I believe, actually, it might have been cross-examination, she did it for, about a 12-year period in her 20s, and so I think even if we were to put that over into her 30s, in my conversation with her, this was very early on in her life. This was, I think, something that occurred
last week.
With him, the individual that he's thinking is about 10 years ago. She would have been, I believe, I don't want to do the math, but I think she would have been in her 40s at that point, and so this is well past any time that she was doing any of the SCA stuff.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any concerns?
Defense has no objection, Judge.
Okay. She'll remain on the panel. She didn't say anything, he didn't say anything debilitating. He's not sure he actually knows that the individual he met was the witness, and he also indicated that whatever contact there might have been wouldn't affect his ability to evaluate the testimony of the witness. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch. You all, we're going to go over the snippets from the 11 recordings. I don't know if we need to have that conversation when we come back from lunch. We may have that at the end of the day, have the conversation about what's on those redacted sound bites. And I did indicate that if there's a further objection as to the forum, whether or not you can hear things in the back room that may be problematic, that I wanted to hear those. So you should have a playable copy by the end of the day.
Understood, Judge. And I can tell I have a court and defense. I believe those were emailed to defense at 9:14 this morning. You got them? Yeah. Okay. And
I'm pretty sure you haven't had a chance to listen to them. You've been in here with us.
Definitely.
So take a look at it again. I'll bring it back up at the end of the day, and we'll discuss that again.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. We're in recess and off the record.
All right, we're gonna jump from there and pause them, and then do a little bit of a palate cleanser that Josh found for us. He says we need to see this.
Be happy to help you.
Okay.
You're all set for today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's next? Who's next?
All right, Stephen White.
I challenge jurisdiction.
All right, this is case number 26SD44510. This is a charge for no license never applied. As a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or fine of up to $500. Would you like to plead guilty or not guilty to that charge today?
I'm here to challenge jurisdiction. I'm the beneficiary and executor of the public trust. I do not consent to be presumed as trustee. I require proof of claim and of authority. And
Great, sir.
who holds the legal title, and who holds the equitable title in this matter? I'm only here to challenge jurisdiction.
I'm just here to make
The
your
court
life
has
miserable.
jurisdiction over you because you received a ticket in the county of Allegan. The court has proper jurisdiction. Do you wish to plead guilty or not guilty to the charge of no license never applied for a license?
I do not understand. I do not consent.
All right, I will explain it to you then, sir. Today, you have been charged with no license, never applied for a license. You were pulled over while you were driving down the road. You've been charged with no license, never applied.
I'm here to challenge jurisdiction. With all due respect, I'm here to challenge jurisdiction.
You can do that, sir, but you still need to enter a plea of not guilty today then, so the case can move along and you can challenge the jurisdiction at that time. All you need to do today is enter a plea of guilty or not guilty.
I do not understand. I do not
I'm
consent.
trying to explain it to you, sir, but you won't listen. Instead, you keep interrupting me. I explained to you what the charge is. I explained to you how the court has jurisdiction over you. And now I'm explaining to you that it is your job at this point in time to choose to plead guilty or not guilty. Now you fully understand what is going on now.
I do not
So do you wish
understand.
to plead guilty?
I do not consent.
A not guilty plea will be entered on your behalf, and this will be set for a pretrial.
Are you
You're all set for
administer?
sir.
Are you attempting to administer my trust without my consent?
Sir, you're not entering a plea at all. You're not entering a plea of not guilty or guilty.
Are
I'm not
you
entering a plea.
administering my trust without my consent? I just want
Are
to
you
answer.
listening to me, sir? I'm trying to explain to you what's happening, but you keep interrupting, okay?
I'll let you finish every time. I'm only here to challenge jurisdiction.
And I am here to try to explain to you what's going on. Sir, I am trying to explain to you what's going on, and you keep interrupting me. You need to stop speaking now. You are in my courtroom.
I am not in your courtroom. I'm challenging jurisdiction.
All right,
You
sir,
cannot
you're free to go.
presume.
It's going to be reset in front of a judge. We will go ahead and reset this in front of
Are
a
you
judge.
administering my trust without my consent?
Sir, no, I am not doing anything. We're resetting this in front of a judge. You can come here in person and tell
I
the
will
judge that
not.
you want to verify.
I'm here to settle the matter today. I'm here to settle the matter
I don't have the authority to
today.
do that, sir. I don't have the authority to go over jurisdiction with you, sir. All I have is the authority
Absolutely.
to take your plea of guilty or not guilty. So this is going to
I
be
will
set
not
in
be
front of a
taking a
judge because
plea.
you refuse to cooperate.
I'm here to challenge jurisdiction, and that's it.
And I explained to you that that's not possible today, sir. So you're refusing to participate, and this is going to be reset in front of a judge. This arraignment is not taking place today. You can leave the courtroom, sir.
May I ask who I'm speaking to?
They hung up on him. May I ask who I'm speaking to? Who is this? Who gave you this? Who gave you this number? Oh, okay. We just needed to.
Be right with you in just a second, Mr. Rescue. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I got to put some notes in the file.
Yeah, we just got to write a little heads up to the judge who's going to be handling this one down the road. All right. That's all. That's where we are. All right. I'm still working on my Smurl, trying to get it fixed. For some reason, it's showing stripes here, which is a programming result instead of the number that should be on the screen. And I don't know why, but I've emailed customer service, and they should be getting back to me here shortly where they can fix it. I will tell you that our likes today are up to this number right here. There it is. 1190. So thank you very much for all the likes today. We will be starting early tomorrow. We're going to get caught up. We're going to zip and zoom through all of the sidebars. Oh my goodness, the approaches at the bench. There's a lot of them, but we're making good time. There's a lot of spice in this trial. A ton. I didn't know, Nicole, you didn't warn me when you're like, sword trial. You didn't warn me, or I would have probably not gone here. But we're back. We've unplugged and replugged it several times. You do it 3 times in a row when it goes through. It goes to all 5s. But when you do that, this one still says 6, which means that the sensor is off. It thinks it's rotated further, less than it has, and they'll have to fix it. So, all right, it still works. It just has lines at the front. So if we get over 10,000, if we get over 9,999 likes, then it will be a problem. Am I annoyed at the counter? No, I love it. I love it. I should just need to have it update automatically. So instead of doing it manually here. My son got it working, but we hit a threshold where the API calls have a limit for how many times you can ask YouTube for data using the special computer-to-computer communication. And I exceeded that limit, which made everything stop working, possibly including Lumia Stream. So I'm sorry about that. But tomorrow's a new day. I get another 10,000 calls, and we'll change the program a little bit so it doesn't do that again. And maybe it'll be better. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Percussive maintenance. That's a good term. Hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. It's got to be early. I don't know if I can do 8:30, but we'll be on by 9 for sure. So that means like 8:45-ish. Hold me to it. Amber will call me on the burner. She'll call me on my cell phone if I don't get on. She's like, "Where are you, boss?" All right. Thank you very much, you guys. We will see you. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Nicole, thank you very much. I know it's the best. I love it. Came all the way from France. France. They make the Eiffel Tower and these, and maybe French bread, and that's it. Who has the lights? I do. Let's see. See the blue lights right up here? Let's do this here. Hey Siri, turn off my lights. Okay, lights are off. We'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.